What's up, big dog? You got a question to ask? Damn, I was just talking to myself. I was saying good. And before, like, if I wanted to change devices or whatever, because like this one's about to die or whatever reason, I'll just switch devices, and I'll just open up the space like in another space or in another device, right? And I'll just close this Twitter on this device or whatever, and it'll be cool. It won't even like trip. But but the past few days I've done that. Like I've switched to like another device. The device I started the space on. If I close the app, it just completely shuts down the whole space. So like, I guess before I went, it's just they considered it a bug, I guess, but it's a bummer now because I'm stuck to one device.
Yeah. It's like a prison, man.
It's like a prison, man. And so, yeah, what are some good questions to ask Dr. Drew tomorrow?
Oh, sorry, I was trying to get somewhere quiet I can talk. I'm at work and everybody's sleeping, so I gotta go outside. Did you get a chance to talk to him today?
Oh yeah, I didn't talk about it because I don't know, I just thought it would be weird, but yeah, I talked to him again today.
Would you end up asking him?
Same thing I did last time, because he didn't answer like the question last time, you know. So I figured like I'll just ask it again. Plus, I got like kind of nervous, and I just blurted out the first thing that came to my mind, which was just me
What was it?
rambling pretty much. If the government said like aliens are here, like what does he think like how the population would react or whatever? I think I said something like that. And he's like the most fucking retarded smart guy. You know, like I don't know what it is about him, but like, I don't know. Geniuses are like that. You know, they're just really like smart and focused in like one area of the brain, but like I don't know, other areas are just like retarded. You know what I mean? So yeah. Once again, he
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
answer.
It's like they're so specialized that if you ask something outside that specialty, it's like it like cannot compute.
Yeah. Well, it's that's there's that, or I mean, it presents in like different ways. Like for him, it's just like no, you're right. That's him actually. Yeah, no, you're right. It's also like the social thing maybe because like I said, I asked him a question and he kind of just went on the diatribe about like quantum entanglement and didn't answer my question. So I was like, ah,
Dude,
God.
you know who is like that is Eric Weinstein. Whenever I hear interviews with him and people ask him questions, he'll just go on these long rants. And at the end of it, you're like, dude, did you even answer the question? Like, what the hell are you talking about? Just answer the question.
Yeah, dude, this is the second time I've asked him the question. I even
That's
told
what's
him.
called diversion. That's what's called diversion from the question.
I
Mm,
don't know. I might call that like just a hallucinatory diatribe, like totally. You know what I mean? Like long-winded diatribe.
Yeah, that sounds good. Hey, Logan, I wanted to ask you. I just started coming across this topic. Well, I've kind of heard about it, but I'm really putting together with stuff that like Danny Sheehan's talked about with like this private, like secret state. And then I just ordered Jacques Vallée's book, Sanctum, where it's like secret machines before secret machines came out. Like it's a fictional book, but it's all based on Vallée's
I know it.
research and theories. Yeah, what do you like? What do you think about that topic? Like in the book, he's saying like Colaris was probably orchestrated by this group, and then Kit Green supposedly told Joe Murgia that he thinks Colaris was caused by a state or a non-state actor, and then Pasulka is talking about finding out about this group that controls so much and how it gave her this big shock.
What do I think about that? I think
Yes and
um
yes.
no, I definitely think well, I was asking Matt about this before. So I've been eating like M&Ms and now I got like, you know. Anyway, so yeah, so Jack Valet has this document that states that the CIA was conducting operations in Brazil, pretending to be extraterrestrials, but pretty much just psyoping the fuck out of them. But I was asking Matt, like, where is that document that he has? And I think he's just Matt thinks he's just like holding on to it for like safekeeping. But why would you do that? Why not just like copy the fuck out of it and spread it everywhere?
Yeah, dude. Imagine like if Jacques Vallée passes away, what kind of stuff is going to get released? Like, it'll make the Wilson Davis memo look like child's play.
Imagine that shit. Like that was Edgar Mitchell, and he wasn't even like a well, he was kind of like a UFO buff, but Jack Valet, that's like all he does, really. What's up, Daniel?
Yeah. Hey guys. Yeah. When Edgar Mitchell passed away, it ended up somehow, from people handling his estate, it wound up in some hands that got it online. So, I mean, that type of thing could easily happen with a number of people. But yeah, Edgar Mitchell, he was actually very interested in non-human intelligence, psychic phenomena. You remember he founded Noetic Institution for Noetic Sciences, which was ions, and
By
then
mine.
Greek. So yeah,
By man. I meant by me.
yeah, he wrote a whole book, Way of the Explorer, and a few other books. But yeah, he was particularly interested. But the thing is that document, or that the series of notes or the memo, kind of wound up inadvertently, not because he wanted it to. So, and that's just one of any number of correspondences between him and or not Mitchell, but between people of some kind of importance that could easily I think overshadow anything like that. It's just one that happened to get out there. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting to think about. Unfortunately, some of those things don't come out until people do pass away, and it's one of those things that you don't really plan on happening, but eventually some things do, some things wind up. But that document, or the notes, the Wilson Davis notes, were being tossed around between a few people sort of behind the scenes for a while before they sort of made their way through Grant Cameron and Richard Dolan, through James Rigney, and then Reddit and all of that, or even here. So it's just interesting to see, because people didn't want to out Eric Davis, and that could potentially affect people who are still alive, who are still around. So that might be why Eric or Edgar Mitchell never actually published anything like that, just because he didn't want to compromise any of his colleagues. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds crazy. I just came across the the book. I forget what it's called, but it takes place like in the 80s or 90s, and it's the 26 British scientists that were working on like psychotronic and electronic warfare experiments that all had very suspicious suicides and deaths within a small period of window. And it just like raises possibility that like, these people can easily get suicided. Like, I'm pretty sure that still happens to this day.
Oh yeah, you better believe that. They're all working. You said it was a book?
Epstein
I'm
didn't.
saying it's if somebody knows the name, share it. I'll try to find it. I think Tristan posts about it.
Oh yeah, I have like a bunch of those tweets bookmarked about all the BAE scientists over there that
Yeah,
coincidentally killed themselves.
That's from the book. I was going to bring
Go ahead,
this up
Genga.
in astral space. Maybe actually Genga might be able to expand on this, but what do you think about Dora the Explorer? Actually, like, Dora is an astral traveler, and it's about this little girl that astral travels.
What do you think about that, Genga?
Hell if I know what the hell you're talking about. I know the character, that's about it.
I know you know
don't
what
know
I'm
to
talking
say.
about. Your secret safe
Back.
Dude, what is Swiper doing then? That's my question.
He's a machine.
I was
Like
going to ask
he's a
Logan.
hitchhiker. He's like one of the parasites. Trying
Hey,
to steal
Logan,
your loosh.
I'm glad to see that you're going to go with that brainstorming, that bombing. The question is what does Drew actually talk about, and how frequent is this show?
Every day. Well, like every weekday. You know what I mean? I think he takes like 1 or 2 days off, but it's pretty much every day, like Loveline. Plus, he has other podcast shows that he does. I think every day as well. Like so he'll do like that. In the afternoon, he'll do like his regular Ask Dr. Drew this or whatever, and it's about like COVID and like current like medical trends and debates or whatever's going on in the news. You know what I mean? It's usually about COVID though at the moment. But at night he does another show called I think it's just called Dr. Drew After Dark, and it's with him and his wife, and they talk about all kinds of like sexual kinds of things and or whatever, you know, just tantalizing things.
Any idea what tomorrow's topic is?
I have no idea, but I also don't know if it's because not every day is a kind of like ask me anything kind of day. Today was just coincidentally. I just happened to like pop in. Actually, I think that's why I popped in. But I don't know if tomorrow's gonna be that. I mean, if it's not, we can always just do it the next day or whatever, because he does it like a lot. So
Yeah, I think you should definitely keep it to like whenever he does the AMAs, because otherwise you'll annoy him and you'll start blocking her accounts. Does he only do it in Spaces, or is that like just rebroadcast into Spaces?
no, it's live, and I don't know how he does it, but he like broadcasts to Twitter Spaces, Clubhouse, maybe like another Android app as well or whatever, and plus he does the YouTube live at the same exact time. So I don't know how he does that. It must be like some service, but yeah, it's all live.
It's a podcast that's actually linked to social media, whichever platforms he or the production chooses to use. But I wanted to mention, Logan, you were recently on a Dr. Drew podcast, and you got them talking about UFOs. I thought that was awesome, and I found it deeply hilarious that they were calling Rob Lazar Bob Laser. That was pretty sweet. But yeah, I've listened a couple times since, and it's funny that he actually really does interact with the audience. If you're patient enough to connect, like he'll talk to anyone.
I was
That's what I
speaking
love
to
about it.
Jess a little bit, and she was actually giving me some good questions to ask. If we wanted to keep it on topic, which I think would be a good idea in those situations. One of those was being asking about like specific scientists like Gary Nolan, Avi Loeb, and stuff. So it kind of keeps it in their worldview, and maybe even asking about like the psychology behind, you know, some of their thinking. So I think that would be a good starting point.
I think they like it when you keep the subject matter in their wheelhouse instead of yours. And yeah, it's a daunting experience when you're on the line with somebody of that gravity, you know. So yeah, I would definitely agree with what Chase said. Like you got to really keep that focus and the gravity and the subject matter in line with their listening, you know, to kind of keep everything congruent and copacetic, functional, I guess you'd say.
Go for it, Daniel.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think, you know, the line of questioning could be considered, or how you would approach any of that type of inquiry is just, again, kind of like what Jay was saying, if you kind of speak into that line of work in a way that's not maybe positing ideas so much as you can question, or you can, you know, your premise can be really important. So let's say if you ask, in the event that we make the detection of, you know, non-human life, or someone comes forward and there's like, you know, an overwhelming amount of evidence or whatever it is you say to confirm the reality of non-human intelligence or interaction with that intelligence, you could ask like what types of you know, what areas in medical science might open up, or what kind of opportunities might it provide for, you know, work to be done, what types of things might be considered. That way you can kind of use his established line of work to kind of work from, and then, you know, see where you can go from there.
That's smart, dude. Hey, write that down, please. I'm gonna go ahead and start up like a little thing in a minute, so people can all kind of jot down questions in the same space. You know what I mean? But yeah, just jot that down somewhere in the meantime, because that's a good idea. You know, because Dr. Drew is he said it today, like he doesn't really think about these kinds of things because it doesn't really affect him in any kind of like pragmatic way, you know what I mean? And he's just so busy with like other responsibilities like work life, like supporting a family, you know what I mean? Like this kinds of shit. Like the majority of society doesn't think about it, you know what I mean? We gotta reach them like halfway, you know. We gotta come to them a little bit, like tailor our stuff for them. So that's smart.
Yeah, I mean, I think there'd be a number of opportunities that would open up. Scientifically, obviously, that's going to be just everything. But specifically, like in the medical field, there are a lot of things that I think we could learn from that people would be interested in that are right now not really viable opportunities for anyone to study just because there's not anything available. But once something might be available, you have a whole range of like innovative medical disciplines that people would love to jump on board and really get a hands-on approach. So I think that asking him about that, like what types of things might, be interesting to him to see take place after the fact that an announcement has been made or something like that. So I'll just maybe write something in the thread.
Also,
Yeah,
maybe some questions like on like Bill Benston's work, or Bennington. I always forget how to say his last name, but I think that would be a good one.
Benston.
The problem with someone very specific and not really well known is that if he doesn't know it, then he automatically shuts down the question.
It's a good point.
You'll know.
Well, if he's unfamiliar with the work, he might not know and need some kind of almost education basically on who this guy is. I didn't know about him until a few days ago, honestly.
Drew, you didn't know about Dr. Drew?
I didn't know about Dr. Drew either, no. But I'm talking Bill Benston.
Oh,
So before I forget this, please, I don't mean to be rude. A good way to really get their listening into the UFO Twitter, and it's not just UFOs, we all know that. Everything compatible with that subject matter and mindset and thought form. Ask if you get on the air with somebody of that gravity, say, hey, have you by chance in a polite segue, say, have you heard of so-and-so's paper on this, or something that you've read that you're passionate about, that you're interested in, that drives you forward every day to read more, look for more, study for more. And I think if you bring up a cogent point, they're definitely bound to jump in and go, wait, who is this author you're speaking of again? And probably get a few questions. So, definitely do your reading before you jump on.
I want to call out someone down in the listener section. Winston down there changed his cat picture, and that looks like one ferocious kitty.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty awesome too.
What type of doctor is he?
He's a like a board internist, like an internist. That's like what his like official like thing is. But he pretty much like knows like everything about like medicine, bro. Like he studies up like on the latest shit like every single day. He's always up on like
badass.
all
He's bona fide badass doctor, and he's really cool, very open-minded, like a master of levity and logic. He's a really cool guy. He really is.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like when I used to like listen to him, I was impressed by like not just like how fucking crazy smart he is, but he's actually like I don't know, maybe it's because he has been doing like the talk show thing for like so long on the radio and whatnot. I mean, he did it for like a long time, years, just for free on like college radios and stuff. But he's just like really like Jade said, like a really smart guy with like logic and like all the kinds of things that like would impress you about like the way someone like views like all kinds of different things. So like I got like a mad respect for the guy.
Yeah, so it sounds like he's a medical doctor, or is he a doctor of
medical doctor?
Okay, yeah. So he's I'll check. I mean, he sounds familiar. I'm not really too sure, much about what he's done. So
Was that the same doctor that hopped into our space at one time? Because there was that one doctor that's different
Probably
doctor.
Probably
That was
not.
Dr. Jack. Yeah, Dr. Jack. I don't really know who that is, but apparently, like, I don't know, a bunch of people do. I don't know. I guess he's on like Fox talk shows a lot or something. I've never heard of him before that one time, but yeah, he's a cool guy. He actually came in here one time, but I didn't point him out because I don't think he likes that, because I think we kind of traumatized him the first time around because he just wanted to like hang out, and like the whole space became about him, and I think he got kind of bummed out about that. So I made sure the next time not even to mention him.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea because we did kind of berate him with questions, basically.
Yeah, I noticed there's some doctors who come into the spaces, but they're at the very bottom or they're listeners and they never come up. So yeah, don't harass them because then they'll run away or change accounts or who knows what.
Yeah, get an alt account to come actually chill. And then, we won't recognize your voice, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, look at oh, she's not here anymore.
Sorry, Logan. Can you imagine being at like Einstein's level or something nowadays and jumping in on a space randomly, like, hey, let's see what these people are talking about. And you start listening and you're like, these people are a bunch of fucking morons. What the fuck? I just thought that, I don't know, I just had that imagination for a second. Like, I see a lot of people at that level of, enlightenment, education, whatever, just kind of briefly thinking like that, like, oh, fuck this. I'm not even going to join the mic if I get offered, nor am I going to ask,
Logan,
oh, hey, I was
are you
right.
ever gonna?
Go ahead.
Are you ever gonna send Open Eyes into Drew's show?
When we need the chaos, when it's time.
He's like a like there'll be like the time for him would be like a kamikaze kind of situation.
Make sure to prepare him well for the moment.
Oh, he doesn't need it. He was born ready. But I was right. He is a board certified internist. I think I said something along those lines. But he's also an addiction medicine specialist. He's I think that's actually like the part of him that I really respect, because he's like really good at addiction medicine. Like he spent like a lot of time with like addicts and like knows all about that shit. He hosts that MTV show, Celebrity Rehab, for a few seasons, and he did the Teen Mom series, I guess, too, on MTV. He also did Big Brother. He's fuck. What show hasn't he done really? He's always like the doctor they call for whatever reason a show needs a doctor. You know what I mean?
He literally spreads wellness everywhere he fucking goes. He's a badass. He really is. Like, he's a rare breed.
He'll admit like when he's wrong too.
Oh yeah, some people totally like grossly understand somebody's point, and then he has kind of a jerky side, which we all do. We're humans, but he's really quick to regress and go, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were," because, and then he'll like step by step unilaterally explain exactly how he was wrong and what he was intending, and then actually like support their point once he shows how. And then it's a beautiful thing to watch, man. The guy,
dude, and Jade, like you can attest to this. He is like really well hung too, right?
That's what you were saying. Can I share a funny? So let me share a story about the first time I listened to Loveline. Adam Carolla, Jimmy Kimmel, and Dr. Drew Pinsky was on The Edge. I'm not sure of the call numbers. 96. My ex-girlfriend and I were leaving a Tool concert for the opening night of the Inema tour in Salem, Oregon, heading back to Portland. And on The Edge, the DJ is like, yeah, it's the first night of Loveline. I hope you guys enjoy this. We're switching over to K-Rock in LA. And I'm like, hey, that's where you're going to work in a week. And my girlfriend's like, yeah. Anyway, so they talk for a bit, and it's really funny, that turned into the Man Show. But so they take callers. this dude calls in, and this is not for the faint of heart. This caller's content. So they're like, "Hey, Loveline, welcome. Who are you? Where are you from? You know, whatever formalities of the talk show kind of stuff." And he says, "Yeah. So do you have a love question or a romantic question?" He's like, "Yeah." So and he explains in detail, and I'm not going to go into the detail the way he did because it was really macabre and very disturbing, but the guy basically describes how he puts saran wrap over the porcelain part of the toilet, closes the seat, he poops on the saran wrap, and then using gloves and the saran wrap, forms his own poop into the shape of a penile member and freezes them and then uses them to satisfy himself. And Adam and Jimmy, of course, being Adam and Adam Carolla, Jimmy Kimmel, they're like kind of tearing into this guy. They're making some pretty lewd, funny jokes that are barely legal to make on primetime radio, where the FCC is listening every second. And Dr. Drew steps in and says, so I'm not here to ridicule you, but do you really do this, or are you just calling in to kind of give us some shock factor? And he's like, no. This is something I really do. And then Drew, and I'm not going to go into it, I still remember what he told the guy. He basically said, hey, I'm really kind of concerned for you, and just basically showed this guy the utmost compassion and gave him the most sound medical and psychological assistance advice that a real professional with compassion would actually give somebody with that kind of demented psychopathy, if you will, sexual psychopathy. Anyway, but long-winded story short, that was the first time I heard him. I was rolling guts, laughing, driving up the 205 or whatever. And then I realized, but 30 minutes later, I was like, wow, this dude's really, really a real, caring, compassionate dude. And that was 97 or 98, we saw Tool at the Salem Armory in Oregon. But that was the very first experience I had listening to Dr. Drew on, well, it wasn't Loveline. It was, it was Loveline on the radio. It was on FM too. But yeah, thanks for listening. But yeah, Dr. Drew is a badass guy.
Deal with the fact that I am gay. When I was 14, I tried to be straight, or I thought I should be straight. I was confused.
Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Sorry about that. So yeah, anyone got any good questions so far? Also, actually, Jamie, what does your thing mean in the thread? You said scroll up. What are you talking about?
Let me double check. Once you click on the tweet, then it'll populate the tweet that's above it that I'm referring to, probably. I'm still learning how to do
But
some of this.
because you did that last night too. But I mean, I'll show you what it populates. It's you did it from the bottom of the thread, right? So that way, whenever someone posts whatever.
Oh, weird. How? Okay, so it's hard to get to then, huh?
It just jumbles them all up. There's I don't think it does what you think it does. Maybe.
Oh, okay. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. It's what I was. Okay, all right. If you press on
what I think you were trying to
part,
do,
this
Jamie,
is Dr. Drew brainstorming questions, right? That, and then look at the thread and scroll the way down. It shows what I was trying to show you with Dr. Drew's
click
the screenshots I took of when he was answering your question earlier, and also his Twitter page that explains some of what he does, because you were saying it earlier, and I thought that would help that people could see
Jamie,
his page.
When you're doing that, if you want it to be the scroll up to read, you'll have to click on your original post and tweet specifically under that one.
I see what happened. I didn't comment on the tweet to scroll up to. It accidentally commented on the whole thread, so it didn't quite go where it's supposed to. So I'll fix it.
Cool. So we're on the same page. Wonderful. Yeah, but that's pretty dope. Thanks for doing that.
Jamie's like really good with like helping out with like stuff like that. She was in here last night, and I like passed out, and she like kept the space going for like how long did you keep it going for last night, Jamie?
Oh, I was up until I think 5 something, 5:30 or something. I had slept all day because I had a allergic reaction to something. Yeah. So
You're such a good egg, Jamie. We love you.
thank you. I love you too, guys. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say in case you missed it, you should check it out, but I didn't record it, so I guess not. But it was a whisper space. A whisper space. It's pretty.
Oh, Jamie, your husband in the background is pretty funny.
What the fuck is a whisper space?
This where we just whisper instead of talking loud.
Shut the fuck up! I'm asking a question.
What are we talking about?
Where babies come from and why the sky is blue.
At like 3:30 in the morning, like all of a sudden Chupacabra came in, and we were just doing the whisper thing, and I forgot to ask him earlier, like what the fuck he was going through his head when he like heard us all just like whispering with each other, like saying like fucking random shit. But he must have been tripping out. He was only in there for like maybe a couple minutes before he left, so he was probably like, "Fucking what?"
I think the last part that I looked at my phone was about 6. I think it was 6:33, and there was a few people that came in the space, and I was like, "Hi, thank you for coming in the space." You know, but I was like, "Hi, thank you for coming to the space. Everybody else is asleep, so this is a whisper or emoji only space. Thank you." You know, it was funny. It was fun. Some people were like really happy, and some people were like, "Okay, bye."
Jay, may I please use the restroom, sir?
And somebody somewhere.
Okay, I'm beating on you now.
Okay, so I know everybody missed it probably. No, I know everyone did. Actually, Alien Speaker, he actually came into like the Dr. Drew space like pretty fast after I was in there actually.
And
so you might have actually heard what I asked.
And by somebody,
I'm gonna go ahead and play like the little clip real quick of what I asked earlier, in case well, just because. Any objections?
Hell no, let her rip, bruh.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
Just a second. Oh, so it was weird. So I like woke up right, and I opened the Twitter app, and on the whatever on the home tab, I saw at the top, you know, Dr. Drew, he's having a space or whatever. I didn't even see like how long it'd been open or whatever. I just kind of clicked on it because I saw that it was an AMA, and I was like, oh, I wonder if I'll get an opportunity to like ask him a question again. And so I popped open the space. I hit the like the request to speak button right away, you know, and like 5 seconds after I clicked it, I was a speaker, and 5 seconds after that, I was on the air with him. I was like, fuck, what? When he called my name to like talk, I thought I must have just been tripping because I was like, there's no way like that just happened. There's no way I'm like talking to him right now that fast.
You have a OBE?
What?
Out of body experience, and then you said the most magical question.
First order of business. And if my
you'll see it right here. Like he has to like call my name a couple times because I'm just like, wait, what? I didn't realize you. Here it is, right here.
Either way, let me unmute the mic. Yeah.
Okay, so tell me if you can hear it. Okay.
First, you need to put your device in a bag of Doritos, and then turn your mic on and shake the bag.
That's right as he was getting to the good part.
Oh, dang, that was fast. Dang, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you had accepted me so fast.
No, you came up on my thread. You came up quickly on my thread, so I just pushed. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I asked once before like what you thought about what would happen if disclosure ever happened, but here we have like the coming out with like the UFO report for this year that they're second year in a row, right? So I just wanted to know I know what you thought might be disclosed with the new UFO report and how that might affect population if they, go ahead and say, aliens are here.
Yeah, I don't. I hope they're here. I think it'd be fun, but
For the record, I don't think they'll ever say that.
Yeah, I don't see the evidence that there's gonna be much to this. I'd be surprised, but I'm prepared to be.
I mean, just hypothetically, if they did.
So I don't even know the spectrum of what they could tell us. I mean, are they going to tell us that there's a vector?
This fucking guy, like, I really have to just spell it out for him. Like, he's just pulling teeth talking to this fucking guy. You know what I mean?
Stop it. That there is someone who, like there's a consciousness around us, and he visits my house.
That they're like observing us, like in the sky, like, and we don't know like their motivations, but they're just observing us,
Okay.
and they seem to be friendly, maybe, but we don't know.
So, all right. So I'm gonna go on pure fantasy speculation.
Finally, he
okay?
gets it.
I'm just gonna riff on this just to see if you want me to do that. He's giving
Are
me a
you
hard.
Dr. Greer's
That movie, was it Contact with Jodie Foster? Logan, is that the one where she goes into a parallel kind of universe, so to speak? I don't know how else to describe it, like almost a time-space alteration. You know what I'm talking about?
Where like they build like the machine from the future,
Yeah.
and like they go to the star Vega, and she like talks with her deceased father.
Exactly. That to me was interesting. I don't know that it's the closest thing to reality, but I like the fact that they took it away from this idea of saucers landing on the ground. I like the idea that, for instance, perhaps we're a hologram, right? I try to figure out why is it that the thing that's most mysterious in the universe for me is electron entanglement. You know what I'm talking about by electron entanglement?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So entanglement for the rest of you is if I do a quantum measurement on the spin of an electron in this pen, and then I do another quantum measurement on an electron and a star 5 light years away, these two electrons will be entangled. They will affect each other through time and space by ways we have no fucking idea how it happens. So the only way...
Spooky action at a distance.
Spooky action at a distance is what Einstein called it. It's exactly right. And one of the ways I can make sense of it, we have a limited instrument up here, right? So part of what my theory would be, Logan, is that whatever this is that we don't see, that we're missing, probably not something that we were exposed to in our evolutionary heritage and had no evolutionary function in terms of our survival. Therefore, we didn't develop the capacity to really know it or pay attention to it or find it. Okay?
Yep.
So I'm going to say a combination of the weakness of this instrument in terms of what its purpose was, which was causing Homo sapiens to get to another generation. That's the sole purpose of this thing. That's why this thing evolved. This amazing, one of the most complicated instruments of nature evolved to get this species forward in time. That's it. That's what we developed for. So lots of things we don't know, lots of things we don't see. It's amazing we have been able to deconstruct and understand things using methodologies, not our sensory function so much anymore, but methodologies to penetrate the physical reality. And spooky action at a distance suggests to me that space-time may be a artifact. It may not really exist. And it may be an artifact of us essentially being kind of a holographic representation of what's really going on. And we haven't penetrated yet what's really going on. And somebody somewhere, and by somebody, I'm not even using the term correctly, something somewhere, something or other, may have greater capacity and see us doing what we're doing or whatever, or be able to move in and out of our hologram or something. As Heidegger and people who studied Heidegger used to say, it's something that's something about something that's something. it's like we can't describe it. So I prefer to kind of keep it there. And because it doesn't have pragmatic utility for me, that's why I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it. Logan, what do you think about that?
I think that's a I'm impressed how much you know about that. Actually, that's you're really pretty smart, like well-rounded, and I think you're totally right.
Well, I've been, it's been because I've been ruminating about quantum entanglement for a long time. These thoughts occur to me. I've never said them out loud till just now, and I don't think I've ever said them in my own head in a linear sequence like that. And I have no idea if it's anything, but I don't know that it's not. So there you go. So I hope that, Logan, that whatever they give you moves us forward in our understanding of this. Okay?
Thanks, brother. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Thank you.
Oh, he thinks you're talking to aliens, Logan.
Good for him or good for me?
For real, like this fucking guy. Did you notice he still didn't answer my fucking question about like what he thinks like the population would react if like the government told them there's aliens here? Like, still didn't answer that.
Well,
fucking
to his defense, though, he did kind of did answer the main bigger question, not so much
Maybe
the
he got distracted
populations,
by where he is with what he thinks about the whole situation. So he was trying to give you his opinion, but at the same time, he kind of forgot the question because he hasn't quite got there yet in his processing. Maybe, I don't know. I'm guessing.
Yeah,
I'm with
I'm not even able to like fantasize about it.
I think you asked him the perfect question. You got his mind so wound up. You engaged him, and you got him to divulge something that was pure genesis from the core of who Dr. Drew Pinsky is. I think you fucking rock that, dude. Seriously. That was pretty badass. You got him to go out on the limb of personal tangent of extreme, profound, almost religious belief in his heart of what he sees. And he even said, I've never even put those thoughts in order until now. Dude, Logan, that was fucking badass. That's what I was talking about a bit ago when I said you need to be able to tap into their listening and not necessarily bring them to your level, but level up intellectually and be able to draw their listening into what we're all here all the time about. He may not be in tune with who Rob Laser is, or Greer, or Elizondo, or I can pontificate names. We all can. Fuck that. You got him to join the dark side, and that was beautiful. I'd actually, Logan, if you could send me the link to that, I would love to listen to that a couple more times. That was beautiful.
I do think that was a really good job, Logan.
Thank you very much. I'm actually just tweeting it right now, the clip, so other people can look at it too if they want, and me too maybe. So just a minute, I'll be right back. I'm just tweeting the clip.
That's good. The fashion that you got him to really show his admiration for the wonder of quantum entanglement. I mean, send two things 190 million light years apart and they're still entangled. Like, that is such a vast concept to wrap your fucking brain around. Whether you're, imagine if Einstein was still alive right now, or Carl Sagan, or It's some heavy stuff, man. It really is. And it was very, like I said, very cogent, very logical, very linear. He even said, I've never had these thoughts in this order and spoke them aloud before. Like, absolutely. Like, that's how you ask a fucking question.
I do think it was funny. You were like, yeah, I'm surprised with how right you are,
You did a really great job, Logan. I thought that was awesome. I was like, DMing people like, Dr. Drew is answering Logan's question right now on, and I sent the link, and it was fun.
Actually, I think I joined because of Jamie. She sent me the link.
Your dog is so adorable, Jamie.
Thank you. Oh my God, I love her so much. She is so adorable. I had a dream, a precognitive dream, like 3 years, like 2 or 3 years ago, about 3 years ago. Anyway, it was like me holding a new grandbaby, and my husband and I were sitting down, and then there was an adorable dog next to us. The only thing that was different from the dream to the reality that just happened right before we left, like 11 days ago or whatever, um, was that, the baby didn't spit up like it did in my dream. So, but it was so cool. I loved that. It was fun. There's an adorable little dog next to us. Like, that's exactly, and she's only a year and a half old. So,
So adorable. Oh my God.
So yeah, I'm just I got the clip ready and I'm just converting it to the right video format. So Twitter will let me post it. But yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And thanks for sharing it, Jamie.
Stuff with Dr. Drew in that interview? What, like, webcam to webcam on laptop, or what was that? Or was it, did you call into the podcast? Exactly, should we expect? Because I'd love to see her lovely face. Logan?
He's downloading it to the Twitter thing. Just
It's
FYI.
locked in. I'm just curious if, hopefully it's like video, I don't know why I got hooked into watching TMZ, because it's kind of like Twitter Spaces, but at the same moment, you can see them face to face speaking with each other through FaceTime or whatever.
Screen.
What up, y'all? Just waiting on Logan to get back. I got a question. What ones have y'all come up with so far?
Only one so far. I think I only saw one in the thread, but yeah, I'm just about done. Just give me like one more minute.
What's Dr. Drew's wheelhouse?
Doctoring. Pretty much everything, as you just heard. He's an everyman. He's also quite excellent as well. So that's why I said, if you're going to ask questions, get yourself ready to ask a real question.
What are his leanings? Is he into like the UFO stuff as well?
Mainly medical stuff, but he's not afraid to go into other realms.
Oh yeah, no fear.
My question for him would be like his best method of heavy metal detoxification.
It's a great question. He would answer that.
He's saved a lot of lives with some really good musicians. It's too bad he couldn't get a hold of Taylor before Taylor got dead. Rest in peace.
Really?
He's talking about the Foo Fighters guy.
Taylor Hawkins.
Okay. And what are your thoughts about that? Taylor Hawkins passing away.
Well, I think he had a couple weeks prior to his passing or overdose. He had kind of mentioned to the production and the management and Dave that he was exhausted from the touring schedule. It was just too much. He was feeling weird. And then in Colombia, Bogota, where he passed away, he had been partying and decided after a number of years of not doing coke that he would actually really could use a line at that moment, being that they're in Colombia. Pardon me. And
what a better place.
Yeah, well, apparently there was fentanyl involved in that line, fat rail.
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe if you're gonna do coke, like have your reverend or your priest or I don't know, somebody you really trust
I
to
hear a lot
get
of people saying that,
some.
right? This is my thing. That defeats the whole purpose. I don't understand why people would even mix those.
It's a
Like, it
I,
just
I
cartel.
doesn't
think
make sense.
it's got to be
From
for a
what the
nefarious purpose, though.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So why would you do that? Like, there goes your customers. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird. I've always heard that, but I don't like. I've never heard that like personally. You know what I mean? Or like seen it on the news. I always hear people talking about it.
Well, that kind of couples up real conveniently with the whole population control conspiracy and the CIA involved with like God, you can name a handful or a few handfuls in a couple feet names of musicians that had something to say that they didn't want them to say, like Jimmy. I don't know why Janice, but you know, Jim Morrison.
You really think they want less people?
Well, no, that
I
I
would think
don't
they want everybody,
say.
to keep them working and in the cycle and trapped so they get more money.
Hold up. I'm not espousing those conspiracy theories. I'm merely saying those conspiracy theories are out there. I am not a proponent of that kind of bullshit. I'm the type of person that'll tell you, you know what? I wasn't in the room with Courtney Love and Kurt after he ran away from rehab. I don't have an opinion. I wasn't there. You know what I mean? Like, that's my point. I'm just saying there are certain factions of mindsets, thought forms that believe that, there was some dark shit involved. This thing regarding Taylor Hawkins, I believe it's not so conspiratorial as it is.
What was that? Taylor Hawkins dance?
Him snorting a lethal amount of cocaine and fentanyl, I think is just straight up like artistic vandalism, kind of like the people giving Basquiat heroin on the streets of New York when they knew he was doing big art exposés with like Andy Warhol. But I don't necessarily think any of it was an assassination. I think it was more like being in the wrong place at the wrong time, asking the wrong people for a favor. You know what I mean?
Well, I think there's been a wave of because I've heard about the fentanyl and cocaine thing elsewhere.
Yeah, you heard about it, right?
Yeah,
Sorry.
read it somewhere. I couldn't trace it back. I'm sure if I looked hard enough, I could, but I've heard it several different places.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm so confused, right? Because it's like I said, it would seem counterintuitive. Like one's a upper, one's a downer. So like I just don't understand why they would be doing that. Like unless it's nefarious purposes, like Jade said. But otherwise, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it is really a very nefarious subject, and there are, I don't know what channels, but I do know, and I have stumbled across various channels of this particular conversation regarding the mixture of recreational controlled substances along with pharmaceutical grade, opioids that can straight up stop your heart as soon as it reaches it. On that subject, I can't really tell you who's putting the information out there. I've known for a few years about this subculture of like intentional poisoning through recreational narcotics, but it never really like came from my, back mid mind kind of to like my real, like the forefront of my focus on that particular medical issue that we're dealing now, amongst others. But I will say that, when you really look at what happened to Taylor Hawkins, man, you got to really start looking into it more, because if that's the case, then we're gonna start losing a lot of more musicians at an exponential rate. Because I'm not gonna lie, and if it's just really good Colombian coke and it's offered to me at a party and I've had a few drinks and whatnot down the hatch, I'm probably going to do a few rails. And
Yeah, that's my point, bro. Like, I would think that it's more likely that they got them confused because they look alike, or the fact that they don't want people to actually know they were really doing fentanyl. So they say, "Oh, it was co-laced with fent." You know, like that's what seems like really going on to me.
What's really fucked up is that there are homeless people that'll like panhandle and live on the street in the squalor that they do, but they'll like accrue enough money every day, haphazardly begging, whatnot, panhandling, and they know a guy that can sell them a pill every day or every other day, depending on how much money they beg for. That's the reality, dude. Like, if you go to LA right now and you look at these people, forget, you know, like, what's that shit, Waka Flocka or Brown Brown? From, you know, we first learned about Brown Brown from that Nicolas Cage movie, Lord of War, where they're
I don't know.
doing
That stuff sounds fake to me.
powder. Yeah.
Yeah, I learned about the flaca with the guy that ate the other guy's face. Remember that guys in Miami?
And well, it also has a flesh-eating enzyme in it. So once you ingest it, like you just start rotting from the inside out. And these people are actually like, you can look on YouTube. The videos are horrendous.
You know, Nostradamus predicted Flocka Flocka?
Is that in one of his quatrains about the end of the world? Waka Flocka. And then there was a rapper. He had tattoos on his forehead.
Yeah, that's the third line of the Waka Flocka Flame quatrain.
Yeah. I remember when I first heard
Logan, are you back now?
Yeah.
Word. You should ask Dr. Drew how far he thinks we really are from like healing technologies that just involve light and sound frequencies. Whether it's like a whole table or a room that you have to go in, or even just a pair of smart glasses you throw on.
That's a pretty goddamn good question, man.
Yeah, dude, post that in the thread so I can all the questions I'm bookmarking in my Dr. Drew questions to ask folder. So I just put it in the thread, bro. That's a great one.
Dude, that's almost like some Star Trek shit, Screen.
I mean, that's the future, really, right? Tesla had the little table that vibrated that healed everybody, and they're doing stuff with lights now. You know, where they can like induce different states in people, like even HemiSync with just like light flashing. So you know, it just seems like a matter of time.
I read in my June issue of Popular Science that there's a Japanese. Don't ask me to call his name up because I can't. But there's a Japanese he has like 3 PhDs. He's a biochemist, a psychopharmacologist, and also like a microbiologist. So he has a PhD in like these 3 fields. And he's coming up, he's basically, his life work is dedicated to figuring out how sharks regenerate teeth and incorporating that gene like a vaccine into human beings so that nobody ever has to worry about like losing teeth by taking a ice hockey puck to the mouth kind of thing, you know, or a hammer or what have you. I was like, that's exactly what Screen's talking about, man. Like biomechanical manipulation, dinucleonucleic acid manipulation, something like that. I don't know.
Be cool to grow
My
sharks.
bad, bro. I was typing. Can you repeat the last half of that?
Dinucleonucleic acid manipulation. DNA
No, yeah, like
manipulation.
why were you talking about that? My bad. I heard that part. I didn't understand why you were talking about it.
Because your question for Dr. Drew reminded me of that weird thought I've been kind of wondering about for years, like if you can actually like create a vaccine or something to manipulate one human hominid mammal's DNA, and then suddenly you're like regrowing the left foot you lost an or whatever, or an arm or teeth, or like
I got you now. Check this
surgery.
out. Have you looked into what's this man's name? Michael. Damn, I'm gonna have to look it up. Michael something. He's studying. He's basically studying that. What you're talking about. They're
Masters?
starting with these worms. What was that, Logan?
Michael Masters?
That
It's not.
could be it. It just doesn't sound like it doesn't set my brain off. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, he
He's like
specializes in like the future, like
he's on
razor
like
of the future
Friedman.
hypothesis. But I don't think he dabbles in what you're talking about. But it's the only Michael I know, so I figured I'd give it a shot.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, this dude's on Lex Friedman. Is he's not that old. He looks pretty young. Like brown hair, blue-eyed white dude. Basically he's using these I think they're like tapeworms or something. Like we can cut them in half and they grow back. They split and stuff. So he was using them to basically try to figure out how that process worked, and it's just a matter of I'm simplifying it, but it's just a matter of like say you lose your arm and it's got a negative charge on the stub where it got cut. It's just a matter of like changing that to a positive charge. That way it grows back. But then there's ways of it like programming, right? Because they're starting to realize all the cells are actually the same. So it might like all DNA might be very close to the same, that it's actually just the way it like structures itself. Like based off of the programming or whatever that kind of makes it all different. It's almost like backwards from what we would think, and it's very interesting stuff. But point being, he's having success with that, and in Marvel, I think it was She-Hulk, right? Dude gets up, pulls a sword out, and like it's basically like electrified, almost like a lightsaber or some shit. But and he's like it's almost like a Tesla sword, and basically he was using his body to power it, like Vril, and the dude was like, no what do you say, no bioelectric manipulation or whatever, and that gets into your aura and stuff like that. Like I said, Vril, and that's how with Maria Orsic and the Vril Society, they claim that's how they operated these Hanabu type discs that they made. So very interesting stuff. I'll link some stuff on it, but yeah, he's basically saying that not too long from now that he can just like send electrical signals to people that lose limbs, and they will regrow back.
Sorry, I'm just looking for the doctor that you're talking about. I don't think it's the one I'm thinking about, but it could be. Actually, Taylor's here. Maybe she knows. But there's that doctor that's like, I think his name's like Neil or something. He's specializes in like how to keep people young. You know what I mean? His thing is like he takes like metformin. Oh, actually, Daniel, your hand is up. What's up?
Oh yeah, no worries. I was just away from my phone. I was listening to you guys. I think you might have seen. I posted a new question as far as like the UFO alien subject goes that you could ask him. And again, it's not like necessarily for me or my personal desire for him to answer this question, but it gives him a talking point. I think that at least you can kind of see where he would go with it. But yeah, just another comment on the whole like Taylor Hawkins issue. It's and kind of what Jade was describing this idea that maybe some people that it was instigated, like something had happened to various artists and things. Like I think that's a really challenging issue. A lot of people are not willing to be open to consider. There are some like really difficult things with how that would be done. However, he was 50. He was on tour. He was a drummer. I'm a drummer. Knowing the situation that you go through when you're on tour, it doesn't surprise me that unfortunately that if they were using cocaine to try to stay active and just to maintain a level of energy and focus needed for the tour, which takes out a lot. It's a very grueling process. So it's just one mixed bag probably that didn't get noticed is all it takes. it's one of those things where it could have been going on the whole time, and it just took that one, mixed situation, possibly, just a little bit more than was needed to do him in. So I think it's unfortunate. It's tragic. Obviously, it's not something that should have happened in the first place. But I mean, a lot of people feel differently about the use of amphetamines and how to, if you could even consider using them ethically. But a lot of people use them for those types of situations when you're on the road, when you're doing something, when you're driving, if you're a trucker. People use amphetamines for a lot of reasons, and sometimes to stay up is to have energy. So obviously I'm not advocating for that, but it I think would probably be a simple explanation as to why he was doing it. But it's just, he could have been doing it for quite a while. Again, he was 50, he was on tour. He died while he was on tour, and it's really unfortunate, but that might have been one of the reasons why that happened.
Hey, Daniel, he hadn't actually touched coke in a little over 5 years. He was kind of messing with it and had an OD with coke and some other really nasty shit. And Dave actually wrote a song about that point, but it was his first time using that amphetamine in a little over 5 years. But you're definitely right. I mean,
Hello. I was just going to mention.
Go ahead.
Going to mention that he has a medical degree, like an MD, in internal medicine.
What's your point?
Okay. I just wanted to clear that up. I thought somebody said he had like a microbiology degree.
Did somebody say that?
Are you telling us about Dr. Drew Taylor?
Yeah, Dr. Drew. It's pretty cool.
Awesome.
Hey, Taylor, did you ever listen to Dr. Drew?
A little bit.
Oh, yeah? Like, where? Like on Loveline or like his podcast, or where'd you hear him?
Didn't he have a space earlier?
Yeah, he has him every day pretty much, but that's the first time you've been introduced to him?
Yeah, I think he was on CNN or whatever at one point.
Yeah, he's probably been on like every show there is at some point.
His assistants here.
I mean, I'm not like a fanboy or nothing.
I mean, who would be? Not even I am, and now you like the guy.
I'm a fanboy. Fuck it. Even his assistants do a really good job of maintaining proper subject matter regarding him on Twitter. You can follow him.
Oh, right, there's that Caleb guy. I don't know who he is, but he seems to be like his helper on the Twitter Spaces anyway. But I was going to say about Taylor Hawkins. Just a few days before he died. I mean, I don't want to get crazy here, but he had, he took the jab, and so could that have been, something that led to his death? It seems to be like a pretty common occurrence.
Could have
those things happen.
Probably caused some kind of heart failure, stress, some new arrhythmia in the heart. Who knows? I mean, look at River Phoenix, using heroin and meth and coke all at the same time. Dies on the sidewalk waiting to get into Viper Club on Santa Monica Boulevard back in 93? I mean, yeah. You start mixing shit. It's like, try putting alcohol, gasoline, bleach, water, and urine in your gas port in your car and see what happens. Like, it's not going to last long.
So it will if it's my car, baby.
Yeah, you treat your body like, instead of a temple, like a toilet. You get what you get.
Oh yeah, you get me, which is I'm doing okay at the moment, actually. I mean, I'm pretty much brain
But
dead.
if you put like an untested drug in your body, like there's a high chance that things can go wrong.
What's up, Ancient Nan? What do you got to say?
Yeah. So, as somebody who has very definite ADHD, I just want to say, as far as the stimulants that get prescribed to people like that. You know, it never did more for me than like a cup of coffee. For people who actually need it, it is not at all addictive. It's like it might help you.
Wait, what drug?
Yeah,
Taylor Hawkins was not using
Adderall
prescription
specifically,
drugs.
but like, generally any kind of like stimulant drugs that are prescribed for people with ADHD. If you really have it, it's not a recreational drug at all. It helps you maybe get to the baseline of where the rest of you all get to live every day. So there's a real difference between people who have different pharmacology in their brain and people who use it recreationally. I never once got high from using any kind of stimulant, including, like I said, Adderall, which it's not meth, it is amphetamines, but it never got me high, ever. And so there's a real distinction between people who use it recreationally and people who use it because their brain chemistry is different, and it helps us get to a baseline that helps us stand among the rest of normal society in the way that we're currently expected to. I mean, if you really look at it, people who started the say insurance industry in the Netherlands in the 18th century, they were like sitting around in coffee shops, and they were the highest of financial standards, structures, progress at that time. And yet, we all have to do more than that to just do our taxes every year, right? So like the world's expectations of how we're supposed to live has changed. And some of us like maybe would have been more happy living 300-400 years ago. And there's no question that in my mind that like people who abuse stimulants, they may get something out of it. They may get like an extra 30 points on their SAT score. But for people who are just on a different vibrational level, it just helps us get to your vibrational level. And like I said, I took Adderall and it never got me high. I saw people next to me who didn't need it and took Adderall and got high as fuck, like, Requiem movie level, like, lifting up the couch with one hand and vacuuming under it, kind of like hyped. And it never does something like that to somebody who really needs it. So, I'm just advocating against stigmatizing people who actually have a reason to use drugs just so we can get along with the rest of you. There's a famous saying from, I forget her name right now, but she was one of the Algonquin Round Table, and she said, "I don't drink to be interesting. I drink to make the rest of you interesting." And so for people who really need the stimulant type drugs to get over their ADHD and stuff, it's just like that's just how we deal with the world as it is right now. And it's not to get high, it's not to get fucked up, it's just to exist among society as it demands of us right now. And like I said, 400 years ago, we wouldn't have needed it. That's all.
Thanks for sharing, man. And I don't think anyone here was saying anything negative about Adderall. I think you said, right? Or any stimulants in general, really. I mean, I love them, and if you got them, like, do them. or hit me up
I
about
think
that.
that's the point he's making is if you love doing them, you probably don't need them.
No, his thing was about advocating for how people need Adderall and they're not crazy. I guess isn't that your point?
No, he was talking about the mental
Well,
health of ADHD.
yeah, no, that's correct. Like I used them. I don't anymore. But like honestly, it was like the reason I stopped is because I was like, man, this is like a cup of coffee to me. And I have seen the effect on neurotypical people, and it is totally different. They get high from it, they get a boost from it, and people who actually need those type of drugs to like just get it on the same vibrational plane and daily.
Yeah, we get it. I don't, it's cool, man. I don't
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
seem like I'm unsympathetic, but I think we got it, and I don't want to make the space about that.
Yeah.
Good for Adderall people. If you need it, get it, or any other medication to make you feel normal, like the rest of whatever you view normal society to be. What's up, Jade?
So yeah, I apologizing for throwing that black hole out there. I didn't mean to come across as unsympathetic to those who may actually benefit from modern science and pharmacological advancements. If you need Adderall, fucking dude, I'm all for you taking it because it's going to make your life better and therefore it's going to enhance and better the experience you have with everybody that you come across on a daily basis. And also adding to that, I think that anybody that would shame somebody for like seeking like help in that department, anybody that's going to like talk shit or belittle you or somehow, shame you. I'm drinking sangria tonight and it's not agreeing with the corn dogs. I think somebody that would like judge you for needing that medical, psychopharmacological assistance in your life is a fucking asshole, and you don't need them around you anyway. So as soon as they expose themselves as that kind of a, I don't know, troglodyte-minded asshole, like just walk away and don't ever look back. And also, sir, on the other side of that, Nickel, we were discussing not just Taylor Hawkins, the past drummer of the Foo Fighters, and also anyway, he was not using over-the-counter pharmaceutical prescriptions. He was using like cocaine and heroin and alcohol and marijuana and probably some psychedelics and a few other, pretty gnarly drugs. So, yeah, we were not definitely at any point pointing a finger at people that need that assistance. So, going back to the original genesis of why we were talking about that is we're trying to help Mr. Logan brainstorm for questions to ask Dr. Drew Pinsky on his next space. And we kind of, I think, went on a non sequitur path of discussion in regards to illegal drug use and drug use in general, or more so drug abuse, not drug use. I mean, I use drugs, I guess, so I would say drug use, but I think a medical professional would definitely term it drug abuse or self-abuse, self-medication. So I think that really is where we're left at this moment. Like, beyond that, we want to help Logan ask Dr. Drew.
What do you want to ask him about?
These nuts.
Okay.
About Taylor, real quick. Let me just say, not you, Taylor. Taylor Hawkins. He wasn't doing any drugs. Supposedly, he was, clean and sober. He's like a 50-year-old guy, right? But his toxicology report lists 10 different drugs in his system. So it's a little weird to call that kind of person, sober. But yeah, he was, right. He like OD'd in 2001, which is like kind of like got him sober. But they found marijuana and opioids, tricyclic antidepressants like the Prozac and stuff like that, and benzodiazepines like Xanax and all that kind of stuff in his urine sample after the within 24 hours of him like having that issue, right? But it wasn't a full blood panel, and even today, there's never been like an official report confirming those substances or like the actual concentrations and combinations of like those medications. But like with the opioid detected, it could have just been like totally natural because as like a drummer, experienced drummer, especially like an older one, they get like carpal tunnel, arthritis, nerve damage, like lower back problems and aches from like the fingertips up to the arms and shoulders and neck. So like that's not too like surprising that he had to take opioids maybe as a painkiller. I mean, the Riggers are playing drums for like 3 hours a night in a band as like as intense as the Foo Fighters. It takes a toll on like a 50-year-old plus body, especially when they've been living a life as intense as him, right? But his family is actually disputing the toxicology report on him. But they say like they found powder-like substance in his hotel room, and but there was no cocaine present. So it's I don't know, it's a weird story, right? But the official cause of death, like official cause is like they call it cardiac collapse. So like his heart was a heavy heart. It was like twice the size it was like meant to be, which is like you'll see like in athletes because like their heart has to enlarge to like deal with like the extra oxygen intake the body needs. But that's what he officially died from. It was like cardiac arrest apparently. So it's still kind of up in the air exactly what went down with like toxicology. What's up?
I mean, there's a lot of reports saying that he was pretty hesitant about the tour. Again, it takes a big toll, and there's a lot of upkeep. You made some good points, Logan. And just with the challenge, I think of knowing that he had to go through that, the whole band. It's different, when they're established, they have different things, families, everything going on. But I think that the not to get too speculative on it, but either you could say that obviously just with the rigorous things that they have to do as a band night after night for touring, that's a good reason for anyone to be hesitant. But it would also make sense if he was already using that he would be hesitant, or that he knew that he would probably lapse back in, which is, I mean, either any of those situations are really unfortunate. But I mean, it seems like there are a lot of ways that it would make sense as to why that became available or accessible to him, especially when they're on tour. But yeah, I mean, and in the event that you get to ask Dr. Drew about any of that, I mean, I think that would be, an interesting divergence from any of the, the main ideas of asking him stuff that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, you're right. Like he had like a heart-to-heart with the band, I guess, apparently saying he couldn't like take the pace anymore, and they had to like figure something out because he was genuinely like worried he wouldn't be able to handle all the post-COVID rescheduled dates that they had around the planet. So
yep.
But I don't know, that alleged like heart-to-heart is in dispute officially. I think with the band, they're like, we don't know about that, but that's what people are saying has happened. But I mean, fuck, I don't know, man. What do you think is COVID related? Because apparently like his enlarged heart was like happened like way before even any of this COVID stuff happened, because as like most addicts, when they get sober, they get like super into like something. So oftentimes it's like the gym and like working out. They'll like use their energy on that instead, So that's what he was doing.
It's possible he could be using performance enhancing substances, energy supplements.
Cocaine.
Kratom, I don't know, whatever. But I think a good question to ask of Dr. Drew is whether or not he has an opinion on the intent behind the cartel, whoever they may be, mixing fentanyl with cocaine and just possibly trying to go after, big heads in the industry. I mean, it certainly seems to me that it was, if that's the case, that, he ingested some substance that was laced with a lethal dosage. And we've heard of this unanimously, although it's not a colloquial public subject right now. It is a fact that we have been losing a lot of people and a lot of artists, performers, celebrities to that mixture of cocaine and fentanyl or other high dosage opioids.
Yeah,
So
so
I
to
think
be clear, there was no cocaine found in his system.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, as far as a question for Dr. Drew, asking him what he knows about that particular phenomenon of people being drugged when they only want to do coke and they're getting cocaine and fentanyl, because, you know, there's only a certain demographic that uses cocaine. I mean, it's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're using coke,
Not true though. I know what you mean, but there's other factors.
there are definitely other factors, but I want to address that one factor that I'm mentioning, if you get what I'm saying, Logan.
Oh shit. Yeah, I totally know what you're saying. And Daniel, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess one way you could word something that maybe kind of touches upon whatever happened to Hawkins or anyone who's in that situation, you could say, with the unfortunate or untimely events of someone who's in a high pace, high energy profession who might have succumbed to substances like this. And I think Jade makes a good point. Like, what would be some good alternatives, if anything at all, that someone could use as supplement, or like maybe the implementation of smart drugs or anything like this? Is there anything that maybe could have been used to prevent these types of situations, or what would you recommend to people who are in these types of conditions, who are in high energy situations, who are pushing it to the limit? Is there anything that may be able to help them to be at that peak performance, and what types of things out there might be available to them? Could ask.
Stem cells, baby. Joe Rogan likes to say stem cells from Mexico, right? You heard about that one, Daniel?
Oh, sorry. What was it?
Stem cells from Mexico really helps enhance, or maybe like a blood, like blood transfusion from like a young donor.
Yeah,
How's Panama?
From Mexico. That sounds edgy.
Oh, it's legit though. Joe Rogan praises like the benefits all the time on his show. Actually, that's a good point. Actually, Dr. Drew listens to a lot of Joe Rogan. So I think a lot of like what he was talking about today, as far as like entanglement and quantum entanglement, he was probably listening to Donald Hoffman on his show recently, because he was pretty much describing kind of like what he talks about, So that's kind of what and he said himself during the show, like, how much he listened. I think every show he talks about something about Joe Rogan he heard. So that's probably where he heard it. What's up, Agent Nan?
Yeah, just to bring what I was saying back before to specifically the Dr. Drew stuff. It's really hard, and I don't think there's any clear clinical standard or whatever to distinguish between how people self-medicate and how people get clear medication that is really good for them. And, like I mentioned before, I've tried medications and they didn't quite work for me, but they weren't terrible for me. And I didn't get addicted or anything like that. So, like, how do you handle somebody who clearly is trying to self-medicate and maybe reaching into a whole shitload of places they probably shouldn't? And, how do you distinguish that from what people could actually get good clinical results from? And I don't think there's a really great standard. And I think the opioid epidemic that's going on in this country is a pretty good example that we don't have a good systemic way of making those kind of distinctions. Anyway, thanks.
We all share the same heritage. They're not aliens any more than we are. machines. The wrong word to use. They are people. That's how they look at themselves. That's how we should look at them, because that is what they are. And that's the message a lot of contactees get. You are us. We are you. You are one. Dolly said that. I'm like, oh, I've heard that on before. So absolutely, this is an important message that I think people need to hear. Don't buy into the fear narrative. It's not true. Don't listen to the government. They're not telling you the truth. We know this. That should be no surprise to anybody. And people really just need to step back and seek the answers for themselves.
Amen.
Develop your own abilities. Reach out to them. If you want to see a UFO, you can. I did it. I was a complete skeptic.
It's Preston Dennett.
But if you want to see one, yeah, it's just a matter of going out there and looking and reaching out, and mentally reaching out to them. And many people who have joined CE5 groups, I've talked to them, and they're like, I'd really like to see a UFO. And they have a sighting shortly later. And I learned the best recipe when doing like CE5 work is to bring a contactee, someone who's having regular contact. But you also want to bring someone who's a complete UFO virgin, who really wants to see one.
Sorry, I just saw him on he's on the Fringe FM right now with if you know Jess Rogie, he's on her show right now. So I just popped it open to hear what's going on at the moment, and that's what he's saying right now. So yeah, Preston Dennett. I don't know if you know Dolly Saffron, but she's like this amazing experiencer. He's kind of been parading around a little bit lately. She's like has an amazing fucking story. Like half the shit she says, like even like a 5% of it's true. Like, oh, that's fucking intense. Grant Cameron like loves her too because he has a book coming out like right now that he's promoting about how experiencers talk about that there's no controls on like the crafts they use. Like experiencers are telling him that they just control the craft with their mind. They just go in and they're just able to control it with their mind. Like the craft's like some kind of like living being that they just communicate with. Dolly says that like I'm actually talking to her in the chat right now on the show, but she says that like the craft that she operates is actually like a conscious entity that used to be like an ET in a former like life or whatever, and like it's her like the craft is like her friend now, and it's weird. And anyone know about this stuff?
I know of Preston, but I'm not really too familiar with this other person. Preston's written a lot of books.
He just had one come out recently about wait, what was it about? I think it was about you know what it's about? I can't remember at the moment actually.
There's several that are just called like not.
I think it's about USOs.
It's got like a whole series called.
The book is called Not From Here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like the cover on each one is like a different alien, I guess.
Yeah, Dolly Saffron isn't like a Travis Walton or something like that. I don't think anyone, unless you like know who she is, like somehow from like you would only know her through like Preston Dennett if you'd caught one of the episodes of like shows he was on and like talking about her. Actually, I think actually she put out a book recently, maybe, or she was featured in his book, maybe, or something like that. But Dolly Saffron, so DOLLY SAFRAN, Dolly Saffron. She's like this 50-something-year-old lady with like this crazy ass, experiencer story. So you should check that out.
I shared the little clip from the podcast with John Burroughs. Basically, he said the same thing. He like on Martin Willis podcast that you're talking about that these crafts are AI combination with conscious uploads, and some of them are transfer, like a permanent transfer, like you said. Like now this craft is an actual being, and would make decisions and all, like the craft as its body.
He's the one who claimed that he got radiated from the Rendlesham Forest object.
I can't believe his like story is like how it's evolved. Like all their stories have evolved since the original incident, and like the things he has to say to today about like how they're like the government's inputting consciousness into like crafts now because AI is just unreliable. So they're trying to put consciousnesses into crafts like tanks and stuff like that. Fucking crazy. I mean, not like crazy, but like wild, you know.
One of the interesting things is that James Peniston, the guy who actually touched, he went up and touched that object in Rendlesham. He, they don't really get along apparently. He and John Burroughs. He was like a few years ago when I saw him, he was saying how John's just making a big deal about it, and that he, James, never got any like radiation, or he never felt like he was being harmed. And so there's like a big difference in both of their testimony about having been at the same place with the same thing going on.
Wasn't Burroughs the one that pulled his pistol?
Yeah, I think so. And James was the one who went up and he touched the object and got the download of like binary.
Yeah, so that adds an interesting aspect to it, right? Because you would think the closer dude would get the burns, but it's the one that was intending harm or, possible harm that got burned instead.
Yeah, I think Burroughs said he's done doing anything with UFOs. He's like, on permanent hiatus. So I don't know that he's ever going to come back to anything. But Peniston just came out with a book called The Rendlesham Enigma or something like that. And yeah, I think, there's some maybe territorial differences and their perception of whatever they think took place. Other than that, it's just one of those things where I think Senator John McCain helped Burroughs get medical care because they couldn't for so long because they couldn't tell what type of radiation it was because it was on classified grounds or something. So they inadvertently admitted to UAP through their ability to get medical care.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool because like I don't know, probably like 3-4 months now at this point. Burroughs was on Fade to Black with Jimmy Church, and he mentioned a conscious plasma link, and that like similar how they had different stories that if we all witnessed a plasma craft or something involving the plasma for power or whatever, that basically we could all see different things, that it's basically like almost like your interpretation, but it seems to be that, like, I don't know, like how it's almost like your own interpretation of it, but also still mixed with the other people. So like you can talk about it and it might have happened a little different, but everything was still the same, if that makes sense. But I thought that fascinating because, like I tell everybody, when I saw the TR3B, it was like it knew when I went to take the picture. Like it was cool letting me look at it, but once I decided, oh, I need to get a picture to show people, it was like it was staying just beyond my reach. And when Burroughs got those papers declassified, apparently that was some of the information that was in there. And when they asked the question on the last podcast, like last week or whatever, he got into all that, but he didn't really talk too much about like the seeing different parts aspect of it, which maybe if we get lucky enough and I catch him on a podcast again, we could find out.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is that they all attested to there being sort of a tripod indention in the ground. Like there's a depressed area where some object had been present, and that was measurable. That wasn't like some kind of and I think it's interesting what you're saying. Like maybe they all interpreted something a little bit different, but when there's like physical trace evidence of something, like the trace remains of whatever the object was that was actually on the ground there, that adds another level to the whole curiosity of the thing. So, and not only that, but half a world away, over closer to where I am, just north of Houston, at the exact same time, you have a diamond-shaped object surrounded by military helicopters, which comes down and radiates two ladies and one of their grandsons. It's the Cash Lantern incident. It happened at the exact same time.
I didn't realize that happened at the same time. But yeah, I think these oh shit. I don't know if you saw them, but I've been posting all the videos that I have the last couple of days in my spaces, and there's one with like these little plasma orbs that just pop up in formation in my mom's driveway. They kick on the infrared motion sensor, and it starts recording as they just float off and disappear again. During that time, my mom claimed, which my stepdad had just died, and a lot of people associate those with loved ones. A lot of, like, even Becca, she said that when she had experience with plasma orb, she got the feeling it was her ex-boyfriend or something like that. So a lot of people associate them with loved ones, almost like it's the loved one without their vessel, just trying to say goodbye still or something. But around that time, my mom, like when I caught those on video at my mom's house, she swore that it felt like somebody, when she was in a room one night, that she felt like somebody like punched her in the back or something, or like took their elbow and like knocked her with it or whatever. But nobody was around, and she had no idea what happened. She said it scared the shit out of her, and it was nothing like a muscle twitch or anything like that, as far as she could tell. Well, it turns out she ended up getting like how do I explain it? Like she got like almost like a burn on her shoulder or whatever, like where she felt that. But if you were to like draw a diagonal line up to her head from her shoulder, she actually lost her hair in a spot on the back of her head. And to me, it just kind of looked exactly like like a pattern of those orbs that I caught on camera. And she didn't get checked for like radiation or nothing because she didn't think of it. But what if she would have known to test for that at the time?
Hey, hold on a second. There's like a new what do you call it, witness to the well, they're not a new witness, but I've never heard about them before. They saw the whole incident go down from like an outsider perspective, from like a I don't know what, like a half a mile away. They could see like the lights going down into like the forest and all that. Just some guy that lived like, I don't know, in a hotel or whatever down the road, and he gives like his testimony to like some news crew, and it's been posted online. So if it's true what he's talking about, that totally dispels the whole it was a lighthouse debunk.
I didn't know the lighthouse was a thing.
Everyone
The
says it
Christmas
is.
lights 2 times, for 2 nights in a row, the Christmas lights landed, multicolored Christmas lights. Is the lighthouse put off like red, blue, green?
Apparently.
Ways to try to explain it as something mundane, but even the deputy base commander, Colonel Holt, came out and saw the object for himself on the third day, 29th.
Yeah, there's even like 6 or 8 minutes of audio. They weren't talking about a flying lighthouse.
Yeah, but even with that audio tape, people say that what he's describing is pretty much the lighthouse just peeking through the trees and whatnot. And
really?
Yeah, I mean, so like,
Bro, I've never even heard the
Mason-
lighthouse theory. Like, I love that case, and I've never heard that before.
Dude, that's hard to believe, dude. How can you not have heard the lighthouse? Like,
I don't know. Maybe I just block it out because it sounds so stupid. Like, I really don't know.
It
Well, one
is, but it's what the mainstream, you know, I guess people view the case as is like it's probably the lighthouse, you know.
well, one of the things
So he
important.
touched the White House?
No, it's just one of those ways that they tried to explain what they saw, like what the lights were. And there is a lighthouse, but it's not. I don't think what you can't. I don't think use the lighthouse as a way to accommodate all of the sightings throughout that 3 day period. And there's another story of
Yeah.
Larry Warren, who my buddy Peter Robbins wrote a book called Left at Eastgate with, and he came out as a fraud, and he came up with this whole testimony about having been there and having been a witness. It was all pretty much a lie, and so he's kind of one of the detractors, unfortunately. And so that happens. People plant themselves in a situation, and so this guy Larry Warren apparently did that.
Who paid him?
I think he just wanted to, seek out attention.
Hey, can you say what the Larry Warren guy said again? I think I couldn't hear you.
Follow the money.
Sorry, he was just he planted himself into the situation as a witness, and he was part of a book he co-authored with Peter Robbins, who at the time thought the whole thing was legitimate. That later on found out that he was a fraud, and that book was called Left at Eastgate, and that's just another idea about him being there. And so apparently that didn't happen, and this guy Larry Warren was really involved. But Colonel Halt has said that there are actually other witnesses who, like you said, Logan, are still coming forward, who saw the lights and basically helped to get away from the whole lighthouse issue.
Thank God. Like, if we can debunk that for good, then that makes it a lot harder to explain what happened. I don't know, like, what the next excuse could be, but also their stories are inconsistent. But that what I think like the explanation for that's natural is that just over the years, especially at the time, like the military guys, and they didn't want to come out with everything all at once because you hold some things back because some things are just a little too much. You know what I mean? And you don't want to put everything out there all at once because those be like bullshit. So you kind of maybe just want to say like a little bit at a time with whatever you're comfortable with or whatever. You know what I mean? So that kind of I think explains why their story's been a little inconsistent over the years.
Yeah, and when I first met Nick Pope, I asked him point blank what he thought it was, and he just very simply said, "I don't know."
Yeah, fuck Nick Pope, by the way, asshole. Fucking guy blocked me, and I was defending him. What's up, Kent?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention on the lighthouse theory for Rendlesham Forest. One of the documentaries actually went there and found out that the deflector plate that's behind the light that makes sure that you don't annoy all the neighbors prevents the light from shining towards the military base anyway. It's got a deflector plate at the back on the handrail on the outside that is designed to help it shine forward out to sea and to do what it does. And actually, it debunks any postulation that it was the lighthouse, because that plate actually stops all the light from going on the land. It's mostly deflected out to sea. So no, it couldn't have been the lighthouse.
Was that the case in 1980?
I can't remember the date, mate. I can just remember watching a documentary and they went out there with the camera and they showed the angle and they showed the light and they showed the deflector plate, which covers about 30 degrees of the handrail on the outside. It's just a flat white plate, and it stops the light from going on the land. Because, as you can imagine, how could you have a military base where every 8 seconds during the night you've got a flashing light going over the whole place? It doesn't shine there.
Daniel, do you think there's any things that have been said about what happened that have been exaggerated or maybe even just made up?
Well, the whole idea about James Penniston talking about the binary code, I think, came later, after the fact, and that whole issue, because there's like coordinates and all of this stuff in there. So that sounds really amazing, but that I honestly don't know. I mean, that all could just be uh, sensational, but at the same time, I don't doubt that if something like that did happen, it just seems like it adds to the high strangeness of the whole thing. Just because you would think that if even if it was a conventional situation, why would that happen? So that's why I think it gives rise to some people considering it being like, were they were they visitors? Were they time travelers? Was this object like a time machine or whatever's going on? Because it's like an ominous message that that guy Peniston got. So that piques my curiosity, the whole binary code thing. But like I said, the whole Larry Warren issue, uh, him being a fraud, I think it does a disservice to the people who actually were there, who do have a genuine account of the situation. And if in the event that John Burroughs did really get radiated, or if any of them did, yeah, that's really unfortunate. But I do think that one of the curious things is that the this is like the most thoroughly investigated case by the Ministry of Defense there in the UK out of all of their UFO cases or UAP. Um, this one I think garnered the most attention, and I wonder that it's been said that they have all these files that they'll never release or they won't anytime soon. So they could have like the full scoop on the entirety of the situation, fully under wraps and not really ever have it revealed, much less to uh, you know us here, at least in the U.S., rather than just their own citizens, which that would make sense. But I think that there are a lot of things, just as we do with the Department of Defense here in the U.S., that the Ministry of Defense there in the U.K. is doing to withhold information on UAP in general. And the reason I bring up Nick Pope is because his claim is that he worked for the UAP investigation um, division or department under the Ministry of Defense. But that all has been wildly in question as well, if he even held that position or was anything more than like a desk clerk or something like that. So, but at this point, he's a commentator on news and on TV. So he's been established as a media person, but his claim to fame is that he investigated UFOs for the Ministry of Defense. But if that never happened, then it's kind of strange how that type of situation, similar to like what happened with Larry Warren, he put himself in that situation to, maybe just rise to notoriety. And whether it happened with Larry or not, it's kind of a weird situation. But Nick obviously is a really well-known person in ufology. I mean, he's on TV, he's on like Fox News, he's on Ancient Aliens. So regardless of whatever he did while he was there, um, I mean, he's paraded around as the Fox Mulder of the UK. That's what he calls himself.
If I could point out though, Daniel, the one thing about Nick Pope, he did work for MOD, but you know, he if you actually analyze the way he responds, if you analyze the way he puts his 10 cents worth in, what he does, he seems to he creates himself in a situation where he's not really saying it's not true and he's not really saying it is. He always leaves himself in that position. For me personally, from everything I've heard about Rendlesham, it was a real event. And that one thing I find interesting too is everyone talks about the MOD investigation about Rendlesham. No one talks about the American Air Force investigation of Rendlesham. They were two independent investigations. The Americans only let the British become involved in what they allowed them to because the perimeter of that particular base inside there was basically considered American land. So anything that went on inside, and I've never seen the American Air Force investigation, but the stuff everyone refers to as MOD, there was another investigation done, which I don't think I've ever seen it actually.
Yeah, Ken, that's a good point. And that does kind of fall into the whole issue with Burroughs and Senator John McCain getting in the mix. And that's the other thing, is that if it was a lighthouse, how did Burroughs get radiated by a lighthouse?
Yeah, and he actually got his pay. He's been accepted as a person who was wounded in that event. So, Even that's something else people gloss over. He has been finally approved as he was injured in the Rendlesham event. One, that says the event was true, and two, yeah, it wasn't a lighthouse that injured him.
Are we sure it wasn't a radiological lighthouse?
Oh, it'd be a cool one.
Case closed.
Move it along, people.
It highlights the fact that even cases that we do have a high degree of confidence in, we still know shit about. That for me, that's just an insult to the public. We know this stuff's going on, and we just kept getting fed these swamp gas stories.
Refracting the light from Venus.
There's one guy. I don't know if you know Philip Mantle.
Oh yeah,
I had a little bit of interaction with him on here, which wasn't great, but he has this awesome book coming out. I think hopefully soon. It's called the like a Vorozheny. So about like the Russian UFO that landed, where like crazy ass like robots came out and like attacked some kids, and it's fucking like the most bizarre fucking case ever. How do you say it?
Voronezh.
Oh damn, Voronezh. I gotta remember that. But anyways, he's like Nick Pope's probably like highest like critic that you might know. He claims that like he like made most of his story up and only had like a minor administrative job in like a PR office that mainly replied to letters from the public. And he's like submitted like stuff to like the MOD asking about like Nick Pope's job, and the MOD rejects Nick Pope's story about what he does there. And even like Pope's former colleagues all reject his story as well. But I don't know. Pope claims that everyone's just trying to discredit him, but fuck.
Well, it's like
talk to me.
And says, I mean, he kind of tiptoes around acknowledging that, because obviously he's established himself with a career in this strange field, and because of that, I don't think he'd do anything to compromise that perceived stability, I guess. And what's really interesting is that like you said, Mantle has come forward with the documents. When when I interviewed him, he's like, you should ask him what he thinks about that, like the total denial of the MOD, saying like he was just a clerk, and didn't have anything to do with a UFO department or anything like that. Because that's what the documents that Mantle provides shows. And it's tough because like Nick is he's an interesting guy. He's pretty quirky. He's obviously got a lot of fans. He's got a following, and because of that, he's a spokesperson for a lot of this, like on the news. Fox News and other channels will ask him to like make a statement whenever a big UFO thing happens. And I think because of this whole situation, he's probably not willing to, unfortunately, I mean, in whatever form, like be honest about that. And so I think it's one of those situations where it's just he probably won't ever address it directly, and when confronted, he does just block people. He does pretty much just what he can to keep his own.
Doesn't make West. Yeah, but don't you think it's a bit interesting with Nick Pope? He's in that situation where he's already got, for want of a better word, the cred, because he gets onto the Ancient Aliens and all these shows, and yet he seems to. The thing that I find interesting, Daniel and folks, is that if he had that job, and I'm not saying he did or he didn't, I believe he did work for the MOD. I have no idea what he would have done, but the thing that I find interesting is that if he had that job, then he definitely would have seen stuff that we've heard about through other sources. So if he's seen that stuff, some of the answers that he gives on shows really confuse me, because you would think, okay, then he should come from a position where if he was on the UFO desk, he would have seen some of the really good stuff, some of the real stuff that you've seen behind closed doors in your Congress. Then he should know it's real. So why does he keep on taking on this semi-quasi skeptical type approach whenever he answers anything on a show? That's why I sort of I'm not I don't know if I'm a fan or not of Nick. I don't know what to make of him, to be honest.
I've known him for a few years now. I've been on a few events with him. I've had to introduce him at a few conferences and things, and it's always kind of awkward just because like I'm aware of the whole you know, tension between him and like Mantle and the claims made against his credibility and all of that. And so I wonder, you know, about those same issues, but because of the nature of the capacity in which I'm involved with some of these events, I'm not going to you know, risk doing anything that could otherwise, you know, cause a scene just for the sake of you know, a few people at the event to get
Yeah, no,
started.
you've got to stay neutral, haven't you? I mean, the worst thing for you is you can't even be seen to favour one or the other, or else you're going to lose your control of the event.
Oh, dude, he's gonna be Daniel's a main speaker at an event like coming up like in a week or two, right?
Yeah, it's a Texas UFO convention, which is in this place called Jefferson, Texas. It's also a live stream. Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. It's this first one. It's an actual like inaugural event, but this one is about Texas cases, which, you know, I mentioned the Cash Landrum one. That's a big one. My buddy Nick Redfern, who is actually originally from the UK, he's going to be there. Probably the most like notable speaker, but he's into all kinds of really interesting things. So that one's going
Yeah,
on the 19th.
he's right into cryptozoology, isn't he? He's into all of the cryptid stuff, isn't he, Nick?
Yeah. He's lived here in the area. We're pretty close, probably for the last 15 or so years. But he's originally from Welchsall, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. UK. He's definitely got a British accent. I don't know where. Maybe it's because I'm a Londoner. I don't know.
Daniel, you're very diplomatic. I appreciate that about you. I've noticed that before, actually, but I get it. And to be fair to Nick Pope, if I was in his situation, I would have done exactly the same thing. I mean, if there's anybody I associate with ufology, it's Nick Pope's got to be like the number one guy that I saw growing up on all the different UFO shows, you know, since high school. Uh, yeah, I totally get it. But you know, he claims that like the genocide of like indigenous children in Canada is like a hoax, which is like a fucking crazy thing to say.
Who?
And
Nick Pope? Nick Pope says that?
yeah,
Oh, okay. That's one of the things these guys, if you don't mind me saying, should do. They shouldn't stray off subject. If they're known for UFOs or whatever subject they're good at, you know, the minute they start straying onto other stuff, my recommendation would be speak with your ass, because it would probably make more sense.
if you know who Colin Andrews is, he was like the big guy in understanding crop circles and wrote like a book called Circular Evidence, which was pretty much like the first book on the subject. So anyways, he spoke out about like Nick Pope being like you know, just a dickhead and like a liar apparently. Like Nick was like up to his neck in denials about the association between like the MOD and like crop circle investigations, and he says that like there was this Harrier jet which was involved in a deadly crash in the 80s that was investigating a crop circle, and Pope says it didn't happen, but the jet, you know, did crash in close proximity to the crop circle, and I don't know.
I have heard about Harriers in that. I've heard about the British Air Force in those areas, though, monitoring orbs and stuff. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it could be an unrelated event, mate.
Could be like, have you seen those videos of like the black helicopters out there? Like I saw this video of like this black helicopter like chasing these people up by a crop circle away. I was like, what the fuck is going on there? I thought, what the fuck? What? What's up, Agent Nan?
Yeah, so Nick Pope, I'm not going to offer any like opinion on where he stands, whatever. But his wife is an archaeologist who, you know, has some legitimate points about like how the world of archaeology is really resistant to ideas that disturb standard histories of how things went down. And, he clearly offers some political opinions on that I am definitely not going to stand behind. But there's no question that the history of especially how people moved into the Americas and how we got there, when we got there, and I say we, I don't really know why I say that, are not entirely supportable. We all know that there's ziggurats all over the world at similar periods of time. We all know that there's probably a lot more contact among the ancient world. And this is where I put my flag down on this. There's a lot more transmission of knowledge and technology and information and culture among the ancient world than people are really willing to recognize. And we do have to recognize that archaeology as a profession really came from, let's just say, a lot of early 20th century dilettantes, people who were from, England or wherever, who just had the means to travel around the world and make their theories. And the entire profession has not really progressed beyond that. They don't acknowledge that there's a lot of information that may disturb some things, including, as Nick Pope would probably defend his wife over, that there's a lot more history in the Americas than is convenient for even the clearly, how can I say, clearly oppressed peoples of American natives to acknowledge that the history is just a lot more complex than anyone wants to acknowledge. And whether it disturbs First Nations narratives or whether it disturbs, the narrative of whoever it is, that chick who dresses up like a flapper and does Egyptology, it's just so much more complex than any of us are willing to realize.
Hey, are you talking about that girl that does that YouTube show, like a Paula something?
I can't remember her name, but she's a I think she's actually American, maybe, but she does Egyptology, and she does it as cosplay. And I just don't think that that's significant or sufficient in this place and time, when we recognize that any idiot can look at why were there Bronze Age ziggurats dumped all around the world at the same time. It doesn't make sense that these people weren't talking to each other,
I wanted to ask Daniel a question because he said no hands, so I jumped in, Logan. I was having a look at the oldest megalithic structure we've got the other day, and it was partially destroyed by the Spanish conquerors, and they built a Spanish church on top, but they kept one of the rooms inside, and the room inside is a megalithic structure. Daniel, you could probably help us with the name of it. I can't remember it off the top of my head. But the thing I found fascinating was the wall that they kept has a doorway in it. And if you have a look at that doorway, it looks as if either a transporter or a liquid display screen was set in there at one time. It's got bolt holes, it's got cable runs, it's got all sorts of stuff in it. I wonder if, Daniel, you might be able to remember what the name of it was.
You know what's interesting is there's a I'm not gonna say who said it, but they said to something big is gonna happen on the 8th, and it was told to them via a Ouija board. I was like, what? I have no idea what you're talking about. And they also said that there's somebody in Italy that really needs to talk to me, and I have no idea what that means either. But I just found out that I didn't realize that in 4 days from now, or I guess maybe 3 now, there's going to be a total lunar eclipse on the 8th, and apparently like the energies from like that event will be felt for like the next 6 months, some people say. And during the 8th especially, some events are going to manifest that are going to be more intense. So I guess we'll be on the lookout to see if that turns into anything.
Isn't that your
I'll
midterm
probably do
elections
some
as well?
rituals if anybody wants to join.
Isn't that your midterm elections as well, which could decide the fate of your whole future?
Oh, is it? I have no idea. I don't, participate in those fucking shams.
Yeah, but depending on what happens on the 8th, mate, your country's gonna, your country's gonna really change. If it really changes, there could be some big changes happening.
Like what? What are you talking about? I don't know.
Well, I mean, if the Democrats get out, then and the Republicans take over, and Trump comes. He just announced today that he's very seriously considering running again. Your country is going to become a very Republican country, I feel. And if it goes the other way, and people decide that it wasn't fair, there could be some issues the other way as well.
Yeah, I think
They're
that's
gonna make us split votes between Trump and Kanye.
yeah.
No, not Kanye.
I mean, I don't know if we want to call him Kanye. That's not his name. It's Ye, or what, Ye, right? So
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
I don't really do the whole Democrat or Republican. I know we got like this 2-party system, but really that's not much of a choice, is it? Like it's just more of just an illusion of choice. You know what I mean? So anyway,
yeah, you're right, mate. Anyway, sorry to move on.
Theater. Yeah, I think if I remember some of those sites, you've got like Huaca Prieta, which is like the Earth Pyramid, Tiwanaku, a lot of really interesting sites that do have some kind of that are built or established on prior ruins in South America, and just something that what Not Number was saying is that I think an important part about archaeology and anthropology is that it is steeped in or rooted originally in a lot of colonialism. Unfortunately, that is hard to get around, but there actually have been a lot of significant developments, in many ways, in both, in the scholarly approach of how we understand archaeology, the methods and field work, how to implement new sophisticated technology, lidar. I mean, we've made a lot of progress. Now the modes of interpretation, I think, are more along the lines of what you're describing. I think that's really important for us to see that it is a philosophical discipline, because you're going in, anyone can go in. Now you can go in based upon like a predisposed notion of like even ideas of what we say as primitive or tribal. These are derogatory terms. They're considered derogatory now. So, the whole idea of like an Iron Age or like Stone Age, Iron Age, Bronze Age, these are all culturally relevant to a geographical, situation. So it's not really like one suits all. And so the challenge now that we're facing with is going beyond the standards that were set, a century or two ago, and then finding how we can make sense of accommodating for cultural anthropology, physical anthropology, and a modern age where we know that unfortunately we've seen a lot of assimilation. We've seen a lot of cultures die out or be integrated, usually by force, because of things that really aren't all that great, but we have to acknowledge are a part of our history. And unfortunately, not a lot of people are willing to do that. But it does seem like it's not new. I mean, people, the irony, and it's unfortunate, like people think that a lot of the travesty in North America is when European people came, and you have a lot of the warring between the so-called natives and the European groups. And the reality is that the natives had been warring for forever, and that the challenges we face is that we've lost pretty much most of any of the records, and a lot of them are just oral traditions. Some of them kept track, some of them used pictographs and things like this. And in South America, we do find vast structures, ziggurats, pyramids, and other things that don't really seem to fit in. That even the remaining groups in places like Peru and in other areas say that these are pre-Incan. These were here before our ancestors. They came upon them and they utilized them just like the ancient Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians, aren't just like one group of people. We're talking about thousands of years of people utilizing material buildings over all of that time for different purposes. So it's hard to interpret history from our position right now, when it's very temporal, into a scene of hundreds of thousands of years, possibly, of development. Because even in the Amazon, and one of the really fascinating things is that there's a lot of really incredible stuff in America that's been totally overthrown in very recent time. Like the Clovis man concept has been totally overthrown. The notion that the Amazon was once vastly populated with cities. There's artwork all over the Amazon spanning for miles, that LiDAR has helped us find, just innumerable cities, innumerable structures. So I think that we're challenged with the social interpretation and the implications of what it means for us and what we think we've established in our minds as superior or primitive versus what we can find physically. And so, having studied some of these academically, I'm fascinated with the idea that history will continue to have to be rewritten depending on what we can find. Just the same as science. Science is just a tool that describes nature. It's not a unified body of a consensus. People make consensus. Science is just tools that we help to try to use to figure this stuff out. And I think archaeology can help show, like, a lot of these ancient stories that we might still have around. Have some gems of truth in them, and that's really exciting.
Hell yeah. I want to clip that. That was beautiful. I'll have to come back to that later and listen to that again. Daniel, do you practice public speaking or like things like that nature? Because I think a really excellent skill to have, especially if you're going to be talking to people, is effective communication skills, right? How to because I think like you aren't unique. I don't think, maybe, in the information you hold. You're just really good at being able to put it together in a way that is effective for communicating to other people. You know what I mean? And what's his name? Chupacabra is really good at doing that too. But he actually said he studied it a little bit, I think. So I was like, oh, it shows. But have you done that too, Daniel?
Yeah, thanks, man. I would just say, in my experience, I never, took anything on like public speech or anything like that. But through my media work and really coming out from being behind the camera, doing production work for a lot of different events where we'd have presentations, we'd have presenters give a lecture or talk or PowerPoint on whatever their subject was going to be, and so in the editing process, I'd have to be going back and listening to these things over and over, maybe 2 to 3 times. And so you start to get a sense of the pacing, how different people like to open up or engage with the audience. And when you hear and recognize those cues, you find out things that become more noticeable or patterns. And I think that I've learned a lot from a lot of these really incredible people, that we're all talking about and listening to and watching. So that's been really fascinating. But it started out as me kind of being behind the scenes, and then really having more of a an approach in front of people. I mean, I've always been, well, maybe not always, but for the most part, I've been an active musician. Playing in front of people has never really been a big issue for me, but that's a little bit different than you're speaking in front of a group of people on something. I think when you can connect with them if you can connect with what you are discussing and you know that it's meaningful to you, people will tell. If you get up in front of people and you don't know what you're talking about, I mean, you can just BS your way through however much you can, but I think it's apparent. And I think it's like when you can tell someone's very connected with or passionate about something that they're engaged with, people like that. And when you can kind of have some interaction between yourself and the group that you're with, like right here, we're all just kind of talking very casually, and I like that. But when you understand how you have to interact with a different scale of a group, an audience that's small or large, you have to kind of play into and read the room a little bit more. So I just through the years, I think, tried to refine my ability, just like you said, Logan, to communicate more effectively. I know, I mean, I'm fascinated by a lot of this stuff. I know I can be long-winded, but I really do appreciate people that can encapsulate really powerful ideas and make them very succinct. And again, it makes for effective communication. And a lot of times people just want sound bites on shows, on network television. They don't want long, drawn out things. A lot of times they want you to explain something in, 5 seconds. And that's not always very easy to do, but it's a cool thing, I think, when people can wrap that around. So yeah, I mean, I've never done any formal training. I try to pay attention.
It shows that you think about it for sure, because you described exactly what you sound like. You said like being able to encapsulate things like it's like succinctly, and that's what you do. You like put a lot of things all together very succinctly. So I can tell that's something you think about. It's good. I need to start thinking more about that, but and more about like how I sound as well, because oftentimes I was raised with women, so I speak like really fast oftentimes. Like when you hear me talking with my sisters, it's almost like unintelligible, But I need to like be more aware of how I sound to like other people, how they're viewing how I'm conveying whatever it is I'm trying to say, because so
Yeah, I mean, it gives presence, and I think you've got the right approach because when you're dealing with people, especially like a space, this is all pretty informal, but when we have something a little bit more official, if you even want to think about it that way, you want to make sure that people coming in, like everyone here's pretty comfortable. We've all been in these same spaces for a while, but you have to also remember there are people who are coming in for the first time, like we saw earlier in the room, who usually have either no idea like what's going on or jump in mid conversation. And sometimes you have to make sure that even the lowest common denominator of people in the room have to be given the privilege of understanding, and so sometimes it's really great to be like get really deep with things, but that can also cut off the base of your retention. So what I would say is it's something that having sat in front of a lot of people and talked with them as I do like in my interviews on the Vortex, I just find it's really more of a conversation. It's a casual dialogue that we're having, and I try to make it like that because to me it's more personable. When you're sitting with people, you're just talking. It's not necessarily an official report or something, because I try to make it to where it's relatable. People see that you can see their body language, you see their demeanor, and that's a little bit more telling than if you just hear a polished like network television episode or something. So I think that if you approach it in a way that is comfortable and it's relaxed, it can be very spontaneous and a lot of fun. So I like when it works out like that.
I was hoping that you would just jump in gravity. To be honest, no hands here, so anyone can say whatever they want whenever.
That's absolutely no problem. I'll jump in right now. Hey, thank you for that. How's everybody doing? I'm just now coming back from longer than 20 minutes. I said I'd be gone. Anyway, where are we today? What exactly what exactly are the thoughts on what we're headed towards with the
Disclosure.
dangling report? Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Gravity?
Right now, I haven't formulated my ultimate thoughts on it, but I can tell you how I feel today about
Let's hear it.
what's going on. I think that there are a few different layers of activity that are going on underneath that we're not privy to, and I think that there's definitely a reason for a holdup because there's always a reason for a delay when it comes to this level of guardianship, let's say. I don't really necessarily like to call these people guardians, but the core of it, they are. And I find it fascinating that there's a delay. I find it fascinating that the number has increased to like that many unknowns, unsolvables. Some people say that, well, that's just because people are able to come forth and come forward a little easier without any trepidation. At the same time, apparently the phenomena keeps increasing, and that's fascinating to me because all points lead to the fact that that is a truth. It is increasing, so it's increasing, and this report is late, and the rumor of hearings coming. Well, it's not a rumor. I mean, they are coming, and they're coming soon. I find it fascinating that they can't tell you when they're going to be coming or when they're going to start. I find it kind of insulting that they don't come up with a fucking deadline that they can be counted on for. Because, I mean, I have to pay certain bills on time or else the lights are shut off. I have to be a slave to a system. You know, we don't work for these people. They're supposed to work for us. So why are they late? What's going on? How does everybody feel about this? And as I said, about the dangling report. And I know that it's sort of something that's some people might think are not worth talking about right now, since it's not here to talk about really, except its absence. But what does everybody feel it's going to contain that the last one did not?
I hope they give you NHI. I hope they at least admit that there seems to be an apparent NHI. I hope they at least give you that much.
Just two quick comments. I'm hopeful that the delay is not because it's just been downgraded as a priority and that everyone on board in Congress is just like bombarded with other real work. And they're just like, oh, yeah, we got this report to finish. We need a little bit more time because we've been doing like other stuff. I'm hoping that that's not the case and that this maybe has been derailed because of some serious things. I don't know, but I will just say that the hint at the labeling of most UAP or any number of UAP being labeled as drones, like adversarial drones, I think is increasingly alarming because we've seen how that sort of declaration has been used as a catalyst to incite warfare, and I think that no one wants that. So I hope that that doesn't veer into that direction. But we have to acknowledge that as a possibility that they might use that in some adversarial way. I really hope not. I really hope that, like Ken said, it does insinuate NHI. But you know, it could just be that everyone's so caught up with like the mundane stuff that this is just like on the back burner, and I hope not.
No, we know. Is that a hand I see from Kent? That is bizarre. But yeah.
No, it wasn't me.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to check. No, I think someone said in the last space that the reason, who said it? I'll figure it out later. But they said the reason it's late a couple days is because when the New York Times fucker, whatever his name was, Mr. Weiner, put out that horrible article about you know, the shit being space trash and all that nonsense. Then you saw like the huge public backlash about it. Congress was like what the fuck? This is what we're going to be expecting from the DoD from this report. So they went over there and were like, "Hey, fuckers, this is not going to be acceptable. If you're going to be like expecting to put this shit out in the report, like it's not happening." So they revised like what they were expecting from the report, and so that's why the DoD's taking a little bit longer to put it out.
That's a
It's
great point,
interesting.
Logan. That's a great point. And actually, if one were to grab onto that point and kind of write it through, that may be a good thing. That may actually show that somebody has gotten into the hen house and screwed a few things up and tried to drive a narrative a different direction. Maybe you know what I mean? Maybe they are actually on Team UFO. It's a stupid phrase, but it's all I could come up with right now because it's been a long day. Yeah, that's a good point, Logan. They may be holding it up and trying to figure out how to do a little bit of damage control and actually come forth with something of value here.
When I saw the report come out, Gravity, I postulated that it was done very deliberately through the New York Times to get the notoriety and to get the impact, and that it was a depth gauge. And I postulated they might even have 2 copies of that report, and they're just trying to decide if they're going to release the one that is going to tell us a bit more, because they didn't expect us to take it so badly if they tried to fob it off again. I think they're just trying to decide if they're going to go whole hog and give us a fairly decent report.
I don't think that it's any it does no one any good to give a report that has 0 content within it. It's absolutely ridiculous. It really is. It doesn't change anything for the better at all. And I think that the people who don't really care too much about this like we do, and I think the people who don't really understand how important this situation is,
Dr. Drew.
They don't. Yeah, they're not going to care if the report's loaded with amazing information. At the worst, they'll get interested because it'll show that there's something to this, and it's not just space trash. All of it. I mean, there are many situations where you can talk about identifying something even while you're in a car on the road. And there are things that you're supposed to identify as being no big deal. And then there are things you're supposed to be able to identify that are like a really, really big deal, and, cause you to lose your life. And it's no different for a Top Gun pilot. They just happen to be trained at identifying things extremely quickly and efficiently. And it's part of what their training is. It's not just flying the fucking airplane. It's also being able to identify things extremely fast and make decisions and adjustments based on what they're seeing. And if you can't do that, then you can't do the job that they have. So that's why it's so insulting. Pardon my profanity, but I'm just fed up. But that's why
Yeah,
this needs to be
we
brought
need
to a
it.
closure, because something needs to change. And the only way that's going to change is if they actually come out with a report that has some substance to it. And so obviously if this report that if this New York Times article was put out the way it was in order to actually activate the, step on the ant pile, well, they sure as hell did. And so, honestly, Kent, it would be really fucked up if that's actually the game that they're playing, because you think that there'd be people that are much more intelligent than that at that level that realize they don't need to play that game at all. But apparently they could be playing that game. And hey, look what happened. So maybe it worked. That's great.
Well, all I'd say, mate, is they've sort of been playing that game for a while. They've been very reluctant to come out and take that next step. So maybe it's just the last little kick before they give up.
I just posted this article on the thread there, and even in that, it says that some members of the DoD who spoke with the New York Times did so anonymously, which is strange to think that if their reports due soon after that, what's the point of approaching the New York Times anonymously just to turn around a few days later and come out with an official report with your name all over it. That's a little strange. I mean, you could see that when Ralph Blumenthal and Leslie Kean authored the original articles. I mean, I think there wasn't really the same level of involvement with like the task force at that time or anything like this. But you would think that for people who were involved, that seems either to be out of reluctance or something else is going on, which is weird why this is delayed.
Absolutely, Daniel. And also, why would the New York Times take an anonymous source's information and load it into their report, or excuse me, their article? That's ridiculous.
Can I ask a question, guys? I mean, would
Hold on,
they?
actually, I just want to say real quick,
Sorry.
it wasn't even a true statement. The Susan Goff refutes the claims he made in his article, saying that it's just not true. We don't think what he says about the craft being identified now. So the whole thing is just bullshit.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. That Susan Goff actually did come out and say, yeah, no, that was misleading. A really good point.
I just hope the NASA program is now in the game as well. That was all just announced. They just got started about a week or so ago, right?
I love this middle ground NASA game that they're now playing, which is, hey, everybody, guess what? We're going to get to the bottom of this UFO thing with you. We'll let you know. We haven't been looking at this at all for the past however many years we've been, doing this space thing, with all of our awesome telescopes and all of the viewing materials that we have in that room where everybody's sitting there on their coffee break and we get the blue screen of death that cuts to the office. We're going to let you know what happens. Those gosh darn UFOs. It's so transparent to those who understand that it's part of like kind of setting up the lay of the land so they can actually maybe do what they have been doing anyway for a number of years, which is researching. I just find it hilarious that like some of us can actually sit here and look that basically what they're doing is setting up the game board, but they already know what the fucking pieces are and where they go.
Well, it's funny that they get very touchy if you speak to anyone who's involved with the NASA debris tracking project. They get very touchy if you start talking about that. And I've made the sarcastic comment a few times, you can track 23,000 pieces of junk in space, but you don't notice anything else.
That's hilarious, right?
I love that, Kent. Kent has a way of framing things in that perfect sense of humor. I love it.
Oh, thank you. I'm on it.
What would we do without Kent? God love him. And yeah, I want to say real quick, Jasmine down there. I noticed your profile is like you're like a traveler, right? If you wanted to come up and speak, that'd be cool. But if not, yeah, it's I did a lot of traveling as well, so love to trade stories sometimes if you're interested in doing that. But yeah, anyway, that report I think was kind of like trying to lay the groundwork for but the New York Times thing was supposed to be like laying the groundwork for like the DoD report to come out, right? To kind of you think it was to like well maybe it was to like gauge the reaction that is going to be had from the report, or maybe it was to lay the groundwork to like prepare people for it. What do you think?
Yeah, it's like a social conditioning. Most of the subsequent articles by other news outlets just kind of repeated the same sort of somber idea that they're downplaying it. One I just saw that was actually a France news outlet has a pretty interesting title. It says "Possibility for Real Scientific Discovery." That's like the most uplifting title of any of these articles I've seen yet. But it's in France. It's talking about the U.S. program though.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
they did that
guys,
conference, right?
when you look at France, I mean, whether I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. I lived there for a while. I worked there. I've worked for them a few times. They take this seriously. They've been very, very involved, whether they officially admit it or not. But I mean, they produced a report in, I think it was 54, that was already talking about alien species here on our Earth. At least 4 back then they were talking about. But the French are very involved in this stuff, whether they, talk about it that much or not.
It's called Cometa, right?
Yeah, yep, the Cometa report, yeah.
I did not know that. That's nice to know. How many countries, anybody here know, how many countries would you say are on board? They know this is a reality. They've reported about it being a reality. They have conferred with other countries about it being a reality with those countries who believe the same thing. For about the longest time, how many would you say are?
Well, I can tell you this, the largest UFO groups in the world are actually in China. There's millions of people in the UFO groups in China talking about this subject. So the biggest ones in the world are actually in Asia.
Are they groups that have to be kind of private and speaking among each other and avoiding any? I mean, are there governments?
No.
There that...
So what happens is, I'll just quickly cover it, folks. In China, basically anyone can start up a UFO group. The only proviso is it is a communist country, and what they say is you can start your group up, but you need to give us information on what you're doing. And they obviously maintain the right as the government in China to say we can have people sit in or we can monitor, but you're allowed to have your group. You can have free speech about it. You can do research. They actually encourage it. The difference between sort of there and the States or Australia or the UK is every single UFO group in China all reports to the Chinese government command. So they get information from every single one of them.
So, I'm sorry, Logan.
It's all open source.
Also, sorry to cut in, you guys. I just wanted to say that I know that Italy has been keeping track of their UAP and UFO events, and they gave it to Lou Elizondo and Sean Cahill. I think he was on that episode of the Unidentified. And also France has a thing where you can openly report UFO UAP experiences. So those are 2 that I can come up with off the top of my head.
Is Chris and Lou are they working in tandem still underneath it all? Lou mentioned, getting off of the social media of it all and not wanting to involve himself, and Chris as well involve themselves with television shows and things like that because they want to get to these next levels or gears, as Lou would say, 4th gear, 5th gear, whatever. Are they actively, does anyone know if they're actively talking to governments, taking trips together, bringing people together, bringing countries together and their representatives together? Are they knee deep in this work, heavy going forward, doing this kind of stuff right now? Anyone know?
If I could, sorry, I'll be quiet. Hang on.
It's okay. Sorry, I'll be really quick. There is an episode of Unidentified where those 2, Sean Cahill and Lou Elizondo is on the episode, and they went to Italy and talked about some of the incidents and stuff. And I won't spoil it for you. I'll find it and then post it in the thread.
Oh, Jamie, I saw that. I'm talking about moving forward because Lou and both Chris wanted to hop off of the show business of it all, and so they could really do their work. And so I'm wondering if that work, that continuing work, is exactly what they were showcasing on, say, that Unidentified episode and whatnot. If they're going forward even harder, like doing this stuff behind the scenes now.
I'd suggest one of the impediments to that type of arrangement, this is just a personal opinion. I'm not aware of anything they are doing. I would never profess to. But one of the problems with dealing with a lot of these agencies and countries is they want tit for tat. They want quid pro quo. And unfortunately, you run into that situation where, by doing the right thing by your country and there's NDAs and all that sort of stuff, Lou's very restricted in what he can discuss. So I would imagine one of the issues he might face is that they might not want to give up too much if he's not prepared to give up too much. And that's going to happen no matter which group you're dealing with, in a way. You know what I mean?
I would love to do a skit where Lou Elizondo goes through a drive-through and he tries to place his order with veiled language. It's a joke, but that'd be great.
Goes to
Hi.
KFC and ends up with McDonald's. Yeah.
What could you? What would you like? Well, I have to be really careful. I mean, there's many things that I like. Everyone has things that they like, and I mean, sometimes you want to fry, but sometimes you don't. So, well, what I can say is that I would like something. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just being stupid, but yeah. How many days do you think it's going to be until we get this report? 4 days, 3 days? What does it feel like?
I think they're going to drop it after the election. I think for some reason they've decided it's going to be either they're going to release it very soon to have an impact on the election, or they've already decided it is going to have an impact in some way, and that it's not a good idea to until after. I think that's definitely one of the things they must be thinking about for sure.
So I think it's interesting, just seeing the different ways. I guess this is kind of played out as far as social media and things. I was with Lou back in July. He was at the Roswell event, and I asked him if what the deal was with him and appearances or not making any appearances, and he says that his connections in the government basically have told him to hold off because there's a lot coming down the line, and that he has to wait till that all happens before he can get back out and get things going again. Now, that sounds really interesting, and that could all just be made up, or he's just wanting to take some personal time and just not work in whatever, getting on podcasts again. But that's what he said, and so I'm hopeful that maybe that actually will happen. And also, Chris Mellon's going to, if I remember, he's going to be appearing at that next event up there in New York with Jay Christopher and then James Iandoli. So that might be a cool opportunity to ask him in person. I'm going to see about going to that one. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with it. I think it's on December 3rd. They just had the other one. I know as Sam Chupacabra, he went out. Estimate, I think, was there as well. And so I think they're going to have Christopher Mellon come out for that second one on December the 3rd.
I think it one thing to think about too is what's next for Lou or Chris or To the Stars Academy. They've sort of given us just a thought. They've sort of given us pretty much everything they can until they take that next step, until they drop that big one that's like the ta-da. You can't deny it anymore, guys. Here's a 300-foot one doing a cartwheel down the Grand Avenue. But I mean, I think they're stuck in a bit of a quandary where the next step is such a big step that everyone's a little bit scared to stick their foot out there, eh?
What do you think about that, Logan?
Shit.
Take
tweeted the wrong thing.
Please don't tell me I've got Logan lost for words. I mean, that I've got to clip that just that he's lost for words.
I was listening, but I'm drawing a blank when it comes to what exactly we were talking about. We were just talking about the whole report coming out and the logistics and fucking shit about it, right?
What I was sort of saying, Logan, was that for Lou and Chris and To the Stars Academy, those sort of guys, or the Jeremys and that, the next step is such a big one that everyone's a bit scared to sort of put their foot out there and go, ta-da, here it is. This is it, guys. This is the big picture.
Oh yeah, okay. So no, I think you're right, because the next big shoe to drop is this report. I think a lot depends on what it says as far as what's going to happen next exactly. But James Fox did say at the end of October, there would be something big happening as far as maybe I think he was referencing, the alien footage coming out, which, by the way, that whole guy, I think it was his name, Pacini, it might be the guy behind it, saying that they have the video, but the military said to hold off on releasing it, and that they'll let them know like when it's okay to release it. Just seems like it's such a bogus story to me. Like who? Why would the military, who's worked so hard to like suppress all this, ever give them the okay to release it? That doesn't make any sense to me. It just sounds like a bad lie. But anyway, Jeremy Corbell also said that he would be like releasing something like really big at the end of this year. So we'll see what he does too. Do Nan, you there now? I just accepted him, but I don't see him.
Yeah,
Looks like he's
yeah, I'm
joined.
here. So Jesse Michelle, this guy who's clearly sort of a bit of a Eric Weinstein protege, he did the interview with him and Hal Puthoff, but he teased a little bit of an interview with Elizondo, which is interesting because he hasn't done one in several months. But then he sort of said, well, yeah, the full interview is going to come out in 2 weeks. That was about 2 weeks ago. And it seems to have been probably time to the official report from, AIMSOG or ARFO or whatever the hell it's called now. And we haven't heard from it yet, but I would probably expect that was embargoed until the official report came out, which is kind of interesting because that suggests that he wanted to talk about some stuff, but didn't want to talk about it until it was officially out. So I would keep an eye out for that one.
You talking about Jesse Michaels?
Yeah.
Cool. I just was I've been telling Logan, I've been trying to put Logan on it. Like he's he's interviewed, like you said, Eric Weinstein, Gary Nolan, like
Screen
all
time out.
kind of people, even Deep and Seed. What?
No, I remember when you told me about him, and I was like, "Who the fuck is that guy?" But no, I actually saw his interviews before with Weinstein and Puthoff and all that before. Actually, I just forgot the name. But no, yeah, I know who the guy is. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he's pretty legit. Like I said, he's the only reason why I know about Deep Proceed.
I think another guy with a real lot of credibility is James Fox. I think it's interesting that he's just coming out again now with this new documentary. If any of you know him, by the way, I asked Eric to do it as well. Tell him I think he's brilliant. That last documentary, The Phenomenon, I haven't seen the other one yet. I'm just trying to get it. But I think he's brilliant. Him and George Knapp. Jeremy, I think he's still Hollywood a little bit, but he's great too. But George Knapp and James, I think they're two of the most solid guys in our field.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
James Fox is Logan's homie.
You seen before The Phenomenon, he had a few, but one of them was Out of the Blue, which is pretty good. But also, it's interesting to see. Lou did mention that he's still going to finish his book. And by the way, it's Arrow, All Domain Resolution Office. So that's going to be something I think, might change again. We'll see. But I was speaking with the director of investigations for MUFON last month, and they said that this hasn't really been announced on a big scale yet, but MUFON is working in tandem with some intelligence agency, probably for their database. And I'm not too sure how that's going, but he said that that's kind of a big thing that's going on right now. So I don't know if that's going to play into this at all, but
is that a bad thing?
What was that?
Is that like a bad thing that's going to happen? You're saying?
I don't really know. I mean, it's hard to say until something happens, but it's, MUFON has a database of collected reports, historical reports, from years back. So
but we've got to be realistic too, Daniel. Yeah, I'm sure you'd agree that any intelligence, whether it's your own or any intelligence agency, if they release a database to anyone, it's gonna be a filter both ways. They're gonna give them, even if they give them the whole lot, they're gonna absolutely insist that nothing's released later on until they approve it. It's one of those dichotomies, mate. If to get the really, really good stuff, they're always going to have a hand on what comes out afterwards. And I think it's one of the problems a lot of the documentary guys run into, is that they have to have a way of getting enough information out to convince people and to help people understand. But the very fact that they have to get it means they're going to have to find the best way to get it. Now, I think it's a real pain in the ass.
Yeah, I kind of got the impression from what this guy was telling me that it wasn't so much that MUFON's going to pull from the government, but that the government's going to pull from MUFON, and that we might not really get to see any benefits from that. I'd like the other way. I mean, it would be great if MUFON somehow pulled the strings and said, "Hey, let's see what you've got, all you intelligence agencies." But that sounds like a pipe dream. I think that it sounds like the way he was describing it is that the government's going to probably utilize MUFON's database or something to that effect. Their civilian, field investigators and things like that. Because obviously, these people are the ones who've been doing it for years and years. But yeah, with this All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, that sounds like the modern ATIP.
By the way, if they have the right guys on that team, if they're getting all the MUFON stuff and adding it to their own, secret squirrel stuff, and if they've got the right guys on that team to really use that information properly, it could really help bring the subject ahead. It's just a shame that if they really do find some really good information, that's probably going to remain in the same place as it came from. You know what I mean?
What they can actually do is they can take those instances and they can get averages for real. They can get a lot of data. They can feed all of this data into, sometimes they have apparently they're working on programs right now where they can take a bunch of data and feed it in. I'm just going to short it here, but they can put data in a computer program basically, and it can suss out various consistencies, corroborations within instances, which can help do formulations a lot quicker. And they can take averages of things from instances, and they can utilize that in order to substantiate some of their hypotheses. They can get some redundancy. I'm like, well, these things always happen these things happen 95% of the time based on this information we've gotten from 1940s something or other, or 30s even, all the way up to now. And the cases that have been, that they're looking at as far as odd, anomalous situations within this phenomena, they can definitely use the MUFON information. They can also pointalize various. They can come up with an average of hotspot. They can come up with different averages of pardon me, I'm a loss for word here. They can do that, and it will help. Ultimately, it will help strengthen the cases that everyone's working on. Once you get to a certain point of redundancy, it's pretty well past the point of coincidence. And I think that the MUFON information will definitely help the government in that sense. But as far as MUFON pulling from the government, no, that's not why that's happening.
I know maybe someone like a Lou and TTSA can have access to that sort of stuff. That was what I was sort of saying. That's, whilst it provides information to a limited few, is it going to benefit the greater good of us, getting the subject out?
It seems to be that there could be a lot of corroboration, and there can be a lot of averages created based on circumstances, because there's a ton of them. I mean, how far back does MUFON's database go?
Well, I mean, anyone can file as an historic report, but as far as what's available, you have to be a member to actually access the database. So, there are reports. I mean, they have the you can go on, file something, but again, that's just one of those things that it's people. But a lot of times, recent times, soon after they saw it, but a great deal of reports way later.
Hey, hold on a second.
You're being compromised, Daniel. I think you're being compromised heavily by some nefarious actor.
Yeah, you're cutting out a lot.
It's not me.
We're gonna need that. We're gonna need that entire chunk reorientated. Unfortunately,
That's all good. I was just gonna
Yeah.
say they go back at least to 1897. They have a whole report on Aurora, but most of it's historical. So people report things way after the fact. The cool thing about MUFON's database is that anyone can report something now. Like if they saw something right now, they could go on there and file a report. But usually they're just historical, like someone remembering something or just thinking, you know what, I guess I'll submit that report from something I saw 2, 5, 10, 20 plus years ago. So there's a huge historical database.
there's another beautiful thing about the MUFON. Sorry, Kent. There's another beautiful thing about the MUFON is that they'll also be able to take note of what job profile certain reporters had, and they can take then an average of like, well, how many of the reports came from somebody who was a pilot in the military or a pilot in a commercial airline situation, or they were a pilot in Vietnam, or they were a pilot, or there was, there's some like decorated and reputable people that you just can't put them in the nut box like everybody likes to do. That particular average will be interesting because they can measure that too. And not to mention they can also go and possibly contact people who are still alive. They can start to ask questions. They can start to develop a strong, not that they need to, but they can definitely develop a strong argument for certain facets of this phenomena based on that info because of the MUFON database. If it does, have that type of information included.
Just to mention something else, guys. It's one of my reasons I advocate for us getting credibility in the subject. One of the things I was looking at the other day was the ancient Chinese artifacts that were handed down from the original emperor that are still locked away from anyone except for the emperor till this day. And one was a gem, one was a sword of great power, and the other one is described as a disc. A mirror, actually. It's described as a mirror that when you look into it, you can see anything you want to happening anywhere around the world. And it's quite interesting that these three sacred artifacts still exist. They're still in the Emperor of China's palace today. No one's allowed to see them, only the Emperor, not even any helpers. And one of them sounds like a display screen. And I was talking about it this morning. Just quickly, I wanted to mention there's this doorway in this ancient megalithic structure that looks like it had a view screen in it. And I'm wondering if that's sitting in the Vatican or in someone's hardware somewhere.
That's juicy, Kent. That's absolutely Indiana Jones worthy. And that type of thing is really, 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 I mean, not just me, but it's fascinating to me. It's very fascinating to me because something deep down inside tells me that these objects that you were referring to, it's hard for me to think that that's not true.
Oh, mate, I mean, if you look at Pumapunku and this doorway that I'm talking about, that basically it's a megalithic structure. The Spanish conquistadors destroyed most of it, but they kept a few rooms that were subterranean. One of these rooms has a beautifully carved granite doorway in it. I mean, it's perfectly carved, perfectly like the megalithic structures around the world at Teotihuacan and all them. But in the middle is this beautifully, perfectly carved doorway, which has what appears to be drilled holes in it and channeled holes in it that look like it would, I mean, literally, if you took something out of Star Trek, a transporter window, and shoved it in there, it looks like it would have all the spots for the attachments and the cables. I mean, literally, and yet it's 5,000 years old. So, it's interesting.
Sounds like you're describing the Stargates and sun disks.
Well, I mean, put it this way, if
Get the
there
link.
ever was one in there, yeah, I'll try and find it. I've been looking for it already. I'll pull my computer out and have a look on there while I listen.
And the three items you're talking about also sound like the Deathly Hallows from Harry Potter. Usually they can combine them, to do some crazy shit.
Yeah, but you can look it up, guys. It's the Emperor's artifacts. They're 3 sacred artifacts from the Emperor of China, handed down from the very first Emperor of China, who was the son of a dragon that descended down from the heavens. Yeah, it's quite a cool story, and they say that the descendants of the Emperor today are the direct descendants of that dragon.
Yeah, you also couldn't like look at him, right? So that's kind of that brings me back to the whole like belief thing, right? Giving them power with your beliefs and stuff like that. You know, maybe you couldn't look at them because they might look different to each person.
Anybody ever seen the Star Trek episode City on the Edge of Forever? There's a thing that they run across called the Guardian, and Bones is he's still trying to wear off being shot full of adrenaline, and he's got, you know, he's all paranoid, and he just jumps right in it, and it's a time transporter type of thing where you can see what's going on in 1800. You might be able to see Jesus being sacrificed. You might be able to see
Oh, the chronovisor.
Oh, it's great. That episode's great.
Dude, I've talked about that 3 times today, the chronovisor.
Was it with Alexi?
I like to call it the chronovisor. Actually, it was with Kai and then somebody else.
Oh yeah, I was in that space with the screen.
Yeah, that's right.
We're talking about Alfred Weber Lamont, Project Pegasus.
Oh, nice. We were just talking about that yesterday. Project Pegasus. But the 3 sacred treasures are the imperial regalia of Japan and consist of the sword Kasunugi no Tsurugi and the mirror Yata no Kagami and the jewel Yasakani no Magatama. They represent the 3 primary virtues: valor, which is the sword, wisdom, the mirror, and benevolence, which is the jewel. The actual historical status of these legendary treasures is unknown, as they are intentionally kept from public view to symbolize authority.
Is the mirror actually a mirror, or is it a polished disc, like sun disc, like an alloy?
I don't know.
Because usually the way those things work is, one for attack, one for defense, and then one for power.
The mirror is like a shield, I think.
The Chinese describe it as a mirror that can see anywhere in the world. You look into it, and it will show you whatever you want to see. That's the way the Chinese legend describes what the mirror does.
Maybe it does that like once it's in the placeholder inside the Stargate. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, it could be an intuitive, an iPhone that you can think to instead of talk to.
Out of metal? Out of an alloy?
No, it's no one's ever described it as a piece of metal. It's described as a mirror that you look into. No one's ever described it. No one's ever seen it. This thing's 5,000 years old. Only the Emperor of China gets to see it. No one has ever seen it. There's only ever been a description of what they are. It says it's a mirror that you look into and see anything you want to see. Sounds like an LCD screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's how they describe the sun discs and all the other lore. You should check it out.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, the sun disk. They were talking about that as well. The sun disk as well is described as an activating tool for communicating. Yeah, no, I know the sun disk stuff as well.
According to record, at the conclusion of the Genpei War in 1185, the 6-year-old Emperor Antoku and the regalia were under the control of the Taira clan. They were present when the Taira were defeated by the rival Minamoto clan, which was fought on boats in the shallow Kanmon Straits. The child emperor's grandmother threw herself the boy, the sword, and the jewel into the sea to avoid capture. The mirror was recovered, but according to the main account of the battle, a Minamoto soldier who tried to force open the box containing it was struck blind. The jewel was recovered shortly afterwards by divers, but the sword was lost. There are a number of medieval texts relating to the loss of the sword, which variously contend that a replica was forged afterwards, or that the lost sword itself was a replica, or the sword was returned to land by supernatural forces.
This entire story would make the most amazing 8-bit homebrew adventure game with bosses. And I'm not kidding about it because I'm into that
As
shit.
long as Mario's the guy with the sword.
Oh, of course. You know.
No, yeah. But can you imagine all these? Imagine just making that story into a Marvel movie. I mean, fuck.
It'd be a great
there's
one.
your whole plot. There's your whole plot. We've got a magical sword. We've got the gem of destiny, and we've got this mirror to eternity. Yeah, chuck in a few hairy samurais, and Bob's your uncle. Black Adam's contender.
So
That's like King Arthur's sword.
Yeah, all these artifacts, they sound like technology or like radioactive in some respect, like they are using radioactive elements to power them as well, to make them and power them in one. And oh man, what did you just say, Logan? It definitely reminded me of something.
They were pretty much
King
describing.
Arthur.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't say it.
Yeah, King Arthur. They go to the Lady in the Lake, right? Because I'm fascinated by all this stuff. They go to the Lady in the Lake. Merlin warns him, don't basically like don't flirt with her. She's like a supreme being. Be super polite. Whatever. So they go. He tells his situation and how he needs a weapon. She gives him Excalibur. Some of the stories vary, but this is what I find super interesting, right? Not only could Excalibur, we were talking about bioelectricity earlier, it seems like it was able to heat up almost like an electric or plasma state and, go into these sword or these stones and stuff like that. But the most interesting thing is, which a lot of people don't know, is Merlin actually tells, after they have the sword, Merlin actually tells King Arthur, like on the way back, like he's schooling him, because like he's always teaching Arthur. Basically, he tells him that the not the sword, but the scabbard is actually the coolest part about it, because the scabbard is magical and it will not allow King Arthur to bleed out. I found that interesting. So it sounds to me almost like, maybe it's some type of force acting with the iron in his blood, like some type of magnetic force or something. Yeah. I thought that was super cool. Nobody ever talks about that.
There's a real sword in the stone, don't you? There's a real one to this day that's in Italy, don't you?
Yeah, there's also that one in the mountain too, right?
Well, one in Italy's documented. It's got a guard fence around it and all that sort of stuff. But as far as they can tell, it's about 1,200 years old. It's about 5 feet long. And although no one can actually explain how, there is a story behind it, but no one can explain how. So, but they've done the ground penetrating radar tests, and there is a full sword. And 3 feet of the sword blade is embedded in this solid stone. It's not concrete or geopolymer, it's stone. And it's at least 1,200 years old. The story behind it is that the guy that wielded the sword had said to an angel, or an apparition, I think was the proper term used, if I'm lying or da-da-da-da-da-da-da, then strike me that I will put this sword into the stone. And he was lying, and when he put the sword into the stone, it went in and wouldn't come out, and is still there to this day.
What's
So I
also
have it
interesting?
wrong a little bit. It's in Tuscany, and the sword is is visibly exactly like Excalibur, right? But the story is totally different. Like while the British guy had to like draw the sword to prove his value or whatever, the other guy, Galgano, he put the sword in the stone as like a symbolic gesture of his conversion to being a hermit. And that's where he
Hermits are
stayed.
usually
What, to
magicians.
get on Sesame Street?
Also, that
Yeah.
story, Taylor will like this. That story is very reminiscent of Moses, right? With his staff. It was stuck in the ground till Moses came along and saw the name of God, Yahweh, on it, or the Tetragrammaton, and he was able to remove it, and that's how he married who was it? Like Lot's daughter or whatever? Or that's probably not right. Whoever's daughter it was.
Isn't it weird that there's so many similar stories? How is that happening?
Let's see if you
Yeah, but
guys.
I mean that's. Oh, sorry. That's why the Nazis and everyone went out looking for it, though, Logan. This stuff, and I don't believe it was just them, but I mean, all these old sort of super weapons, the Spear of Destiny, the Staff of Moses. There are people who believe these are, whether or not they believe they're from a god or whether or not they believe they're from an alien. There are people who believe these are real things. They're out there. They wield huge amounts of power, and that is exactly why they're out there looking for them, because they want it, because they want the power. Oh, there's a lot of belief in that stuff, mate.
Yeah, the Ahnenerbe, the Nazi archaeological expeditions. It's really interesting. I was going to say, I'm not sure if you guys have seen that Keanu Reeves movie, 47 Ronin. It's not really like what you were describing earlier, but it's a more recent movie about a lot of Japanese mythology.
I saw it.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, great movie. I love Keanu Reeves.
Keep talking about it, though. What were you gonna say?
Oh, that was it. Just that, that's one of the more recent movies that has a lot of like traditional Japanese mythology. They have the kitsune, um, the bird people. I'm blanking on what they're called right now, but and then he's a hybrid. The whole idea of like the hybrids, the spirits, and sort of legendary artifacts and things. So there's a lot of it's like a fantasy story and everything, but the story itself is embedded in traditional Japanese mythology, and it's kind of along the lines of what you were describing earlier, Ken. Pretty cool movie.
When
Yeah, it's good.
I was just going to say, when I was learning martial arts, the grandmasters, all the guys that are really, they like the eighth dance and the ninth dance and stuff. They believe that, just and I believe it as well, but it's a different story from a grandmaster. They believe that if you center your chi, I mean, you can literally have some hairy run at you at 20 miles an hour and throw himself at you, and they'll bounce off. And I've seen some of these guys. We had Mr. O. He was a sixth dan, and he was huge. I mean, I think he weighed something like 130, 140 kilos, and he was a huge man. And the way that he moved, it almost defied physics. He was so light on his feet, and he could move so quickly and gracefully, and yet he was a huge man. And he said it was all about understanding your chi and understanding that once you sort of connect to it all, it gives you that extra bit of balance. He was a really cool dude.
Well, shall we get back into discussing maybe what the rest of this year at least holds, and what we can expect to possibly learn before the year is out? My intuition tells me that, and I've never said this in the group, and the problem is that I'm so used to censoring myself speaking about these topics with certain people, and yet I'm pretty sure that most of you would understand this, and I'll probably say it over and over. You'll hear me say it a lot. I really honestly feel that we are headed towards an event, and I can't really put my finger on what it is exactly, but it definitely has to do with the phenomena, but it also has to do with us and where we are at in humanity in this timeline right now that we all exist in, that we can see. And I don't know how to explain it any better than that. Right now, I feel that we're headed towards an event. There is a crest approaching. There, we are hitting a threshold, and are all these components, all these situations that are going on all at once. Just take a look around. Take a look at the sociological situation, the planet, this disclosure situation, the interconnected manner in which we are disconnected from each other, the division, the turbulence through the pandemic, and the amount of suicide and the amount of everything. It's all happening at once. And a lot of it's unprecedented activity, all of them. And it seems to be creating an extra element per se. And it seems that we're actually headed towards something that inevitably has to happen. But I feel that we're headed towards an event. And I think that this disclosure situation is part of it.
I couldn't agree more, by the way.
What?
I couldn't agree more, by the way, mate. I agree that I'm actually getting nervous because I have a feeling like you. There's so many people saying it that something, and I think it's going to be good. I think something good's coming. But yeah, I mean, put it this way: it's not hard to think that there wouldn't be a better time. I know it's going to cause commotion, but I mean, have a look at what we're dealing with already. I mean, let's fucking get it over and done with. And, like Ronald Reagan or any of the greats have said in the past, there couldn't be a better time for us to have an excuse to stop fighting with each other and get along. I think it'd be a great way to do it.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. Honestly, that's why it pisses me off so much that it's like, and listen, I don't know how many of you all have ever hidden a grade school F- report card from your parents, but after a while, it doesn't work anymore. And the only way that we're actually going to get further and get over this hump is, it's just why it pisses me off. Disclosure is the answer. Disclosure is the fucking answer. It's
actually, I kind of think the opposite.
It's the only thing that's going to unify us, because the lowest common denominator can't stop fucking with the other person. They need to be directed. They need to be held, their hand. They need to be dragged. All of the people with cognitive dissonance and all the people who are too scared and afraid, and all the people that were also probably grade school bullies and high school bullies and workplace bullies mentality. Great. There's going to be collateral damage. Like Kent says, I don't give a fuck if somebody doesn't want to believe and they can't take it, and they got to jump out the window because it's been proven to them that they're not the only species of sentient being that exists in this entire whatever we call existence, which by now is just absolutely fucking ridiculous to even think we're alone. You got to be an idiot. Gravity. And even scientists like Michio Kaku are coming, I was going to say cuckoo, not a Freudian slip, are coming forth and saying, it's obvious we're not alone. This has to fucking happen. And I feel that we're headed towards an event of some sort. I do. And I think it's the only thing that's going to unify us, period. It's been proven. Nothing else has done it. As we are headed and skipping and hopping towards World War III right now, and everybody wants to be in denial that Putin is just, nothing to be taken seriously and all that. Yet we still hear about nuclear fucking talk more than ever right now, than since God knows when. And everyone's got their head in the sand or up their own ass. Pardon me. But seriously, folks, it's not looking good. There's something happening here. And I'm not just quoting Stephen Stills.
We've got
Why does everybody put disclosure on a pedestal? Like, it's not, even if they come out with it, it's not going to do anything. Everybody wants it so they can tell all the non-believers, I told you so, or I'm right.
Yeah,
now you know this. Yeah, but hold on. It's like the government tells people drugs are bad. Don't do drugs. They tell people they need to be fit. They tell, you have certain stuff you should eat, per day. They say all this stuff, but people don't care. They don't follow the rules.
This isn't what I'm talking about.
They'll have to punch a clock.
by the
this is
same
not where
token,
I'm
guys,
gearing it towards. With all due respect, Screen, this is not what I'm talking about. That's not at all what I'm talking about.
That's what you just said for like 5 minutes, actually.
That's not.
Where
But
I can
you're
agree
missing.
we're coming towards an event, but
Screen,
disclosure is not.
Screen.
Bro, I mean,
You're
damn, bro.
missing my
All right, maybe
point.
I'm fuck.
You're missing my point. You're missing my point. The point
hey,
is,
if I can back you up, mate. Or if we look at it this
Screen
way,
had the temper tantrum just now.
yeah.
Come on,
Well, the
buddy.
thing is that my point is that is the only thing that ultimately is going to unify civilization as we know humans, as we know them, as we know, you, I, whoever is in here. And it's not about like, okay, the government is going to come out and tell us that UFOs are real. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about an event horizon, a situation that where it's absolutely evident that we're not alone. Because once the public consciousness and the pop culture and all of it is on page one in that point of view, that's not the same thing as what you were inferencing that I was leading towards at all. And it is more powerful, and it is the ultimate equalizer.
yeah, well, that's what I was going to say, mate. One good thing about disclosure, if we really get it right, I hope they get it right, is that even Putin, even your president, any one of us just becomes another human. It gives us an excuse to look at each other from another perspective. We are now then just another species amongst billions of species, and we can't even get along amongst ourselves. That's why I agree 100% with you, mate. And I don't want to upset Screen either. He's a lovely guy, but it really is. Put it this way, the last 100 years of not agreeing that it's real hasn't helped, has it? So maybe this will.
Exactly. It can't be both ways. Let's try it the other way.
Yeah, I'll just say quickly that coming up next month will be the 5-year marker of the New York Times articles that came out about the Pentagon, ATIP, all of that. So we're coming up on 5 years since that'll happen.
Well, hopefully there'll be a nice bit of news for us for the end of this year, and then of course if they do the whistleblower amnesty thing, then 2023 is going to be exciting.
Dr. What's his name? Science Bob. He says he's one of those people that is gonna be blowing that whistle when that thing passes. Especially about Roswell. I guess he has information about that, he says.
Is it true that they're not including private contractors in the NDA discussions?
I don't know.
I just heard the other day that that they were going to consider it for the government employees, but someone had objected to considering private contractors. Just for what it's worth, that would be a huge mistake, eh?
I don't know why it wouldn't apply to just anybody.
Because the problem is that they, I'll just quickly summarize if you don't mind, Logan. It's they might not be able to make an amnesty on behalf of a private company, so that might be a technicality that they've got to get past before they can sort of grant a worldwide amnesty sort of thing,
That might be up Dr. Davis. I think he's he's probably contracted, people like him that we don't even know about could potentially have information for years. So I think that might be one of the possibilities that were something that could take place, is that if it's not just for government employees, or it could be for contractors as well. That would be really interesting.
I wanted to just go ahead and say real quick that I'm putting some stuff in the thread that we were talking about, that like Kent, you said about the mirror thing in Japan. There's a bunch of sources about like what it looks like, and they all seem to look like a shield pretty much, not like a mirror necessarily. You know what it reminds me of? The story of it sounds exactly like, I think it was Perseus who fought Medusa. And he used the sword to defeat this creature, apparently, right? The story is so fucking similar, I swear. Just like
Yeah,
the
but
other thing about the sword and the stone, it's so similar.
just to be fair though, mate, how many documentaries have you seen on Rendlesham Forest? Has the UFO looked the same in any one of them?
Well, yeah, they built a monument about it.
Yeah, but it's different in every single one. One that looks like a super cool blue thing with a white lid, and then you've got others where it looks like something out of Kmart. Every documentary, every time you see a UFO, it's a different shape and flavor, even if they're talking about the same one.
No, yeah, I get your point. Like that could totally be the case.
It says that it's in that shrine, which is public does not have access to. That's also kind of the same with that temple in Ethiopia where they claim to have the Ark of the Covenant. People can't just like go in there and see it, so we don't know.
People have like said like, what it looks like, right? So isn't that like kind of like good enough to like describe it?
Yeah, but mate, all of those are artist impressions. That's the problem. No one has actually, ever seen it within our recent recorded history. So everything you ever see is always a recreation on the 3 cubits by 1.5 by 1.5 with the 2 cherubs. It's made of acacia wood. It's covered in gold. But I mean, everything you see is a mock-up. No one's ever seen it. So even the one in Ethiopia, no one gets to go in. Only one guy, and most of those guys go blind within the first couple of years of taking on the job.
Yeah, and this mirror says it's in a shrine. It's guarded. It's not accessible to the public. So I mean, it's just amazing to think that these people that are like there at this shrine, whether they get to see it or not, I mean, it sounds like something's there. Something could be there. Something could be at that temple in Ethiopia, but they're guarding it with like AK-47s, and you can't just like go in and get out.
If there's nothing to it, that type of guarding wouldn't happen.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay, Logan. I won't get specific, but I've got pictures of it. How could you explain a potential retrieval site where, in the years after if the retrieval was back in the 60s, and that same site, if it was real, and even if it was only a small probe or something, why would they then fence off that site for the rest, like ever since to this day, and it's prime residential beach property? Like, I mean, if you sold that site, it would literally be worth, God knows, 500, $600 million, and yet it's still fenced off to this day, and it's
Where?
empty, and it's called a science park in Western Australia.
For what?
Well, who knows? I can't get a report. Although it's called a science park, it's actually quite hard to find out what science they're actually doing there. Nothing's obvious from the sky. And
What were you asking me?
well, I was just saying, if they're going to go to that trouble to hide stuff, I mean, we really don't know what's out there, do we?
Nah.
These things seem to be coming down, and I mean, someone's gone to an awful lot of trouble to fence off that property, and it just so happens that we're told that's where a recovery took place. I mean, it's just 1 and 1 makes 2.
So I'll just say really quickly, Logan, since you posted that, you shared that up top, the sign and the seal by Graham Hancock. It's just this interesting, the whole idea that the reason why the Ark would end up in a place like Ethiopia is just because of the relationship that King Solomon had to, I think it was a prince or someone who was related to the royalty there, and then brought it back. By the way, Graham has a new series coming out on Netflix on the 11th of this month called Ancient Apocalypse. So should be interesting to see. But yeah, these
apparently one of King Solomon's sons, he had a son when he was in Ethiopia, and apparently that was why it was handed over to him. That's one of the stories I heard.
Hey, speaking of, why do you think? I find it kind of curious that it did end up in Ethiopia, especially with all the talk about black people being the real, Egyptians. What do you think about those stories, Daniel?
I think that it's always interesting to consider the challenges between like heritage and ethnicity and culture, um, and how the geographic changes you see in culture, affect our ideas of who was where and when. And the idea that maybe that some people describe the Hebrews as being, um, having dark skin or being black, or that the original people in Egypt were this way or that way. Most people in Egypt now are Arabs, and are not native Egyptians. Some people are, but it's just difficult because a lot changes and people go to different places. But I think the idea, Ethiopia, remember, Egypt is part of Africa. Africa is an enormous continent with so many countries of different types of people, that I think it's really just one of those things that you see kind of like in America. And America, I mean North America and South America. You have so many different groups of people, different cultural values, different ideas, and that change throughout time. So I think that what we see is that there's kind of an idea that maybe because of the portrayal of a figure named Cesare Borgia, who was a pope, we get this idea that the historical figure Jesus was white, which is probably incorrect, but it's because of the portrayal of a pope who fashioned himself to be the likeness of Christ. And that changed the public's image on who this figure we all call Jesus would have looked like. And I think that that same effect has happened on a lot of our understanding about historical figures. Obviously, movie portrayals, Hollywood, we whitewash a lot of things, and it's there's a lot of colonialism, like I said before. But I do think that there are some groups of people, who are of darker complexions, who have been in America. I think that that's evident. I think that there are groups of very dark complexion people, in most places in the world. Probably in Europe and in the UK. Originally, it's considered that some of these so-called Aborigines or natives were either assimilated, or there was a mass killing or genocide of these people. Just look at Australia. The Aborigines there, they're a very dark complexion. I think this is really interesting to consider, that there's this idea that maybe race superiority somehow is mistaken for, I think, this idea of like genetic purity. And obviously people look at something like what Hitler was doing and associate it with that, but honestly, it's such a convoluted issue that I think it rises a lot of tension in people, and it's hard to openly discuss these things without people getting riled up emotionally. But I do think it's just fascinating to look at the different groups of people geographically, throughout history, and how those shifts, in different places. And some people have been in the same place for a long time, and some people haven't. The idea that Egyptian and Ethiopian, or even people in Central and in North Africa, seem to be of a similar demographic as far as like ethnically speaking. So I think that it's interesting for people to consider that, wow, there's a group of black people that were related to King Solomon. Well, the likeliness that King Solomon was already of darker complexion, or maybe even ethnically African, could be very already pretty much a possibility. So it's just that we have these preconceived stereotypes that have been superimposed because of cultural programming, and I think that it's just one of those challenges we all face.
Hey, Daniel, are you aware of that Jesuit tribe that are African as well, that claim to be direct descendants of King Solomon? They don't call themselves Jewish Christians, but they practice. They have the cap on their head. They practice basically identical rituals to the Jewish faith, and this was one of the links that was brought up when they were talking about how the ark could have got from King Solomon to Ethiopia. And it's also interesting that Ariel School was also in Africa, and it was also that our genetics seem to predispose us to some type of an origin from Ethiopia. Our genetic mother seems to have been from Ethiopia.
Yeah, I do think it's really interesting. I mean, even the Bible talks about the 13 tribes, 12 in the lost tribe, and all of these things. So, if there's something to that, then yeah, there could be all these different groups that maybe we wouldn't suspect. Generally speaking, I do think that there's something to that. Obviously, the other thing is cultural ideas are learned. Heritage is different than ethnicity. People get those things confused a lot. I mean, you can consider that a person of a very whatever ethnicity, whatever ethnic group they're a part of, doesn't necessarily determine their culture. You can learn culture. You can go anywhere in the world and learn culture, but ethnicity is something that we're born into. We're born with, and that's part of our genetics. And so, yeah, I do think that these people who are familiar with the ideas of bloodlines, the connection they have, their familial connections to these ancient people. You have the ideas of the Ashkenazi Jews and things like this. Hebrews in ancient Hebraic people, that idea is interesting because it goes back and there are all these ideas that some of them broke off and made it to America. The Mormons think of that happened as well. So yeah, there's some interesting stuff when that when it gets to all that. But yeah, that the Sign and Seal book by Graham Hancock was pretty controversial. But it's one of those things where it challenges us to think like maybe there is something to it, and there could be some artifacts, it could be an ark or something in that temple in Ethiopia.
Whether or not it was alien introduced, I'm absolutely convinced that there were very highly technological societies here, probably either pre-last ice age but there seems to be an awful lot of evidence. Whether we don't know where it came from, but there definitely seems to be a very high advanced technology here, and it seems to have been lost. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, even in remote places where we find that people don't often attribute the so-called native groups to the findings, and the other challenges like the idea of Clovis. I mentioned this earlier. The idea of Clovis man is really based upon a few tools, not even actual remains. So the again, the association is based off of interpretations with known findings, and I do think that the more we do find things, the advances in archaeological technology, lidar, ground penetrating radar, all of these really cool things that we have at our disposal now. That people are now open to the reality that we have to shift our perspective on who's been doing what and where and who we are, and how we relate. To me, it's all fascinating. It's what draws my curiosity. But I do think places like Australia, Indonesia, upward into and over Papua New Guinea, then upward into Sri Lanka. These are all places that have immense structures that aren't really well regarded just because these places aren't well known. And Kent, you're right there in that area, and I'm sure that
Nan Madol, mate. And Nan Madol in itself is inexplicable. Nan Madol. Oh, sorry. Yeah, because these are the things. Because Ted Rose focusing on nuts and bolts for the UFOs, and I said to him, I think as much as we need to focus on that stuff, we also need to focus on the megalithic stuff because it just implies the same sort of technology that these things seem to have now, and we seem to be the poor cousins on the block that are missing out. It's been here, but it seems to have been here before because this stuff doesn't make sense if it wasn't. I challenge Travis Taylor, any of these super duper guys to give me a plausible explanation for the coffins at Saqqara. There's just no plausible explanation for them. So if you don't have a plausible explanation, you've got to open your mind up to there was something down here that was doing some really cool shit. And we seem to be missing out because whatever's cruising around now seems to have the same sort of shit in a different way. And we seem to be the poor cousins that are missing out.
Well, I think it's fascinating to see the patterns and all of these otherwise disparate civilizations, we're told, had no communication, that transoceanic travel was impossible. We're finding out that this is really not the case, that maybe there are some correlations between architectural methods of construction, that their use, like why they would do certain things, and who was dwelling in some of these places and through which time frame. Because again, we know that even in Egypt, different groups of Egyptians used structures over long periods of time. And so why not have the same type of situation happening in places all over the world, and other pyramids in the Americas? People come later on and utilize them for different purposes. And I think that's something we see. And I think it's fascinating to consider the possibility that in archaeology class that I had, there was an assignment that we had that suggested that if there were a place in the world that would yield the best results, the best archaeological results, in whatever form that could be, where might that be and why? And a lot of people consider, and I don't think there are any wrong answers really, because we can always find amazing things anywhere. So people would say Egypt, or they say the Indus Valley. They see in South America, or in Europe somewhere. And absolutely, those are all like really valid places. But I thought, one of the ways we find anything is because they're structurally sound. And Kent, I know you're familiar with a lot of this. Is that a lot of the reasons why we know that these monuments are so impressive is because they've stood the test of time. They were made in such a way that they didn't need any kind of mortar or any material to hold them together, right? But the challenge is that many of these other monuments were either destroyed, or they weren't in the right conditions to be preserved. And so I thought, what not a better or more perfect place to find the best results, other than places like maybe under the 2 mile sheet of ice down in Antarctica, where everything's been in permafrost or perfectly.
Just quickly, Daniel, because someone's got their hand up, but just quickly, do yourself a favor, buddy. Look up the latest LiDAR maps from under Pumapunku. And if you want to have a chat about that one day, mate, that is just, it's mind blowing. If you have a look at them, and don't think of them as 5 different structures, think of it as maybe a potentially huge locating block for something huge in a mess of land. Anyway, yeah, just wanted to mention that.
I was hoping, well, I just wanted to mention like something Ken just said, monoliths. I don't want to derail anything, but did anybody see the monoliths that were going up around the world in, like, I think it was 2020, 2021, maybe? I saw that.
Yes, that was so fascinating, and it just kind of went away like boom. No one's talking about it,
Yeah.
but no one actually talked about it very much, and I think it deserved more attention than it got.
I did
I think
a chronology. Like I went and researched as much as I could on where the dates, and a lot of people on social media were just, they were just brushing it off. Oh, it's just a group of elite people trying to mess with us. But I actually think there's more to it. I mean, why would anybody do that for nothing? Honestly, one showed up in the golf course. My sister and her husband just built a new house right beside a golf course, and one showed up right beside her. Now she would never ever think like I do. Like, I've always been fascinated with this stuff. So I wanted to go get down there and see it. She's 3 hours from me, but it was gone like fast. Like, they put them up and then they were gone within 2 days or something. But she did go see it. I was like, "Did you touch it?" She was like, "No." But fascinating. And you're right. Not enough people talked about it, and everybody brushed it off.
the one I think that was the most fascinating first, that's the one I'd really like to know about. I'm worried the other ones were copies, but that first one in the canyon sounded really unreal.
Was it Utah?
Yeah, it was found, supposedly found by accident by a scout crew working for the National Forest Service, and they found it. If they were legit, the reaction that they gave, because there was no obvious means of installation, and according to the report, then when they did satellite checking, apparently it had been there for 4 years. So whoever put it there with it not being discovered, not intended to be discovered. And then I think it was 3 months after it was discovered, it disappeared. And it was sort of around that time that all these other ones popped up. So the one I found fascinating was that first one. I'm not sure about the others though.
It was a project setup. They had their own website, and it was a movement that people were. It's like an artistic project, and all over the world there were tons of them, and people posted all their different ones they put up. I don't remember the name of the website, but yeah, if you look into it, you'll find it.
The only one I found that had a link to some artistic project was, and I believe it was just a joke, there was like a machine shop or something where they worked with this type of material, and they had, I assume then people suspected that they had built it and just put it out in the front yard of their shop. But the others, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'd love to find that website. That way I could, quench my curiosity.
I do think I remember seeing that some school tried to claim responsibility for their students, like throwing some together or something. There was even one here in Fort Worth for a few days, and I tried to go out there and see it, and it was already gone. But I do think that maybe some of them were like after the fact, people kind of caught on and thought, yeah, it's kind of a neat idea. And it obviously, you guys know, it like hit the news and became kind of a sensation, and it got people thinking about weird stuff. And that's always fun to see, but it's also like, despite the original, the attention behind it and all those things, the media kind of spins it out of control, and the public sort of does the rest. And it kind of circulated, it went around in people's minds a little bit, but not a lot of people talk about that now. It's not something that's like you hear come up, and none of them are really like around now. So I don't know if you guys have seen any lately.
Hold on a second. What's to talk about? Are you guys saying that like one of them or something could have been like some alien thing?
No, actually, my suspicion was hinging on some type of marker or some type of device, or like, well, it's the structure it's made out of was metal. They were hollow. There was a group of young guys that went out and collected one, and I can't remember what hillside that was off of, but they took a video of them dismantling it and putting it in their vehicle and taking it somewhere. But I was thinking more along the lines of satellite connection, like just to see where the bandwidth, or perhaps towers. But I just felt like it had something to do with some type of electrical grid that they were trying to see where they had reached. Like, I don't know. It's all speculation, of course, but fascinating. I just
But
found
why
it
would you?
odd that it was all over the world.
Yeah, but why would you stick that first one out in the middle of nowhere where no one's going to notice it? I mean, that.
Because that's what you would put it if you were doing like a stunt like they were doing.
If it was purely a stunt, I was never convinced the first one was a stunt. But if you say it was, yeah.
Yeah, I mean they took it apart, and the guy confessed to it that put it out there as part of some promo for this thing. I can't remember what it was now, but even the material, it's all like Michu was saying, like machine shop, like easily gettable stuff.
Yeah, it was just sheet metal, right? That was bent
Yeah.
and built into like some kind of cubicle. Everybody was talking about that movie, Odyssey movie.
2001.
That's it. Yeah, everybody kept bringing that up.
It was a pretty striking image with that glaring metallic shape, stuck inside of that background. It was a pretty striking image.
One thing that makes me think that Daniel's probably onto something is they were different sizes. Like structurally, the measurements were like the one beside my sister's house. I don't believe was as tall as the one Ken's referring to, which was the first one.
If I could Venture one comment. The unfortunate thing about the 21st century is we'll never know the truth because no matter what story gets told, no matter how it's done, no matter what we hear, there's always going to be someone with a story that says that's bullshit.
There's always somebody trying to sell a book too, right, Ken?
Well, it's just, it's sad. I said it in a post years ago. I said the saddest loss of the 21st century was the truth. We no longer have a truth. Everything is debatable these days.
That's unfortunate. It's because everybody lies, and it's proven time and time again.
I hope you're not lying about that.
I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Maybe there's still one out there. It's got a little alien inside. It's just waiting for you to find it, Logan.
What's up, Ken's butt?
I have sodium pentothal running through my veins. It is impossible for me to lie.
Imagine we found an alien like that. That would be amazing.
Yeah, wouldn't it? Someone imagine a weird alien that could only tell the truth. Wouldn't that screw with people?
You ever seen Liar Liar with Jim Carrey?
Of course.
Well, for a guy to, I mean, Jim Carrey's a whole, he's a whole bag of cats on his own. I love the guy actually. I think he's a rad, but yeah, he can pull anything off, that guy.
You ever seen that movie? He has to tell the truth. He's going in all these different situations.
Oh yeah,
in life.
yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, I've watched it. I thought it was classic. I thought it was great, especially the fart in the elevator. It was me.
He's slapping his face, trying to shut himself up. Yeah.
Yeah, as a kid, that was like my favorite movie.
The funny thing is when you go to a court, and I'm sure quite a few of us have in this group, it's funny to listen to the lawyers and think, especially if you're on the opposition side, and you know that the guy on the other side is just talking complete and utter horseshit, because you're dealing with it and you know the actual truth, and they're doing it so convincingly. And I was in the Supreme Court in Perth once, and they're all having their, intellectual masturbation in front of the judge. And then afterwards, as he called it, and I was next, as they were walking out, he's going, "So where are we going for lunch?" And the other guy's going, "Oh yeah, we'll head down to la la la." So the two guys that were fighting it and duking it out were off to have lunch together.
Off the pillow. I noticed you came up to speak. How's it going?
Come again?
Off the pillow. How's it going?
It's going good. How are you doing, Logan?
You know what? I'm sorry if this is offensive, Jamie, but I haven't been looking at the screen because I've been tweeting some stuff. So I thought it was Jamie talking the whole time, but it was actually you off the pillow. So that's why I said that. I only just realized it.
That's all good.
All right. Subject change. Did anybody follow what was going on when the observatories were all shut down? Not just the one in Hawaii, but there are a few of them all around the same time. When apparently maybe there was something caught on the stereo cam, and there might have been possibly a corroboration of items that might be seen by, people like us. There was this weird observatory shutdown. And as I said, I think it was more than one. And just like anything, slowly it just sort of dissipated. But I found it really fascinating. Did anybody follow that when it was happening?
Wasn't there one that got shut down? Maybe this is a different instance, but one got shut down because something like extremely inappropriate was found on one of the computers or something.
Well, let's look at this. That yes, that is a reason why they said it, or well, authorities said that was the situation at hand, is that's what was going on. But everything around it, before, during, and after, and as I said, I think there were some other observatories that were also shut down. Like, I don't mean like maybe like shut down, but just like their feed was cut, or you couldn't get information from not just that one, and it was at the same time. And they said that they were looking for somebody that might have been maybe escaped, or trying to find them. But the amount of protective situations that were going on at the time were just so odd. And around that very time, there were some interesting anomalies that were being scoped on the cameras around, I think it was the sun. Anyone follow that as it was going on? Yeah, they were trying to say that they were looking for, and I know what you're talking about, inappropriate materials at the place. But the amount of surveillance, the amount of shutdown, the post office, like all these places, that whole town was basically shut down.
Are you talking? Let's do a time frame here. Are you talking about 2020?
I'd say it was around then. Yeah, it's hard to tell anymore after the pandemic. It kind of screwed up my perception of when things happened, whether in the 6-month interval of starting in 19 to like now. But yeah, within that area, that pocket of time. Yeah.
I was just going to put one thing forward, though. I mean, I don't want to be a party pooper, but sometimes when there's a lot of coronal mass ejections, they have to do a systematic shutdown of telescopes so that they don't do damage to the lenses and stuff. I don't know if that's related or not.
Interesting point, Kent. Yeah, that also could be something to think about on that end. There have been an amazing amount of anomalies around the sun with the stereocam in the last 3 to 4 years that are just so curious.
I agree. I saw the circle, I saw the twister, I've seen all of them, and I think there is something to it. I think they don't want to admit it, but I agree. No, I'm just saying though, if because the game we end up having to play on our side of the fence is we've got to find out their plausibility factor. So they're going to come back to us with, oh, we had to shut down 5, observatories because there was a CME and, la, 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 nothing to see. But yeah, no, I've seen some of those videos and stuff, mate. I think there's something to it. It makes sense that if some intelligence has that sort of mastery of the elements to travel the universe, sapping a bit of hydrogen from a sun probably is kid stuff.
So there was that observatory, a solar observatory, it says, I think in New Mexico, that was shut down and evacuated in 2018 after they found some of those inappropriate things. So that's already a pretty bizarre story. If that's what actually happened, it's really weird already. But I mean,
that's pretty ugly porn, buddy. That I had to evacuate the place because of porn.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone caught wind of those pictures, it could cause an epidemic.
Horribleness. I find that these reasons are just so curious. I also find that interesting that a lot of times these types of horrible, inappropriate conditions, it seems a lot of times are exactly what is used to cover some other thing that's actually going on that's much more nefarious or much more important to be hidden. It seems to be the name of the game, kind of like you use what you are against someone who is not like you in order to deflect. because you know, with the amount of corruption and just really bad situations going on with that whole thing, I can't even bring myself to even say. I'm pretty sure all of you know the type of sexual crap I'm talking about, but that stuff is generally used as a weapon during certain people's lockups and whatnot. I mean, you want to talk about like Julian Assange and all this stuff. It just seems that like inappropriate sexual activity seems to be the reason why other weird things have been done. Like, oh, there was a pedophile on the loose, so we're going to shut down the observatory. Well, if you look into like what happened, what they actually did as far as security for that whole situation, it was absolutely crazy. You know, just crazy.
Well, that happened 4 years ago, and Vice just released something on it just back in September of this year, and I posted that in the thread. It's also interesting to see that Jan Harzan, the main guy for MUFON, had maybe not a similar incident, but also had like a really unfortunate mishap with trying to elicit a minor, I think, and so that's not a good look for MUFON. But yeah, it's interesting how that people see that and they think, oh, that was, they'll run their mind with these really outlandish conspiracies, even though it's more likely sometimes that they just had a deviant behavior that left unchecked, put them in a really messed up situation that didn't look good with the group associated with, right? So this whole thing with the observatory is much different, but this Vice article on it's pretty interesting.
Well, I would like to mention though, folks, that in the real world, if
Hold on, Ken. Yeah,
yep.
do me a favor. Stop interrupting Daniel, because with his phone, like if you'll notice every time you do, he has a long pause afterwards. So it just let's just let him finish, because for whatever reason, it just doesn't work with him like it does with other people. Something wrong with his phone.
I don't mind. It's not a problem. I was just saying that it's really unfortunate whenever that situation comes into play with anything that is associated with something that's supposed to be like virtuous and scientific, and trying to appeal to something that's supposed to be noble in society, and then the downfall is that it's got this association with this it's not really very appropriate in society, and all these really like messed up things that for whatever reason it's like people know about this observatory now, or they did, because of this situation. It's not a very good limelight to be in for anybody. So same thing with that situation with MUFON. Like people probably didn't even know what MUFON was until that guy made the news, so it's kind of weird how that works.
It's the worst.
I think pedophilia is way more common than people realize, and it's so common, in fact, that as a sexual deviant behavior, that they're trying to normalize it now as something very normal that people should just accept.
Well, that's certainly not okay, as far as I'm concerned, in my opinion.
Definitely not.
I have sat through a parent teacher, not a parent teacher, excuse me, a lecture from a man who's from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and he informed us, and this was back in like 2011ish. No, wait, 2007, excuse me. And I'm getting those numbers mixed up for some reason lately. And he informed us that on average, they will offend 200 times before they're caught. So I just wish that some of these places would take that into account when they are sentencing these people, because, a slap on the wrist for kind of nasty, terrible things that happen by the time they're caught, it's atrocious, and it really needs to be fixed.
I just wanted to mention that the real ones are very disgusting, but we also have to keep in mind that If I want to destroy someone, I can literally send them an email that they might not even receive properly. I can bomb their hard drive, and then I can make an anonymous call, and I can have them totally destroyed in 60 seconds, because unfortunately it's the biggest threat to society. It's the one thing that every single parent, Republican, Democrat, Communist, is the one thing every single parent's scared of. I'm a parent. I know exactly how it feels. And just people should just keep in mind, if I want to destroy someone very quickly, I'll find a way to call them a pedophile. So, we just need to bear in mind that one of the things we need to do as a society is make sure that the real ones are caught, and that the ones who are falsely accused are also cleared, because it's just as much of a crime to be falsely accused than it is to actually be someone who would do something that disgusting, if you know what I mean.
No, I think the disgusting people are probably the worst ones. But I had somebody tell me that was like a high level Freemason. He was just saying like how many kids go missing each year that are just completely unaccounted for. He was like, "What do you think they do with them?" And also, I had heard that it was like on a news channel or something, that all these kids that are coming through the border, they get assigned to like adoption clinics or something, and most of them, or half of them, end up just going missing.
I really don't want to get into this topic. It's even horrible just to even talk about.
Great idea. Yeah, let's move on.
But I just want to say quickly before we move on, it is super easy. Like you don't even have to show anyone evidence. You just accuse them of it, and everyone just, I guess, just will blindly believe it for what it's one of those things. But that's how they got Stan Romanek. Yeah, if you remember that UFO guy, they shut him up with pedophilia, apparently found on his computer, which he denies was his. And actually, he just won a court case finding that the the police who did that were guilty of, mischievous behavior regarding that being like a real evidence. You know what I mean? So that quietly recently has been, I think, overturned. But I don't know. I need to get more information about that.
They did a special on him, the Extraordinary series. I think that was the first one. They have since made like several other Extraordinary documentaries. I don't know if you guys have seen those, but there's like Extraordinary the Seating, and there's another one, but his was the first one.
It's funny, like even I gotta remind myself that when you even though you asked the question, like I don't know if you've seen it or you said something like that, and I was just saying no, but even that, like I think on your phone, Daniel, like there's like a delay or something, because you'll hear me, and then like it'll cut out your audio or something, because then it'll be like a delay, and I don't know if it's like you forgot what you were saying or what, but it's totally shitty.
No, like a really bad connection, even though I'm not like that far outside of a major city. It's just the location, I guess. I don't get a good signal here.
Yeah, I mean, for everyone, like, I think we all have our own like different issues, like regarding like this shitty app. For you, it's that. So like, it's good to like keep in mind like for each person, it's gonna be like a certain thing. For you, it's that. So I know like to remind myself, don't interrupt Daniel, because it's just gonna be a fuck. So like I was saying earlier, Ken, like just keep in mind that for him, like we just have to let him finish whatever he's saying, because it's just best that way, I think.
But yeah, the Extraordinary series is pretty cool. Even though the first one is with Stan and it's questionable, I mean, despite all the other stuff like what you were just bringing up, his whole testimony is really bizarre. But the other Extraordinary series, you could say that about any of them, but they do have a whole interesting series that you can see. J3 Productions, I think, is who makes it, and it's like Extraordinary, whatever the Stan Romanek story was, and then Extraordinary the Seating. That one has Geraldine Orozco, and then I can't remember the name of the last one, but they're all called like Extraordinary something.
Oh. I did it again, damn. Hey, isn't Geraldine Orozco like? I just saw her again today. She's been popping up a lot, like kind of recently. But isn't she like a big star of the movie, like in The Seating?
That's it. Yeah, Extraordinary the Seating.
I remember when that was being uh kind of being promoted around the different podcasts and whatnot. It sounded really interesting. But then I remember like I caught like I don't know a little bit of it, and I just found it like so hard to like believe. It just wasn't as good as I kind of imagined it would be for whatever reason. I just found it like hard to swallow, kind of like I think these people are just like bullshitting. But as we like evolve in like our knowledge and our awareness of like reality, some things of what boundaries of what we consider like crazy or not crazy, shift. And I think I need to revisit that because I think I'd be more receptive to their stories now than I was a couple years ago.
Logan, who's up next? Is it Taylor or Kent?
What do you mean?
The hands are up.
Oh, are they? Fuck. I'm not even looking. I don't know, bro. You're the co-star or co-host.
Okay, well, you know what? Let's go Taylor first. Sorry, Kent. Let's go Taylor first.
Oh, she just disappeared.
Well, okay, Kent. What do you have to say?
She did that on purpose, that bitch.
Yeah, well, I think it's when we look at documentaries or when we look at movies like Fire in the Sky, it's a transition from the person telling the story to the screenwriters, to the producers, to the director, to the cameraman, and I don't think we can underestimate how difficult it must be to actually present the information as it is, and so it's hard for me too. Like I see a report about Travis or I see a report about Rendlesham, and every single time you see a different element or a different part of the story that doesn't seem to have been there before, and you think, okay, is this something I missed before, or is this something they've added? And who added it? Was it the screenwriter? Was it the producer? Or was it the witness? And I just think it's important to keep that in mind, because we're seeing a story that's probably fourth or fifth hand by the time we see it. But things like Nope, where it's a fictional story that takes aspects of the woo and all that sort of stuff and puts it together, I think something like that's good, because you can see that it's taken a direction, but it shows you a lot of different stuff that people are talking about without saying that's the only thing that means this, if you know what I mean.
Right. Fire in the Sky was sorry.
We were just talking about obelisks all over the world. Dude, at the same time we were talking about it, some dude was tweeting about it. What the fuck are the chances about that?
No coincidence there. I don't believe in coincidences.
Dude, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to say that real quick.
Fire in the Sky was modified apparently from Travis Walton's actual testimony and story to Hollywoodize it and make it so people freak out in the movie theaters. And I sometimes I'm on the fence about doing that with these things, because I don't really feel that necessarily needs to happen. I think that if you're a really great filmmaker and a director, you can have enough emotional resonance with a story like that without going totally Hollywood and adding things that did not occur. I think it does a disservice to the overall movement and forward.
Just on that though, sorry, I'll just jump in on that. The thing I found interesting was they made the aliens more scary than Travis seems to describe them, and they took out the Nords, who just happened to look an awful lot like human beings that might be superior to us. So I think it was absolutely deliberate, and I think it was absolutely designed to put more fear into this subject and less of a could there be something out there smarter than us thought.
Have y'all watched the Travis Walton documentary on Discovery Channel? On Discovery Plus, particularly? Yeah,
You
because
know,
they mentioned the humans there that were there as well.
Oh yeah, Travis talks about it a lot. He talks about the fact that when he looks back on it now, he thinks he was accidentally hit by the beam. He thinks they wouldn't have bothered with him if he hadn't have been hurt. And he said he doesn't understand the 5-day thing. He still can't get his head around that. But he said that they were dealing with him. He got scared of them. And the reason why the Nords got involved was because he'd had such a bad reaction to the Greys. So yeah, and these Nords seem to communicate with him telepathically. And there was a female and 2 males, I think, and they had suits on. So, but I just find it interesting that that was all removed from the movie. I think that was very deliberate.
of
I don't
course.
think that they were Nordic in particular.
That's
He
what you
just,
said.
oh really? Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
that's how Travis described them, Della.
okay, yeah, because maybe it was different documentary. He said they just looked like normal people.
You probably meant that like just they don't look like aliens, you know?
Yeah, I see we got two eyes. Let's just be really quick that yeah, he has described that when he first saw them, he thought it was someone from the military coming to save him, like to rescue him from this situation, and realized that they were in strange jumpsuits. And just you know, like Gravity had said, there are a few differences in the Hollywood version and his actual experience. And one of the ways that they made it more horrifying, to make it like a scary movie for people was this film that they put over in this weird like material that the actor had like in on the table, that medical table with the aliens, that showed him inside of this weird stuff that he was kind of trying to get out of, and it covered him up. It was like making him choke. Travis said that this is pretty much the feeling he had. It does a good job of capturing that feeling of him suffocating, like not being able to catch his breath. But there was no like weird material or film or like substance that he was like a residue or whatever covered in, anything like that.
So Tulai, sorry, I'm not being a very good host right now. I'm just not paying attention. I'm sorry.
How dare you, Logan? No worries, buddy. I just hearing the conversation and I just got to chime in, especially about how Hollywood warps and conforms, the true story of these so-called true stories. Like, give you a good example: the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was based on a true story. I'm quoting my fingers. And that story was all about Edward Gein. And if you really look at the whole story of Ed Gein and Leatherface, they are nothing alike. The only thing that was similar was the skin suit, and that's about it. So it just goes to show you how Hollywood will warp a story for its own connotations, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah.
This has absolutely nothing to, well, it has a little bit to do with it. But as far as a final cut, as far as a lot of times the Hollywood movie studio demanding final cut, and there are these situations where an artist is put against the wall of, this is not pertaining to Fire in the Sky. This is pertaining to what you just said about Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Is that a lot of times you have this thing where, okay, well, do you want your story in a movie, and do you want to make some money, and you want to make a name for yourself? Then we get final cut. This movie is going to come out edited how we want to do it, and the artist's vision just goes right out the window. It's almost like he might as well have not even done anything and just done an independent film, because his actual artistry would get out there as such. Now, I just read, which is kind of exciting, that David Lynch is absolutely now finally considering grabbing all of the elements of Dune that exist and creating his cut
that he envisioned for that movie, which would be a completely different movie, guaranteed.
Yeah, there's a funny story I remember Kevin Smith talking about. God, it's hilarious. He remember talking, a Fox producer come to Kevin Smith and said, "Oh, I'd like you to do the new Superman movie." Kevin Smith's like, "Really? Let's do this." He goes, but the Fox director was like, "Okay, but I want this to happen, this specifically." He goes, "Okay, what is that?" He goes, "I want Superman to fight a giant mechanical spider." He's like, "What?" He goes, "That's never happened." "Yeah, but I'd like you to make it happen. You're a director." And he's like, "I'm not doing that." So he turned down the job. And then this damn producer within the Fox network kept on pushing it on other directors to make this movie. Not now. Now it's evolving. It's not involving Superman, but he wants this giant mechanical spider now to fight Batman. Then eventually people kept on saying no, 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 no. And then eventually the movie Wild Wild West comes along where Will Smith is fighting against a bad guy that's in a giant mechanical spider. And I thought it was absolutely hilarious to see that happen and come to fruition. The guy got his wish. It just goes to show you some of these top-notch executives within the movie industry. They'll have like one little idea and they want the director to go, "Okay, make a whole world out of this one thing."
Apparently, there could have been, which I think it would make an amazing movie, and it wouldn't need to be glamorized by Hollywood. And apparently, it's the reason why Lazar has turned down all the numerous movie deals that have been offered to him, because he's been offered a lot of movie deals for his story, but they all want to add all of this bullshit, and it doesn't need to be added to. It's an interesting story as is. And I always thought, imagine putting Jim Carrey with Bob Lazar's glasses on. He could pull that fucking movie off, man.
I'm gonna make a picture right now of Jim Carrey as Bob Lazar.
Do it,
Give me
please.
give me a few minutes.
Please,
I'll show you.
please Photoshop it. Yes.
Modifying a gravity amplifier.
That is so awesome. I love that you could do that, Logan.
I'm
That
telling
would be
you,
a
he's the
great
right man
movie.
for the job. He's a great dramatic actor as well as a comedian. He looks like he could do it.
Oh, a lot of those guys are very smart dudes. That's one thing a lot of people don't realize about a lot of these comedians. Most of those guys are extremely clever gentlemen and ladies. They're very smart people.
At the end of the day, it's writing, great writing. And you just perform your one person, one act play in front of people and try to relate. And yes, you're absolutely right, Kent. Comedians are some of the smartest people on the planet. Good ones. Good ones are.
I love George Carlin, man. I think
Dude.
He's brilliant.
Also, it's not just great writing; it's great casting as well. I mean, look, I'm up here in Canada, and the second most famous Canadian is Logan, Wolverine, a fictional character that Stan Lee came up with.
And Ryan Reynolds. Come on, and Ryan Reynolds. Oh,
Yeah,
Canada.
Yeah, he's a close third from what I've heard.
Where is Rush in this?
Yeah. Well, these are actors.
Oh,
Those
right.
Rush guys are funny. Have you seen their beer commercial?
No.
You guys were talking about David Lynch, Dune. I remember from reading the creator of Dune, Frank Herbert's biography by his son. The big difference in that was that they made Paul into more of a true Messiah figure, where the most interesting part I thought of Dune was how he had some psychic abilities and genetically altered psychic abilities, but he was playing at being a Messiah. And But Frank Herbert was in on a lot of the production of Dune and approved of a lot of the changes. I would love to see any further extended versions of that, because David Lynch's Dune is the most artistic still of all.
Guys, why was that popular and not Jupiter? Was it Jupiter Rising or what it was? That one where they make everyone into magic youth juice? How come that was that? Apparently, that was really unpopular, but June, everyone thinks it's like a revelation.
Well, I saw a tweet not too long ago with all of the 90s movies, actors, and actresses together, and it said within the caption, "This is the death of the movie star." And to throw more connotations to that, nowadays, if you look at the entertainment industry, it's so compartmentalized. It's not like when we were kids, we come home, we watch TV. But give you a good example, back in the day, I could be watching a movie on Fox or whatever the case may be, whatever network. Chances are I could strike up a conversation with somebody at a bus stop saying they saw the same movie, TV show. And nowadays, when I hear, oh, this show is on this network, it's on HBO, I'm like, well, I don't have HBO. I have Amazon Prime. I have, I have Crave, but I don't have that channel type thing. It's so compartmentalized now. And a lot of these great shows, movies kind of slip through the cracks. You know what I mean? And they're not just getting the exact same audience as if they did in the past, where it was just one funneled outlet for the entertainment industry, which was the television.
Precisely,
And now,
too.
yeah, now it's so compartmentalized. It's getting ridiculous, in my opinion.
The actors are also signing exclusive contracts with streaming services. It's odd. It's just totally odd. It divides a ton of groups of actors out.
Yeah. I
Have
saw
you
a
guys?
little
I don't know if you
cartoon.
guys. I
Oh,
was going to
sorry,
say.
Cam.
Oh no, I was just going to ask as if it happens over there too. But one thing
Yeah.
I've noticed with my service is that you'll get like clusters of. I'll say to the missus, "Oh, okay, this week must be Brosh Jolin's month because all the movies are all the ones with him in," and then the next month it'll be Burt Reynolds or Ryan or blah blah blah. But it seems quite often that there's like 1 month where there's a whole load of movies that all just seem to have the same actor in, whether it's Captain Kirk in Star Trek or him in another movie 50 years later, it's still him, and he pops up regularly all month. Does that happen there in the States?
Yeah, right now, of course, I'll forget her name. I keep seeing them stream Natalie Portman movies. All her different little movies will pop up along some of the streaming.
And she became Thor too.
Yeah. When I think of Josh Brolin, man, I think of Goonies. It was such a great movie.
I like him as an actor. Jade, one of the guys that comes in these spaces, worked on a series he did called Outer Rim or something. I've started watching it. But he's a good actor. I like him. I like what was it he played in the second Deadpool movie, Wire or something. That I like the way he plays characters. He's a cool dude.
You know how sometimes if you're not subscribing to these streaming services, good actors disappear to you for like 5 years, and it's like whatever. For me right now, is Greg Kinnear working? Because I always thought he was great, and then it seems like he's disappeared.
I don't know anything about that, but I just wanted to say that now maybe they'll have to change since they're doing this thing with the streaming services and the actors. Maybe they'll have to change it to the 7 Degrees of Kevin Bacon, or maybe 8. I don't know.
That would be a great streaming service.
I prefer the crispy style.
That would involve like every actor in every movie. 7 Degrees of Kevin Bacon.
But it would be accurate.
Yeah, and a new Tremors movie. I mean, come on, let's go.
Oh, Tremors.
Does anybody here subscribe to Gaia? I don't judge anyone. I'm just wondering if anybody's tried it, decided to jump off because there seemed to be too much bullshit on there. Speaking of,
My son did, and I've watched a few of the documentaries, which are, in my opinion, they were half decent and pretty cool. They're on par with, you know, everything we discuss in these spaces.
yeah, Taylor, I gotta say, I jumped on because it all sounded great. I was listening to Coast. All right, I'll try it out. And then another friend said, you need to get on there because there's some really great information. So I got on there, and it didn't take me too long to get off of there. And it's a shame because I kind of do like, what is that show that George Norrie has? And he's had some pretty good interviews on there. And he
Coast
stayed
to
away.
Coast.
Yeah, what's that?
Coast to Coast.
Yeah, and he but what was his show? His actual, there's a show that he does.
There needs to be a movie that needs to be done on Coast to Coast, because what I've heard between the animosity between George Norrie and Art Bell, that story needs to be told. And hearing Art Bell's side of the story and how he got the shaft, basically. Don't get me wrong, I like George Norrie and everything, but the way George went about things with Art, I think, was completely wrong, and they shouldn't have done that to him.
No.
I believe, yeah, all of that content was Art Bell's and not Coast to Coast. And yeah, that's my opinion on that one.
I consider Art Bell to be like nearly like sort of like a Gene Shepherd of sorts for our cause. And honestly, let me put it to you this way. When I tune in and George Knapp is hosting, I listen. When I tune in and George Norrie is hosting, I figure out who's on. If it's no one really that interesting, I'll turn it off sometimes. Because George Norrie, he asks way too many idiot point questions. Sometimes it doesn't even seem like he read the book that the guest he has on wrote. And the questions that he asks, or he basically interrupts and interjects with some of the worst interruptions and interjections.
Yep.
Really? You know, it's like sometimes I remember, like, you know, he'll have somebody on talking about something extremely important or sensitive, and he'll just say something like, "Wow, do you think that ghosts are in your house?" You know, just stupid shit, you know? And I'm like, really, George Norrie? Really? Okay. But I love George Knapp, and I think that if George Norrie retires, I really hope that George Knapp can just take that show on, because he is about as good, not as good, but as far as Art Bell being gone, George Knapp is the only person who I actually feel is worthy of that seat.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, man. Yeah, like I said, there should be a documentary that's done on that, and I would love to see the full story. Actually, if you guys know Dark Matter Radio, that's what Art Bell started up before he passed, and there's not too many episodes. And yeah, and I always use that analogy when somebody comes on to Coast AM. When Art Bell was there, you know, a caller would call in and go, "Hey, I'm a werewolf," and then Art Bell would be like, "Really? Tell me about this." Not like, "Really? You're a werewolf? Come on, man." Like, you know what I mean? He wasn't condescending. He wasn't, you know, objective in his, you know, questioning. And it goes to show you, just like I'm within a paranormal investigator, and seeing ghost adventures, like this, use Zach Bagans as a good example here. That guy is very leading with his questions. How tall was the 6-foot shadow man standing behind you in this hallway? You know, it was just ridiculous. And seeing them get scared, and like, out of all the cases I've been on, I've had experienced fear once out of 480 some odd cases. And I just thought they were just doing that for hype and Hollywood. And yeah.
Do you have any great EVPs in your collection?
I have quite a few EVPs.
Would you be able to possibly share a couple of really great ones for the group? I'm interested.
Yeah, I have to. I was debating on this the other day. I actually found my old hard drive, and I just need to get it plugged into the computer, go through the old files. There was a few, not just EVPs, but the one case I had where I had a night vision camera set up in a hallway, and it caught two red eyes within 3 frames of video. Now, never mind the two red eyes floating there by themselves, but I brought it to a video analyst buddy of mine, and I says, dude, okay, forget about the two red eyes just floating there with no body or whatever the case may be, and in the heats, it looked like a silhouette of, like a signature of something there. But how did the color red get on my night vision camera? And now, if you know anything about night vision cameras, they don't display color. So I was more baffled on how the color red got into the video, the digital video file. And to this day, it baffles the hell out of him. We have not been able to reproduce the color red showing up in a night vision camera. And some of the one EVP that I got, I set out when the PSP-7, the AKA Spirit Box, came out. I used to be a ham radio operator. I have an understanding of radio frequencies and whatnot. When that came out, I said, all right, I got to debunk this thing. There's probably some dude standing behind him with a CB radio, whatever the case may be. And I got a child's voice saying, I'm scared. But the way the child said it, he goes, I'm scared. And that voice took over 15 different FM frequencies to compile into his voice. Now, if you know about AM, FM radios, I mean, a radio station can theoretically take out 3 stations, 3 frequencies. As you come close, it's staticky. You tune one more, it comes in clear. Tune again, it's staticky. You can slightly hear it. And now the 4th frequency, the radio station is completely gone. So for something to span 15 different frequencies, it's just unheard of. You know what I mean? You would have to be
Tesla was right. I mean, Tesla was absolutely right. Frequency is everything. It is everything.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, like, hey guys, by the way, when Travis got that frequency broadcast at the ranch, it was a broad spectrum frequency that he said would normally not be able to be generated by anyone. It covered, so it just sounds eerily similar to what you captured as well, Torlai. And if I could ask you a quick question, could you talk about the coolest case you ever investigated when you were with MUFON?
Well, it would have to be the very first abductee case, and their description of. See, it's kind of funny. Within MUFON, they taught us how to basically investigate as well. Now things are totally different. There again, MUFON's now compartmentalized, and blah blah blah. Since Robert Bigelow, took over the reins. But the most interesting case was, I always thought it was interesting how we were able to determine if the person was telling the truth or not. So, to give you a good example, if the person was describing a gray, it would have to meet a certain checkbox within my notes type thing. And these notes basically came from MUFON. And I always ask myself, how does MUFON know exactly what a gray looks like? You know what I mean? And then once I did a little more research within MUFON, I'm like, oh, okay, this is how, because it's been, I've mentioned this in the past, how we get little snippets of information from this person, of this sighting. And once these little tiny fragments of the pieces of the puzzle, you start compiling them all together, it starts to paint a bigger picture type thing. So this one case involved a UFO abductee, and it was the first abductee that I was able to interview. I interviewed 2 other ones prior to them, and the clients, they didn't meet the check marks. The description of the Greys were completely off, and I'm thinking, okay, maybe there's some other underlining factors here. Maybe it's schizophrenia, bipolar. I don't think, in my opinion, I was saying to myself, I don't think these 2 people are telling us the truth, and it turned out to be correct, because it's just the way they described the appearance of the Greys. Now, the very legit person, the very first person, the client, described the Greys textbook style of what's in MUFON, and to have nobody can just have access to that information. And at that time, this was the early 90s, and it just blew my mind. I started asking myself, now at this time, all of the other races, this is before Graham Hancock was talking about reptilians. So it started with the Greys, and then slowly evolved to the Nordics, the reptilians, I call them the Thri-cranes, the bug people that look like a bug. But it was before all of these other races were introduced, even though there was stories out there about them. But this one case involving the abductee, it really hit home. And I remember talking to Whitley Strieber about it. And it was shortly, I believe, almost a year after, that's when the video footage came out with the alien interview from Area 51. And that right there, to a lot of people go, oh, okay, this is a hoax. It looks like a puppet, blah, blah, blah. There's a little green light going up and down during the interview. The alien's in a container. And that description is spot on. That's, in my opinion, the Area 51 alien interview is real. Whatever, you never get to see the very full video footage. The people that were privy to the video footage, I believe it was aired on a Fox episode. And I remember getting in contact with Whitley Strieber, and I said to him, this was years later after that aired, and I said to Whitley, within that Fox interview, his exact words, he goes, this is just terrible. And he was very emotional on how they were treating the Grey. He goes, they're treating it like a piece of cattle. He goes, this is just absolutely horrible. And seeing his reaction to the video and the appearance, he goes, if this is a fake, whoever built the alien that's in that video footage knows exactly what they look like. And that is the description that the client gave me, the experiencer. And it just, even to this day, it raises the hair on the back of my neck seeing that particular video footage. And I've used that as an analogy throughout these years, basically saying how many times we've come across real alien footage and go, oh, wow, whoever made that's pretty good, and then click to the next video. You know what I mean?
I think the same thing now when, because of where we're at, and as far as what has been disclosed, and the fact that now UFOs are real, folks. Now when I see really great scans of some of the classic UFO photos from like the 50s through the 70s, I now go, wow, that's a lot of the stuff that I thought I was on the fence about is probably real. Judging by where we're at, my opinion has shifted because of certain elements that, like you're describing. Yeah, that piece of footage is remarkable, and it gives me a feeling. I mean, there's no way to really describe it any better. It just gives me a feeling, and if you know what feeling I'm talking about, it's a different thing. It's just deep down inside your gut. There's a twinge of something different, and If you had to say, if you had to put money on it, I mean, how sure are you that that piece of footage is legitimate?
After talking to Whitley, 100%. Like you can't. It's hard to fake that, like, emotion within your voice where you feel it in your bones, because the events that happened to Whitley Strieber, I full-heartedly agree. Like this guy's telling the truth of what happened to him.
Did his
And
eyes well up? Like was he?
he was wiping tears out of his eyes, basically saying, "This is just horrible. Like they're
Yeah.
treating it like a piece of cattle." And like I said, I had a good conversation with him years later about that video footage. And he goes, "Yeah, even to this day, the public has not seen the full video footage of that alien interview. I think we've seen maybe 60 seconds of it."
Hey,
And
can you link it?
Hey, and
It's
what was the
Most of the public haven't seen all of it, I think. Yeah.
yeah.
why is it generally accepted that it was a fraud now? What facts came where they said, "Oh, well, it was fake"?
Just the movements of the head. They said, "Oh, it looks like a puppet," and blah blah blah. But you got to think these beings are, they weren't born here on Earth. If they were born here on Earth, their physiology would be a lot different. They'd have muscle on their arms. They'd have muscle on their legs, more muscle than that.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
people seem to neglect that fact, mate, and they seem to. I keep on suggesting to people that you go back to a lot of this old stuff and look at it with another lens, and there's quite a bit of information out there that people just seem to have missed. There's a lot.
It doesn't matter what it is, man. They could have a gray alien interview, another interview coming up, standing there with George Norrie, and somebody's going to come out and go, "Oh wow, that video footage was done really well." You're always going to have that skeptic. Don't get me wrong, I'm skeptic myself. I have personally never seen a gray alien. I take it all with a grain of salt. But within my research, it's the same description again and again and again and again. And then we're able to weed out the people that aren't telling the truth when the description doesn't match. That's.
Can I ask
Go
you
ahead.
a question? I just it just made my ears stand up. You said you take it with a grain of salt. So at this point, you're still skeptical?
About the Greys, not necessarily.
Because we know it's such a, you and I know it's a bag of cats.
Yeah.
It's everything. But I mean, where do you lean? What do you think? Well, okay, let's go nuts and bolts. Is there nuts and bolts stuff out there from another planet? Let's say that.
Yeah, I have to say yes. With the evidence that I've seen over not just the years, but the centuries. Like I said, to give you a good example, when I first heard David Icke talk about the reptilians, I'm like, come on, man. Now there's lizard people that can shapeshift? Are you fucking losing your mind here? And once I started doing my own research into it, I've been to numerous museums now, and within ancient cultures depict these lizard people, the ant people from the Hopi Indians. They all share the same appearance and similarities. Coincidence? I don't think so. You know what I mean? Once you do enough research and compile a little bits of these puzzle pieces from experiencers from around the globe, like I said, everything starts to paint a bigger picture of these different races.
Yeah,
that we
but
hear about.
they're not coming from outer space. I hope you understand that, right?
They do, yes.
No,
Some
they
of
don't.
them,
They're coming
some
from
of them.
underground.
Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. There is underground bases, and there is like Phil Snyder. Like I was alluding to this in one of Logan's spaces in the past of the DUMBs, the deep underground military bases, where Phil Snyder drilled into a gray base. But they are not made here. You know what I mean? They do come here. And you got to keep in mind, there's 3 types of grays. One is the master race. One is a subsidiary, and one is a clone, like a drone, if you will, a worker bee. And I don't know about the other races. I have never come across any stories where they use that drone technology, so to speak, like the Greys do. So, like I said, all of these little snippets of information that we get from these experiencers, people that see UFOs, have alien encounters, they all begin to paint a bigger picture, which gives me a standard to go by, if you will.
What was the
You know what I
second one
mean?
you mentioned? The 3 types of the grays?
From what we were able to determine, that there's 3 different types of the Greys. One is the one master race, one is a clone, and one is a drone type race, an organic robot, so to speak. That's the only way we can
And which
determine
one
it.
of them are coming from outer space of those 3?
The very first ones, the very first ones, the original, I guess, if you will. From what we were able to compile throughout these years, type thing. Yeah, don't get me wrong; they've been here for a very long time, but they are not Earth made, so to speak. You know, this is not their home planet, so to speak.
No
Probably isn't
made
ours either.
no
Yeah.
made in USA sticker.
Yeah, no made in USA sticker or China. But
It's interesting. We were talking about control systems the other day about disclosure, and Sam Tupacabra raised a really good point about, and there was something I've been talking about as well, that when we're looking at disclosure, it's the way it's put out. If they start to disclose some of this stuff, and so even the stuff that is more nuts and bolts, it's going to have quite a big effect. And sort of, I think Sam put it best that, we've got to be very careful about how we hear disclosure, even if it's coming from the government or if it's coming from an NGO or wherever it comes from. We should always still keep that personal, observation level that we can sit back and say, okay, this is what I'm hearing, but let's see what, that pans out to be in the next 6 months or whatever.
even if we do, even if they do give us disclosure, we're not going to get the full story. We're not going to hear about the secret space program. We probably won't even hear about the other races, for that matter. They're not going to mention the Nordics. They're not going to mention reptilians. They'll probably just focus on just the one gray and go from there. Even at that, even to this day, I highly doubt that the world governments are going to come out. I hate to burst everybody's bubble, but even once you've learned to a certain point, then you start to see the bigger picture and realize, okay, this is the implications for disclosure is not just like for years. I was a fighter on it, fighting for disclosure. But once I got to a
Hey,
certain
sorry,
point,
I don't want to interrupt, but
go ahead.
I only have 6% of battery left, and Twitter did this new thing where it normally wouldn't matter because I could just switch devices and pop open. Shit, it's 5%. Okay, so but I think they kind of changed it because every time I've done it lately, the space has ended. So if the space ends, don't trip. Just go into the new one I open up. All right.
If you do it quick enough, Logan, it'll give you the option to reconnect.
No, I know, but what I'm
Yeah.
saying is they've changed it now that
Oh,
it's not working anymore.
oh, I didn't know that.
They've musked it.
I'm at 4% now, so it's gonna be.
I just had a quick question for you too, Lee. This Galactic Informers Conference that just happened, What do you think of that? I guess they're like contactees. Like there was a large group of them. They had some kind of conference. You hear anything about that?
No, to be honest with you, I've been out of touch with it recently. I still follow the odd paranormal thing on. I still watch Coast to Coast, obviously, but yeah, I'm not familiar. I know we have quite a few conferences that happen throughout the year. I'm not familiar with this particular one, no.
Alex Collier was there. To me, that he's like the most, well, I guess, been in this wheelhouse for a long time. So him and a bunch of other people. I was curious about it. What you thought?
I had a quick question. Can all three types of grays like walk through walls or no?
Sorry, that is a form of technology, and it's not just the grays that have that capability. For years, I specifically researched just shadow beings.
Okay, so if it
And
turns off, it's gonna happen in any second now because my phone just died on the other device. So sorry in advance. Go into the next space.
yeah, for years I researched just shadow beings just by themselves, and there again it comes convoluted, where I've seen gray interactions. Give you a good example: Dr. Jonathan Reed's case. I highly recommend it. Just type in Dr. Jonathan Reed, and you'll come across a lot of his evidence that he's encountered. And as he hits the gray alien in the head with the stick, just before he did, he said his description was, it looked like a black mist. And this is a very common occurrence. So that's what leads us to believe that it's a form of technology, of cloaking technology. And same with the missing 411 cases. A lot of these people that have gone missing but also have come back, their stories also talk about an unseen predator-like creature, and there again that same occurrence has happened. And the same with a general and his wife coming back from Pentagon dinner party. Their UFO encounter was ironically involving 3 black shadow beings that looked like Bigfoot after the shadow effect was lost. And so this is where everything gets blended together. I've heard of a few cases where involving a UFO and Bigfoot. I'm like, really? So maybe it is Chewbacca. So I personally have not come across enough evidence for me to say yay or nay on the correlation between shadow people and Bigfoot and gray aliens. But for the tip of the iceberg, I have to agree, yes, it looks like it's a form of technology type thing. Because if you think about all matter within our reality resonates on a certain frequency. And if you can match that frequency, well, there's amazing things you can do. Hopefully that answers the question.
Is telepathic communication another form of technology?
No, that is, I can't say it's a human construct. I've worked with quite a few psychics. Give you a good example. The one psychic got really upset with me because when I work with psychics, I don't tell them anything. And there was this one case that I was just curious about this human alien hybrid. And the story of the general, people in the dormitory thought she was a little strange. Her name slips my mind at the moment, but the story goes that she was even in a college dorm. She wears a hoodie, big glasses, a scarf around her neck to cover up her appearance. She looks basically like us, but just with larger eyes. Give you a good example, kind of like what we saw in the System of a Down Aerials music video, if you're familiar with that. Great music video, by the way. Her appearance kind of looks like that, but the eyes are a little bit smaller, but still larger, to the point going, what the hell? This person looks a little different. And within that case, I asked a psychic friend of mine to look into it, and she got completely upset with me. Even to this day, she will not talk to me anymore, because they themselves are psychic beings, and they have the ability to, any encounters with the Greys were, if you, like I said, if you look at Jonathan Reed's case, it's depicted there pretty much what happens. You lose all bodily functions. It's a defense mechanism that they have. Next thing you know, you're puking, peeing, pooping all at the same time. It gives them a chance to get away, so to speak. From within our research, we've been able to determine that it's a defense mechanism.
Is that technology?
I wouldn't say necessarily it's a technology, because we have psychics here on our planet. You know, that in psychic research has been ongoing since the Soviet times. So I can't say that's not a technology. And
Thule, can I jump in real quick?
Go ahead.
Taylor, I've researched this a long time in my life, and a way I look at it is this. Our brain is a device in a way. It's a perfect machine. It's a device. It's a computer. It's memory. I consider to be more RAM than I do an actual hard drive. And also, it is a transmitter and a receiver. And when you're looking at consciousness, and you're looking at what this machine does, and if you know anything about the and by the way, everyone pronounces this word differently, pineal, whatever gland,
pineal.
That thing has the same or similar, what would be the word, Thule, the sensors that are on it that our eyeballs have as well, yet it's connected to the same, I guess, cortex or areas within the brain. And it's funny how a lot of scientists, they will say that these things don't exist, and yet they can't tell you what. Okay, well then, what does the other 90% of our brain do that you don't understand what it does yet? Okay, so what it does is that the brain is actually a transmitter and receiver. So psychic ability is it works just like a radio station in a way. And that's my belief and a lot of other people's belief. So as far as what the definition of technology is, I guess it can factor in. You can use that word in a certain sense. It is a technology, but it's an organic technology. I guess it depends on what your definition of technology is. But psychic ability, as far as communicating without speaking with your mouth, yeah, that's more like transmission receiving, and that is it's a real thing.
Well, yeah, if you look at it that way, yeah, I guess in a form, I'm looking at it. You know what I mean?
They don't call it telepathy anymore. It's in the business. I think they call it like thought transfer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't see radio waves; they're real. You know, you can't. There are so many things that people have just put on a shelf until it's absolutely proven by 4 or 5 different data points all together collectively. But at the same time, if you just kind of look at it like it's just another form of the same thing that we're actually capable of doing, and this brain, I believe, is absolutely multifaceted, and we are multifaceted. And we can do a lot of amazing things with our consciousness and with this machine that we're in. But yeah, transmission of thought. Some people want to say, well, okay, well, how does a extraterrestrial entity communicate with you to where you understand it? They understand you, you understand them. You don't speak the same language. They don't speak the same language. How does that happen? And then I start looking at like, okay, well, people who can look at a written language, like cuneiform. How does that person start to decipher that language? They can't hear that person speak that language. Those people are completely gone. Just those little check marks on the stone, but yet they can decipher the language. Well, imagine a being or a race that has those abilities that investigator has, except times it by, who knows, 1,000,000, 1,000, 100, the capabilities. So if you're receiving the signal from us, a feeling, an inference, and it's being projected out to their computer, their head, their brain, whatever you want to call it, and they are able to completely decipher, boom, done. They know what you said. They know how you felt about it, everything. And it's just a transmission, and I don't understand how people can see that that's like hogwash, or why it doesn't make any sense. It makes perfect sense if you're especially looking at an advanced being. You know what I mean? Take a look. By the way, Thule, when you were talking about reptilian, let's go back to that for a second. As far as the shape shifting that they do, that has been seen and witnessed. I saw the Queen shape shift, whatever, and people can't believe that. Let's say that you're talking about an existence that has been around. You just don't know. 1,000,000, 1,000 years more. Take a look at what an octopus can do. Take a look at how it can shift and shape. Shift its color form, and look exactly like its surrounding. Think about what a chameleon can do. How these little beings on our planet can do that. Now, what makes it seem so preposterous that another life form can imitate you with its physiological self? It makes sense to me.
Hey, I just want to welcome to the stage real quick, Hannah. She's never been a speaker before, and I don't know you. So, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, and thank you for this space today. I'm from Finland, listening very, very interested in your speeches. Thank you for that. I just wanted to point out one thing, that I have a theory of telepathy, intuition, and of our brain as a receiver and a transmitter. So I don't know if you are familiar with Luc Montagnier's work with water. He actually put some DNA into water, distilled water, and he diluted it all away, so there was nothing in that water left. And he made an electromagnetic tape from it and sent that to thousands of kilometers away to another laboratory. And then they kind of played that tape to a distilled water. And the DNA came out of that. So he created something with only information. And that is something really, really fundamental of how this world works. And I think water is everywhere, and that is kind of a substance that transforms the information of like a lot of things. It can contain information so much, and the telepathy is possible like this. And that explains a lot of other phenomena too. So it's for me, it's very, very fundamental proof for how life, happens here. Oh, thank you so much. I will continue listening to you guys. Thank you so much.
She makes a really good point.
Actually, hold on. You mind sharing? You mentioned that guy with the water DNA stuff. Can you share like an article or something in the thread?
There is in YouTube. He made program. No, sorry, my English is so bad. He
That's
made a
okay.
video. Luc Montagnier. He just died a couple of months ago. He was opposing the narrative of this pandemic, especially for the origins of COVID. He said immediately that this is man-made stuff. He was about his history. He won a Nobel Prize in '82 for discovering HIV, and he has been with this work for with water. He has been my guru ever since. So when he said that this is man-made virus, so I bought it right away. So I can try. There is a YouTube link. I don't know how. Maybe
Oh,
I will
okay. I found it.
try to
I'll go ahead and share it.
found it.
If
Yes, so that's great because
he's dead now though.
yeah,
He died
yeah,
eight
only a
months
few
ago.
months ago. Yes, but in YouTube there is this his video of his experiment. So I'm sure you find it with water, and
Found it.
Luc Montagnier, his name. So just it's awesome. Thanks.
Yeah, his research has bled into other researchers that I've talked to myself. There's a thing called environmental DNA, and one of the first applications was actually done in Loch Ness. They just tested the water in Loch Ness to find out if there is a Plateosaurus or Plesiosaurus, however you want to, or Nessie, and they tested the water for the DNA, and within the water they were able to determine and find that there was no plesiosaur DNA, but there was a giant saltwater eel DNA. So I thought that correlation for testing for environmental DNA with just testing the water is comes from his research, ironically enough, as well. So in essence, he debunked that there's ever been a Loch Ness monster, so to speak.
He also had a lot to do with the AIDS. Yeah, something with regards to the AIDS, finding it or connecting it or something. And there was a big battle about that. I love the man. And I'm super happy that you brought that up, Hannah. I can't wait to look into that. I just wanted to go back to Taylor's question with regards to the technology and the telepathy idea. And I've always felt that we function on we are frequency. Our planet is frequency. We're energy. You know, we're all connected to a conduit. And I just to bring so some people function on a higher vibration than other people, and I would say a lot of people that are psychic, they're more in tune to receiving these frequencies in our environment. Their bodies are just more attuned to it. And then you could go down the scale to some degree, and you know how you have a friend or you know someone who's very intuitive. And it's not necessarily in the brain or in the consciousness, but in, some would say, the solar plexus. Most people call it a gut feeling. And there are people that function. I'm one of them. And it took me. I'm 51 now, but I can see by decade. Honestly, I say around the so when I turned 18, I had a higher understanding, at least physically, with regards to my intuition. And then 28, and then 38, 48. I don't know why, but I've always attributed it to that 8 for whatever reason. But I got to a certain age where I realized I call them my bells and whistles. So if you ever come across somebody and there's something, there's just some kind of energy or like a frequency, or there's just some feeling that you get within you that this person, I just need to be a little more on guard with that person. And I just want to say to everybody, never ignore that. So to me, that's a form of telepathic receiving, like you're receiving things. So for a lot of us, with regards to what just happened over the last, year and a half, 2 years. There were some people that had such a strong gut feeling, never felt intuitive before about anything else, but for whatever reason, something told them not to do this. And a lot of people are struggling with that. Like, not that they're struggling, but they're trying to understand it. There's a lot of people going out and buying Bibles. They're just trying to figure out, where did this come from? There is this energy that, or just something innate inside of me that said, don't go there. So I think that the vibration on the earth is increasing, and we can get that through. I mean, all of us are on the same path here with regards to looking into things and trying to figure out our world. And I know everybody in here is in, we look at the sun and the cosmic aspect and magnetic energy. That someone mentioned the Schumann resonance earlier. People like us are aware that this stuff exists, but not everybody is. And some of those people that aren't looking into it had that gut feeling, and they just don't know what it is. Anyway, I just thought I'd share my perspective on that. And thanks again, Hannah, for sharing that with regards to Lou Montigny.
Thank you. And Taylor, are you there? Taylor. Okay, I thought maybe you passed out by now. How's it going, Hannah?
Yes, I just wanted to point out that I put the link to the text section of this room. So be my guest and get familiar with his work. Thank you.
Oh, cool. Thanks. I a few minutes ago I posted the link to his documentary about the memory of water. If you guys wanted to check that out too, that's on YouTube. Cool. So, cool. Yeah, swearing is encouraged. By the way, I forgot I wrote that. So if anyone wants to enforce that, it is like actually, it's probably like a daytime where some people are at right now. But where I'm at in LA, it's 4:30 in the morning. So it's getting near that time where it won't be so after dark anymore. Well, actually, I guess technically it would be after dark, but you know what I mean.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, man. I've been watching my fucking language for a fucking long time. I can't fucking swear. My virgin fucking ears.
Yeah, I mean, Gravity, he likes to apologize after he swears. So I made sure to emphasize, please, we want more of it.
Well, I just want to let you know that I appreciate your empathy, your sympathy, and your parallels here. And I want you to know that I think that you would make an amazing late night psychedelic music host, kind of like a really great DJ. You got a great voice, and I like your you might be tired though, and that's why you sound a little laid back, but you sound fucking got a good voice for hosting. Just reminded me of that. The kind of not heavy psychedelic fuzz tone guitar rock, but more like the psychedelic mood music with like warm synthesizers and drums and bass and stuff like that, and just cruising us through the evening. What do you do for a living, by the way, if you don't mind me asking?
Does Timothy Leary impressions. Go ahead, Logan.
I'm not even like familiar with Timothy Leary's work, but I know of his he's like what you described pretty much, I think, right? He's like a huge like psychedelic warrior, right?
He was the acid man, LSD.
Oh, right. He's like a psychonaut, right?
I'm
talking like this because it's so late. Oh, was he the original?
Oh man, he's isn't there a documentary on him too?
Yeah, there is. Ironically, there was also spirit box research done with him with two young ladies. Their names slipped my mind. Apparently, he says, stay away from the light. Now, I've heard this connotation numerous times over the years with researching NDEs, and I've also found within some experiencers that there's an alien aspect to the near-death experiences where
Hold on,
there's
before we move on too far, I just wanted to say thanks, Gravity. I appreciate the compliment. It's awesome, brother.
Oh, no problem,
Cheers.
Logan. I'm gonna hop off just for a second. I'm gonna reestablish my phone situation. Go in the garage. I'm pricing out Avalon Hill tabletop games to sell on eBay to get a little extra scratch here. I'm gonna move my operations and be back on.
No worries. Cheers, brother. Do tell Tool, or Tool. It's funny you say that. I know a guy who has that stay away from the light thing on the bio of his Twitter profile. I think like the Gnostics said the same thing, didn't they?
yes, ironically enough, and we have this connotation of like where religion basically says go towards the light and whatnot, but in some of the NDEs that I've come across, I've found not a lot, a small handful where it involves, to me, it looks like a form of alien technology. And I've heard of a few abductees mention this, where they take the soul out of one body and put it into another for the reincarnation aspect. And I thought those correlations were uncannily, so to speak. And it looks to be like that light seems to be like a form of technology in a weird way. And that's why we have quite a few earthbound spirits that just decide to stay here. And I brought that up in a few of your spaces in the past where a lot of paranormal investigators come across the red eyes, a black shadow being, oh, it must be demonic. No, demonic entities are so rare. You'd be amazed on how rare it is. And the red eyes and the black shadows, it's just an ability that you and I can learn how to do over time. And within my own paranormal research, I found this being so. But I've also found a quantum effect to the spirit world as well. Give you a good example. I was able to do spirit box communications with Amanda in one location, asked her to go to a friend of mine, Steve Huff, that does paranormal research. Some people might be familiar with him. He does spirit box communications. And I didn't tell him about this experiment, but I sent Amanda to him. And Amanda, within all of this happened within minutes, less than minutes, actually within 60 seconds. So she was with me, but also there as well. And it goes along to my description of the afterlife, so to speak, how it's a black oil sea where we're all connected at that time. And once we come to this reality or this frequency, however you want to describe it, that's where we're instilled that we're individuals. We're given a name, a social insurance number. You are no longer connected, to, so to speak. But we all know some people, even psychics out there, that go against that grain, and try to reverse that thought, so to speak. But yeah, that's one way of looking at it.
Anyone have an opinion on that?
I want to agree. I've heard many times, I've looked into NEDs throughout my life. Like, I find all this stuff fascinating. And there are some people, I find them to be more spiritual, that speak on this to the extent that we choose to come back. And this is a much lower vibration than elsewhere we could go. And I don't know, wherever we end up when we die. So what you're saying, Tuli, I've heard, don't go to the light. I've heard, go to the light. Some of these people that are on a higher spiritual journey, or they're trying to life coach people, they talk about this. When we leave here, we could choose a better reality, like a different dimension where we are exactly what you're saying. We're all one. And it's much more of a harmonious existence. And that coming here is basically, what we are. We're all separated and tortured, basically. We're all, the ego gets implanted, and then, you get that construct, and then you struggle every day. Everybody has ego. I think we have more than one, and it toys with us. Did somebody say something about me? Like all these different issues that people struggle with. All of our struggles come from a construct in our head. And I just wonder, I believe there's probably another place that we could choose to go to where that there's less of that, or there's none of that, that we're more connected, and we're all one, and it's more harmonious and leads towards love and light. It's all fascinating, and one day I'll get to journey, and I'll get to make the choice, and hopefully I make the right one. That's all I can say.
I have some interesting stuff I was looking at today. Oh, Ashes of Angels. Good to see you. Just real quick, there was some stuff I was looking at today about there's this girl who makes these like videos on Instagram, and she like posts I don't know, her different like takes on and theories about stuff. Forget what her name is, but anyway, I came across one of her videos randomly, and she was saying about like how basically the world's like a loosh farm. If you know what loosh is, like the energy we give off, it usually negative, I guess, is the connotation of like what the energies that supposedly like interdimensional entities that farm us are interested in are negative energy. So she was just talking about that pretty much. And there's this book by Paul Levy, I think his name is, called I think it's Wedico, something like that. It talks a lot about that. And another guy is Bernard Hayes. He wrote this book called The God Theory, which is talks a lot about this as well. And what's the other guy's name? He wrote Don Juan or something like that. Carlos Castaneda is the author. I can't remember the name of the book, but
Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. I've read the book myself.
Oh, what do you think about it?
Well, what they do within that book, when Carlos Castaneda has the class and he's teaching shamanism to them, it's the same experience what they do to find the new Buddha, so to speak. Within his teachings, he was basically saying he brought the class to the edge of a cliff, and he says, "Class, what do you see down in the valley?" And the one guy's like, "Okay, looks like a table with a bunch of objects on it." And he's like, "All right, let's go down there." So he goes down brings the class down to this table with a bunch of Spanish, Mexican artifacts, I should say, pottery, necklaces, the whole 9 yards. And he goes, "All right, class, everybody turn around." And he takes an object off the table, puts it behind his back, and he says, "All right, what's missing?" And let's see if I can recall this really quickly. The one guy correctly, "Oh, the vase is missing." He puts it back. He goes, "Correct." And then he gets to the point where he doesn't grab anything. And it's slipping my mind now at the moment. I used to tell this story all the time. I'm so sorry. God, that's going to bug me now. It was such a fascinating analogy of what he came up with, and I can't describe it very properly. It's slipping my mind, but it's an absolute wonderful book. And there was another scene where they're inside the sweat hut, and the shaman mentions, "Oh, your journey will begin when you find your spot." And the one student sitting there, and he's looking around the sweat hut. He sees a rock. He kind of nestles up towards it. No, this doesn't feel right. And he moves to a different location within the hut, and moves to another location. And he says to the Carlos, he goes, "I'm having a hard time finding my spot." He goes, "The spot is wherever you sit." And he goes, "Oh, so he was overthinking it, so to speak." And to get back to what I was saying with the table, how they find the reincarnation of the Buddha is the same type of concept. The village people will grab all these objects, put it on a table, and to find the reincarnation, the child at the time will pick up the object that Buddha had in his possession, the last reiteration, so to speak. And that's how they know, okay, you've got to be the reincarnation of Buddha. And I thought that those correlations were absolutely amazing with Carlos Castaneda's work in teaching shamanism to people. I'm definitely going to look that up because it's going to be bothering the hell out of me because that's something I used to say to people all the time.
It sucks when you can't think of something like that.
I know. I'm having a mental block.
It's that actually. Oh yeah, actually, I was gonna say. I don't know if Gravity's still here. He asked me what I do. I'm a software engineer, but
Beautiful. I'm popping in real quick to say that's beautiful, and I'd like to know more about that in the future. Actually,
what do you want to know about it?
Too many things to bring up in this UFO paranormal thing, and I don't want to bore everybody else with you and I just getting into the deep of it. But one of the things I was wondering is how have you ever done any? Okay, for instance, have you done any developing in the video game world and programming? Because I realize there's different languages and
No.
whatnot. But have you done any stuff, any work in 8-bit?
No.
Like no. Okay. Do you know anybody who does do like maybe homebrew? People
Yes.
are making these cool games now for Nintendo, which I'm really into. And they're still doing the programming method the way that they used to do it. I realize that now they have NES Maker, and so that part of programming interests me. What's your specialty, or what do you do right now with it?
Well, as far as like work is, what am I doing? Where's my microphone? I think it's in my headphones actually. Hold on. Just a second. Oh no, it's right. Okay, here I found it. Okay, so what I do for like just for work mainly, it's kind of like what I'm a freelance like worker, right? So I kind of just look for jobs that interest me or that pay good or whatever. You know what I mean? A mix of both. So
yeah, we could probably get into the thick of that later. I don't want to bore anyone, but it's just I'm interested because you're a sharp one.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not super interested in it, like really. The reason I decided to do it was when I was younger. I just figured like, well, what is it I want to do with my life, right? And I figured, okay, so I want to do that. So what am I going to need to like be able to do to accomplish that, right? So it was going to have to be able to be a job where I could work from a laptop anywhere in the world. As long as I had like a laptop and a Wi-Fi, I could work. So I figured this would be a good field to get into because that would afford me that opportunity. So that's why I got into it. I wasn't really that interested, to be honest, and still not really. I kind of just forced myself to try and get into it as best as I can to kind of trick my brain to help memorizing stuff.
That's smart. I mean, it keeps you sharp mentally, but it also allows you to be able to tour the world and to be able to see sights and be mobile, which is kind of nice, actually, right?
Yeah, that's what it's all about for me. Right now I've kind of been planted longer than I've ever been, and it's kind of a weird thing, but I'm kind of in the middle of like a bit of a soul searching thing, and also kind of like I feel like the world's gonna end any day now, so I kind of want to stay close to family. I can't go a long amount of time without ever seeing them, so it's nice to be near them at the moment.
I gotta tell you, man, like that's when we're talking about
intuition. We're talking about gut instinct. We're talking about consciousness, transference of feeling and information through nonverbal communication and whatnot, which has been a nice conversation flow around. And when you said that right now, you kind of half joking about, well, I kind of feel like I'm soul searching and the world's going to end any moment, and I'm trying to keep near family and stuff. But at the end of the day, that's what I'm talking about when I said I feel deep down that we're headed towards an event. I just feel it, and something's different, and we're heading. And so when you said that, I'm like, yeah, it does feel like that. There's a huge search going on, I feel, for a lot of people. And to be mercurial with your position in life, like literally physically where you're at, and be able to be on the move, soul searching. Yeah, that all makes a lot of sense. It resonates with me. Uh, yeah. There you go. That's it. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. No, when you said that earlier, I was gonna say something, but the conversation just kind of got away from it because people just kept stepping in, and I kind of forgot about it too. But yeah, I totally. The whole reason I started doing these spaces in the beginning was because I was talking with, I don't know if you know Chase, but we were talking privately, just texting, and I was kind of like, we were talking about like how I was just tripping out about like the end of the world is coming. Like I don't know why I feel so strongly about it, but like doesn't anybody else feel that way? Like what's going on? Like what should we do or whatever? I was kind of like all kinds of like things were going through my head, and Chase was like, should we just open up a space because and talk about it because this is getting into like too much texting, and that's kind of how I kind of got into start doing spaces just from like that inception of just that idea, the world ending. And I was like, I don't know, in
Well,
March, I guess.
now I feel really okay with jumping. I will in a second. I apologize. I'm just moving around here, getting
No,
some
no
stuff
worries.
resorted. But what you just said, now I know I can talk about something that I dreamt, and it was extremely vivid. And I occasionally in my life I have these extremely vivid dreams, and I think that people need to really kind of recalibrate what they think the word dream, what it really is, because I think it's larger. I think the scope is larger on the horizon there, what a dream is. I had a really vivid one, and I'll share it. I thought maybe it was a little too dark for the room.
We're after dark right now.
Yeah, but I want to have my full attention on it. So when I return, I'd like to maybe share with you a dream I had about 2-3 months ago that has to do with what you just said, and I think it's fascinating actually. And I don't necessarily know if we're heading towards the end of the world, but this event that I feel we're headed towards, I think that possibly we're actually geared or getting geared towards what is actually coming. And it's sort of like when it happens, everyone is going to go, oh, I get it. And then some people will freak out and jump out the window. And then some people like us will be like, finally, all right, I get it. But do you understand what I'm saying? I'm sorry I'm being ambiguous here, but it's just it's a big subject. It is. And I think since it's all connected, it's a big subject to digest. And it's also hard to explain and, be put on the spot in spaces here where you go, all right, your turn to talk. Now give it to us nice and concise and wrap it up with a bow on it. And I'm like, sometimes I get a little tongue tied because I'm a bit of a hypersensitive, emotional mess sometimes. So
yeah, I get that, brother. I'm the same way. It just takes practice is all. At a certain point, you get to the point where you're just like, I don't even give a shit anymore. Like you learn to like learn tricks to not think about like maybe your insecurities or whatever you're feeling. Like I try not to think about like right now, like I'm just imagining it. We're just you and me talking, bro. I'm just on the phone with each other. There's no one listening, bro. That's how I think about it.
Thinking completely impedes most things, actually. See, I'm a songwriter, I'm a performing artist, a musician, a singer, and so I really
Me too.
what's that?
Me too.
Oh, beautiful. So then you get it. So, this whole thing about like communication and receiving and information, and you don't know exactly where it came from. Well, it probably didn't come from you. And you have received a transmission. And that's what some of those great melodies are. That's why Paul McCartney is fucking special. And we should all just be so goddamn lucky that he's still alive. Because when Rick Rubin said that the Beatles were the sound of God, he kind of meant it. Because there's a supernatural. It's not supernatural. Nothing is supernatural. It's just not discovered and nailed down yet by our dumb minds. But it's like some of the stuff that you feel, not you, but just the general you. Sometimes it's really hard to get it out in words, and that's why music is available, right? But yeah, no, I appreciate it. I do need to take the filter off. It's just some people just can't take profane language. Some people can't take. I'm always very conscious of respecting what the lowest common denominator sometimes like needs to hear and handle when you give them your information, or else they won't be able to digest it. Because before they can digest it, they're going to judge you because you use the F word. Quite frankly, that's stupid. And honestly, it's been kind of proven statistically over and over again that the higher intellect actually cuss the most. So there's that. However, I do wonder sometimes if Jeremy Corbell should probably lay off the F words when he's trying to get people's attention. I wonder.
Really, when does he say it? I haven't noticed that.
Not on CNN, of course, but in certain facets, it makes me wonder if George Knapp, his mentor, sometimes ever goes, Jeremy, you're gonna have to lay it off of that. You have to understand that normal people don't like to hear the F word, but I think the F word is like Steven Tyler said it best. He goes, listen, those words are like my oranges and my fuchsias in my art and my paintings. And if it's going to perk the ears up of somebody to listen to an important quote or an important theory or whatever, good, so be it. They'll hear it, but I don't know what the fuck I'm trying to say right now. It's a little late. So, I'll be back. Yeah. But yeah, end of the world.
No one's listening, bro. It's cool.
Yeah. Well, end of the world. Let me reel back here. I promise I'll tie this up.
No worried about tying anything up. Just voice your opinion, bro.
I don't think it's end of the world. I don't think it has to be something inherently. We're going to reach a crest. I feel that we're heading towards it. I feel there's an event coming, and I think it's going to answer a lot of questions. There is a good chance that it's not complete annihilation, but I did have a very powerful dream, and I don't have those very often. I remembered some of them in my life. I'll get into it later, but maybe you've had similar dreams as well, So I'll shut up for right now, and would like to hear a little bit more about your soul search, if that's not too personal, because maybe I can identify with it, and everyone else here might be able to as well.
Yeah, I need to think about that for a minute. Because I kind of need to ruminate on it myself, actually. But I think what you said about the dreams thing is, I agree. I've always had really intense, like, kind of, I think, what do you call it, like lucid or dreams, where like they're just like really vivid, So I've always had like an issue with that. But when I turned 30, they got like really bad, and which was 4 years ago. I'm 34, and they turned into like just full blown screaming night terrors and sleepwalking, and just like just waking up in strange places and injuring myself in my sleep and destroying all my property in my sleep. So it became a real fucking issue. I still haven't managed to figure out how to get rid of it. I must have like some kind of fucking brain tumor, I think. That's the last option I've haven't checked yet. But I kind of just get around it at the moment just by not sleeping, which is, these spaces help a lot with that to kind of pass the time. So yeah.
I see. Yeah, I'm back now. I'm in my garage. Yeah, don't. Well, it's easier said than done when somebody says, "Don't think about this. Don't ruminate about that." Well, easier said than done. But I've thought the same thing sometimes. Brain tumor stuff when I have major headaches, which sometimes I used to have more of them when I was a kid. A lot actually, heavy ones, but not so much anymore. But when I do have one, it's the first thing that comes to my mind, so to speak, is, oh no, I think so much. A lot of my friends, I've had a couple friends like have problems with that kind of a situation, tumor, and they were very much like thinkers. They were very like high intellect, talented people. Brain tumor. Neil Peart, brain tumor. It's all this stuff, and I start thinking about it too much when I get a really good headache. And it's the first thing I go to. I turn into Woody Allen. I'm like, oh, don't try not to think that, because it's no good. Easier said than done. I have trouble going to bed. I don't ever want to go to bed. I'm always up doing things, and then I run into the sun coming up, and next thing you know, I'm waking up at 2 in the afternoon, 3 in the afternoon, and I know that's not healthy. I know it's not.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've tried like I don't want to get into like the amount of options I've exhausted to get rid of my issue, but there literally I don't think it is an avenue I haven't gone down to try to get rid of this whole night terror sleepwalking issue I have when I fall asleep. Unfortunately, it only tends to kick in at about like hour 3 or 4 of being asleep. So as long as I take like just like 2-hour naps, 2-3 hour naps, a couple times a day, I can be well rested enough to kind of get by and kind of get around it. But yeah, I think I tried prayer, I tried like exorcisms even, like all kinds of stuff, and yeah, nothing's worked. Medication, therapy, nothing. So that's just kind of a bummer at the moment. So the next option is just literally to get my brain scanned or something, see maybe something's up in there. I don't know. But
There could be. Do you find yourself? Do you put yourself at all under? They say unnecessary stress by thinking too much about things.
No.
No. Okay. And do you find that anything's changed in your songwriting? Do you find anything as far as ideas coming in more now or less or anything like that modified through this happening to you?
You mean like in the past few years since I've had this problem?
Yeah.
No, I haven't really noticed any like particular changes in myself. Well, not really. Not really any kind of personality changes, other than just the normal kind of changes, you go through. But like I can't. It's just such a weird, bizarre thing. Like it feels like somebody put a curse on me. Like it's like one of those things where like you see in a movie, like the guy has like some kind of curse and he tries everything and nothing works, and he decides to make a deal with the devil to like solve what's ailing him, when it turns out the devil is the one that gave it to him in the first place or something shit like that. You know what I mean? I
Right.
feel like that's what's going on.
Well, hang tight there, and I appreciate the newfound friendship and connections with you and everyone that connects to you and so forth and so on. And I appreciate the sharing. I hope I don't mean to have you going down a road of some depressing stuff or stuff that's negative.
Oh no, that's cool. Let's go down it, bro. That's part of life, man. I'm open to all of it.
Yeah. I've had different things, and I don't want to take up all the talk time here right now, but I'm gonna sort through a few things and listen to all of you folks talk for a bit, and and hopefully I can find a good time to jump back in here.
Yeah, I think I really like a great quote that I know helps me is just worry about yourself and your family and the people who are important to you, because nobody cares. So just keep that in mind. Hey, what's up off the pillow, and welcome, Ashes.
Yeah, Ashes, you had your hand up before I did, so you want to go ahead?
No, please go ahead.
I just wanted to concur with Logan. I do think it's the end of the world, but I'm not necessarily sold on the fact that it's a negative thing. I think what's happened, yeah, it's shitty and it's bullshit and it's a circus show, but it's a show. And a lot of us are, we're starting to see a bigger picture here. There's something more going on with our existence and just life in general. Life as we knew it is quite different than, we're all learning this, right? And there's more people awake on this planet than ever in human history. My son has been a conspiracy theorist, or was labeled a conspiracy theorist, since he was a teenager. A lot of things he would try to enlighten me with, I found disturbing. And that was what a lot of people are still malfunctioning with, is this defense mechanism. They don't want to know. They don't want to know. But there's a lot more people that do. So I actually think that this bullshit's coming to an end. One way or the other, it's coming to an end. But I see it as just a massive change. A massive change is going to happen. And I think that people like us, not to, categorize us above anybody else, but our curiosity is coming from somewhere, right? And I'll go back to that frequency thing and the levels of frequency that we all receive. We're catching something that other people aren't. And it's truly heartbreaking and disheartening for me to look at my loved ones and realize that they're not getting that frequency. They're not getting that feedback like I am. You guys understand what I'm trying to say, but back to the end of the world. What you said, Gravity, with regards to your dream. Now, I think dreams are like you said, I think that people undermine them or dismiss them, and I don't think they should be. I've always been fascinated with dreams my whole life. Had some pretty strange ones too, but I would love to hear your dream. Yeah, I think this journey is going to be painful. I think there's going to be a lot of loss, but we're going to have a hell of a lot of gain. And I think it will be to the better, but we just have to keep our minds and our heart strong and firm, and know that no matter where we all end up, us people that are catching a frequency, we're closer to a better place. I don't know. Thanks. But I'm sure there's other people in this room that would love to hear your dream too, Gravity.
Totally. I would love to hear it. I'm sure it's horrific. So Ashes, did you want to go now?
Hey Logan, you live in an old house?
No.
No history?
No.
Any Indian burial grounds close by?
Nope. It's so I live in it was built like maybe 2-3 years ago, and I live by the beach. Nothing weird around here.
Attended any seances or anything of the sorts?
Definitely not.
Maybe you got a latcher.
What do you mean?
Well, you look at what Castaneda says and the shamans. To get there, they need the drug, and the drug takes them there. But once they get latched onto, They call them spirit guides. They don't need the drugs no more. Spirit guide is always there.
So but
Maybe
my
somebody
spirit guide
latched
is,
onto your ass.
and they're guiding me with nightmares.
No, they're not all fun and games. That's the thing about going out there. You know, some people call it astral projection, whatever. You're fucking around with shit that you have absolutely no control of. Stay here. Stay in this realm.
I got a question, Logan. Do you put your feet on the ground, your bare feet? Do you do that as often as you can?
No, which I know is not great, but I try to be better at that. But yeah, I have pretty virgin feet, considering.
It's healthy. Just walk by if you're close to a beach, just walk on it as often as you can. Walk the shore, and obviously you're luckier than I am. I think you said you were in Miami or something. I don't know.
No, I'm in Huntington Beach, California.
Yeah, see, you're luckier than I am. I'm in Canada, so walking along the little beach. Well, not little beach. We're like super. It's like the longest beach in the world, freshwater beach, close to me, and I wouldn't dare because it's a little too cold. But I would do it as often as I can. Make a point of it. Force yourself. It's helpful.
That's a good idea. I mean, I don't wear shoes on the beach. That's for sure. Always barefoot, but yeah, you're right. I'm just kind of a hermit at the moment. Past this year anyway, just because I don't know, it's just that time for me for whatever reason. I don't know what it is. But yeah, I need to make a point to force myself. If I have a dog, right, and if it wasn't for needing to walk him, I don't know how often I would even go outside. So yeah, I really need to force myself to do that kind of stuff more. Thanks. Oh, also, what's up, Clint?
Hey, you going, Logan? Hey, I'm just listening into you. Well, hang on. Sorry, mate. I'll be straight back to you. Give me a second. I'll put my hand up when I get back to the mic. Sorry.
No worries. It happens. So yeah, let's try to change topics. I really don't want to talk about me. That's the worst topic to talk about at the moment. It's 5:15 a.m. for me. Hey, where does everyone else live? Is it well, you guys are all in America. Wait, no, you're in Australia. Sim is in where's Sim? You're in Idaho. Hannah's in Finland, or maybe she just from there. Taylor is in, well, she'll never say, but it's in the south somewhere. Gravity, I don't know. Jamie, where are you from, Jamie? You can say, right? You're there, Jamie. Jamie. I think Jamie fell asleep.
Is Kent from New Zealand or Australia?
Australia.
It's interesting. I've met some New Zealanders and Australians, and I forgot which culture gets more offended about the other being misrecognized because
they hate each other equally.
What? I'm in Vegas. Yeah. I'm in the one of the epicenters of the phenomenon, and I grew up here watching some of the first stuff breaking when I was a child on Channel 8 News in real time with George Knapp. So George Knapp is total iconic comfort food journalist guru to me. He's just, yeah. So that there is nice positive takeaway from being a Las Vegas native. That's one of them. Yep.
Oh man, I would. Do you feel like Vegas is like a is hell? Do you feel like it just sucks you dry of your soul?
Yes, I'm not a biased vegan by any stretch of the imagination, and I have a few different theories on this town that I can definitely expand upon, given the right circumstance and platform. But as I said, I'm a verbose person, and so I try to stay concise and respectful of other people's time to talk in this space. But I will tell you, yes, and yes, and I know, and I'm absolutely 100% fucking sure about a couple of these hypotheses that I have come up with based on what people say, the activities that go on here, and the results of those activities on people who are hypersensitive to the negative forces at play here. There's absolutely 100% a fucking vortex of some sort of negativity that it's almost like a black hole. Like like we always thought. Isn't it funny how we always think something scientifically like black holes only suck things into them, and the next thing you know, you hear, "Wait a minute, we just found a thing got thrown out of a black hole. How's that possible?" Well, I think that in this negative vortex over here, there's some negativity that gets thrown out into the Vegas area, and it affects people that move here. It affects people who are born here, and it also affects the overall spiritual, musical, artistic vibe here. Because I grew up in a town that has absolutely no fucking artistic heritage. It may be the entertainment capital of the world, but it sure as fuck has no artistic integrity whatsoever. So whenever somebody asks me where I'm from, I actually shudder to even have to admit it. So there you go.
That's hilarious. There's another guy in here, Dave. I think his name's like Dave, something like that. But he's like a big. He has like long COVID, has like a crazy like COVID story on his Twitter. Anyway, he's that guy. He's from Vegas, but he has like really awesome stories about like working as a bartender in Vegas. But yeah, I lived in Vegas for like only a couple of weeks, and by the end of those 2 weeks, I was never more miserable. Maybe my whole life. Yeah.
Congratulations on surviving.
Yeah, like that guy Vince Neil from Motley Crue. I see that he lives there, and I don't imagine. I can't imagine why. Like, how fucking insane are you to buy property there? You really love it that much, huh? What's up off the pillow?
Off the pillow. I'd like to go back to what Hannah brought up in the room earlier. You guys are talking about Las Vegas, and I don't know, and how it feels or what it is, but perhaps Lou Montagnier was onto something. So as she was speaking and explaining that, I couldn't help but think about, I'm sure some of you guys have heard of genetic imprinting. So when there's kind of an issue with somebody, like, there's depression within a family, and some people believe that's passed on through the DNA or through the genetics. And she's talking about something in the DNA and the water. So let's go back to energy. And I think it all comes to a full circle. We think about why Las Vegas was built, the Hoover Dam, how many people died in building that. And after it was built, what happened? We had, mobsters and prohibition. So I guess the beginning of it, the roots of it all kind of was, You know what I'm trying to say. So perhaps it's imprinted, or that DNA in the water. I don't know. I just thought we could expand on that.
That's a great launch ramp right there. Yeah, that's a good point.
I think there's something to it all. That's what we're just trying to figure out. And these are the questions like most of us would have never asked 5-6 years ago, right? Most of us.
I do want to say that some of the bones are literally being found now, which is absolutely horrifying and hilarious all at the same time, because it's also coinciding with the earth changes that are not happening, in quotation marks, not happening, with water being sucked up by the atmosphere. And the Colorado River, we're having a shortage of water, which it was interesting when I was listening to Coast to Coast on the way home. Now, I watched the water level of Lake Mead diminish over a course of years. However, the rate of the diminishing had increased exponentially. Okay. And then Colorado River diminishing problems. On Coast to Coast, I'd say it was a 2 month, maybe 3. It's hard to gauge. On the news, I hear, hello, I'm the guy that tells you all the horrible things that are going to be coming up next time. And then, so he says that, like, the government has issued a state of emergency, water shortage, Colorado River. And I'm like, oh. And then the lake, people are trying to go out boating, which is hilarious. So they go out to certain areas of Lake Mead where you used to be able to launch your boat, and now you can walk across it, and you can see airplanes tipsy-turvy stuck in the middle of a muddy bog, and you can find barrels with people bones in them all over Lake Mead. All the mafia drop-offs are being found now. Yep. There's another nice negativity situation in this town. It's interesting how so many things are coming to light because of so many catastrophic situations that we're experiencing as a race, right? And all of the Las Vegas negativity and evil vortex stuff, I'm telling you, you're on the right track here. I think there is something to this. I don't know how I am surviving, still living here. I tried to leave and go to Austin for 6 months and find a musical dream there. But let me tell you something, you got to get to the back of the line, or they didn't want us there. So I came back, and my life shifted, and now here we are. Las Vegas, Sin City. Yeah.
There's something to it. Energy is huge. You guys ever walking somewhere, or even driving somewhere? I remember I was with my daughter. We dropped my son off at a paintball establishment, and I took a wrong turn, and it was wooded area, both sides, and both her and I, it was almost, I'm getting chills right now, but an intense negative energy was there, and I just couldn't wait to turn around. Oh yeah, I got goosebumps just thinking about it. I never, it was so strong. But yeah, I believe there's imprints, and I believe energy. Same with like Fort Erie, so Niagara Falls, Niagara area. So right on the border of New York is Fort Erie in Ontario, Canada, and that was where a huge battle happened. Right, that was a big battle, and tons of people that live there talk about entities or bad energies or all kinds of things. It was a battleground. So I do believe energy sticks around. I don't know. We're onto something.
Hey, what are those lines that I forget what they're called. They're like meridian lines or something like that. They go across the world and like intersect in like weird places. You remember what they're called?
Ley lines?
There you go. That's what it is. Las Vegas falls on a ley line. I found that interesting and not surprising.
We should see if we could get Richard Hoagland to coordinate that stuff. Where did he go? We haven't heard from that guy with the kick-ass hairstyle in a long time. Anyway,
Didn't he
we're
have
on the
like a
ley line.
show?
Huh?
Didn't he have like a TV show?
Richard C. Hoagland had a TV show recently.
I don't know. What's it? Who is he?
He is the I'd say he's like, well, one of the godfathers of the Moon Mars Sidonia connection. He was a science advisor to Walter Cronkite, and he is the gentleman that was laying out all the geometry that has redundant correspondence to each other between Sidonia, the pyramidal formations near the face, and then he was able to take this geometry and correlate it with let me think. I hate it when I can't find the proper word and there's only one that goes with it. Hyperdimensional geometry. So he's really good at coordinating redundant math to where you see like patterns, and so instead of doing that, maybe you should get him on the whole ley line thing, because that's also fascinating. Expand upon the ley line situation if you don't mind.
Me or
anybody
Phil?
anybody who knows, you know.
And does anybody anyone
From what
want to say?
from what I understand, these are points of interest that have more of an energetic field. And if you look at all the monoliths, like Ken had mentioned earlier today, there's tons of structures on our planet that are built, above them. They're right there. So I think there is some type of energy that maybe can intensify, a receiving of a frequency. Is everybody hearing me? Because I hear it looks like we're losing connection. Okay. So I didn't realize that Las Vegas was on a ley line. That's fascinating. And when you mentioned what somebody else in the room said earlier about the loosh, if you understand the loosh. So if these positions on our planet, like the ley lines, open up more of an energy field to receive, for people to receive, because some people who are into meditation, they would seek these places out and feel that, they can get to evolve more, like elevate more into a meditative state near a ley line. My husband's business partner, his wife, she's right into yoga and Kundalini stuff. And when she found out their house was built on a ley line, she had to move. Like, for whatever reason, it was a negative ley line to her. We were all kind of weirded out by it all, but that happened. So I don't know, my level of understanding of it is really amateur. But I've always found ley lines fascinating. And I just wish I knew where a close one was to me. But what about that loosh, right? So they built that there, and then what happened there? I mean, it was gambling, Sin City, right? Prostitution, the alcohol, the mobsters. So a lot of the activity that happened there was on a lower energy, like on the darker side. So was it creating loosh? Because, like somebody said in here, that's kind of how this negative energy feeds, right? This is where we are. Anyway, just a thought. The loosh.
Whenever I'm outside of town, I had a chance to go visit Northern California about 3 weeks ago. I got a chance to go and have my record mixed by a gentleman that lives in the middle of basically forest area with a nice house, tall ceiling, dogs in the backyard, but the backyard is like trees. They have animals. When you go to bed at night, you can hear frogs croaking. It's awesome. And I tell you what, I felt like so much better out there. I did not want to come back here. Yep.
I gotta agree. Northern California, it's so fucking magical. I went camping not long ago, like maybe like a couple months ago, to what's it called? Well, there goes that memory. You know where like the giant redwoods are? Maybe it's just called Redwood Forest. I can't remember what it's called, but like this where like the tallest tree in the world is, like the oldest one, and it's just like when you're out there, it's just so magical. It's just walking through like I don't know, it feels like how like the earth is supposed to be, you know, just you can just feel like good positive energy walking through that place. And it's not even like crowded or anything. It's just so awesome. Coming back to the city, you know, relative city, you know, compared to out there was just a bummer. A lot more depressing. Like I think they say like there's a lot of different words for it, but like a lot of people like to say the word archons, as I guess they're like evil aliens or entities that feed on our loosh. They also call them like all kinds of things. Yeah, insert whatever demons or you know whatever you want to call it.
I just want to say that my personal belief is if you have this type of access to, let's say, a ley line or a place that has an energy that's coming from underneath, like I was saying, you just said you went camping and you felt great.
Mm-hmm.
You're out in nature. So when you're in the cities, just accessing the beach and the water and the earth and just being barefoot, and it's called grounding. And I truly believe in it. I exercise it. It's I don't do it as often as I'd like. I mean, a lot of times we have snow for too many months where I live, and it's just not going to happen. But I know that in the summer, we all feel, us Canadians always feel healthier. And a lot of that has to do with, in my opinion, is we're walking on the grass barefoot. So I really stress to you, Logan, that it would, so you're not going to be able to camp all the time, but at least you'll be able to access at least a component to it. And it'll be, to be honest with you, I think how you carry yourself or what you focus on, honestly, is what we get. It's like law of attraction stuff, right? You get what you put out, you get back. So even being in Las Vegas and the fact that it's on a ley line, everybody on top of that ley line, let's say they had made this beautiful sanctuary city or like a beautiful place to just be harmonious with each other, we wouldn't be talking about that loosh, right? They wouldn't, the negative wouldn't feed off of that, the positive would. I think that the power or the energy field can be used for positive or negative, no matter where it is.
The pandemic did absolutely nothing for anyone over here. It's made the city completely worse. And honestly, I'm just now finally starting to be able to see the light. Saying this, I'm using it not in the term that we were speaking of before, but just now finally pulling myself out of the muck of depression, which I suffer from already because inherently I'm like, just as I said, I'm like a hypersensitive, neurotic overthinker. So I had a lot of time to ruminate on the ley line while I wasn't able to do anything professionally. And it's definitely, it exhibits what you just said about what you focus on, you get. The intensity can be either way, right? Yeah. So there's definitely a thing to it. And by the way, Logan, just to get back to your point about people moving here and why Vince Neil is moving here. Well, I'll tell you why, because a lot of the people in California, which is getting really fucking bad, a lot of those people have had their California multi-million-dollar houses, and they couldn't, they were like, okay, now's the time to sell. And then they're all moving here. So this town now, instead of it being Frank Sinatra and Elvis Presley to retire, it's Vince Neil and Sebastian Bach. There you go.
That's hilarious. But I saw Vince Neil move out there like on like one of the celebrity. Oh, I think it was Celebrity Fit Club in like 2001. I saw him out there.
He's not a nice person. Can I bring up, before I talk about this dreams, I want to kind of keep it a little positive here. Can I bring up a movie that I thought was a really great representation of how some sort of contact confirmation via an actual arrival, I think it was called The Arrival, maybe, it felt like it could go down that way. Like the communication seemed interesting. The ships looked kind of like a biscotti shape, and they were kind of vertical. And of course, we had the general that wanted to kill it, and then we had the scientist, and then we had the. It was an interesting. Some people complained because there weren't a bunch of explosions and laser guns, but I thought it was a really and I felt kind of more of an accurate, how the hell would I know, right? But an accurate representation of how it could feel if one race decided to uncloak their ship and say, "Hey, we're taking a look at your world here." Anyone see that? I think it's The Arrival. It was about 3-4 years ago. It came out. Any opinions on that movie?
Was that the one where, okay, so the characters in it, one was a wife and she had to go aboard the ship to work with them. She worked for the government. She's some kind of scientist. The husband had to stay back home.
Yes. And they communicated. It was a really cool hypothesis on how like 1 million years of information could be communicated through some sort of a art, almost an art form in a way of where in the beings were kind of God, I can't even describe them. They had like, what was it, like they I can't remember what the beings sort of looked like. They weren't
They're
like
encephalopods.
Yeah, they had, yeah. And I don't even remember how it resolved, honestly, but I just remember the overall feeling was, yeah, this feels like it was written and directed by somebody that was maybe like one of us.
I find it weird that I don't remember how it concluded either. And it just seems like it wasn't that long ago I watched it. So
It wasn't.
I need to watch that again.
Their communication method was what really blew me away. The concept was like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yep.
Good morning, guys. Hey, Gravity. My sister was a Vegas showgirl for many years. She was with Siegfried and Roy, and earlier on with Lance Burton. She knows all the magicians' illusions and tricks she won't tell. But she was like, for Lance Burton, she was one of the key women that was being cut in half and made to disappear, levitate, and stuff like that. At one point, she was at Viva Las Vegas show at the Stratosphere, and she was up on, I don't know if it was the timeline of you being there, but she was one of the big billboards where she was standing like 40-foot tall, my 40-foot tall sister in Vegas. And
What was
there
her
are,
name? Can you give the
yeah,
name of the
sure.
performer?
Her name's Jean Marie Duran. She went by, but that was her late husband's name, Duran. She's a Zimmerman, like me. But boy, she met some people as she did that. She was with Michael Jackson. They'd go in the green room after the show and just small talk all the time.
Michael Jackson loved magic.
Yeah.
Lance Burton, honestly, Lance Burton, in my opinion, is because I'm an amateur magician when I was a kid, but Lance Burton is one of the most phenomenal magicians we've ever had on this planet. His close-up work was amazing. His sleight of hand work was amazing.
Exactly. I've brought this up before. So Lance Burton, because she was friends with him, and she was a longtime employee of his. They sold my comic book out of his magic shop at this was the Hacienda, the other hotel before he got the biggest gig, right? But they brought me up on stage for his sleight of hands. And it was like the year before he had won the award as best sleight of hands in the world, right? And I'm holding this cage with 3 doves in it, and they're fluttering against my fingers, and the steel of the cage is against my hands. He claps his hands over my hands, and it all disappears, man, out of my hands.
Lance Burton, he was given the award. It's not an award; it's like a indoctrinated kind of a thing by one master magician can only give it to the next. And if you ever heard of Dai Vernon, they call him the professor, and he was a sleight of hand master, and he gave Lance that whatever you want to call it. I wish Lance still worked. I wish he wasn't retired, because I think that he could do a lot of good and create a lot of happiness if he maybe went into. I know he was tired of doing the cigarette and the dove thing and all that, but I think that he could go into a new phase of career where he maybe does like close-up sessions, like private close-up sessions for like maybe a wedding, or like just really bring something back to where it all started for him, because we all start learning a couple card tricks and some coin stuff, and it goes from there, right? But that's fascinating. Yeah, I mean, there are some areas of this Las Vegas Sin City negative vortex, call it what you will, that are great, that I'm really proud of. But it has nothing to do with art, really. I mean, magic's an art, but I mean, as far as music heritage, as far as art heritage, as far as that type of thing, no. And it's almost like the negativity and the potential to destroy your own life or others here and have your personality contaminated by whatever is far greater than the positive here, and it might have always been that way. I don't know, but that's a beautiful story, man. That thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, right now I'm getting along with my sister. I think we're so much alike that we get into big battles, and then we break away, and then but she's a very successful. She has a dancing school. She moved back to Maryland years ago, established a little ballet kind of dancing school, and then now she's in Delaware, living on the water, living great. When she was in Vegas, because you know how the mythology of the showgirl is, they end up a dancer in a topless bar, for drugs or whatever. But she was always a ballerina and moved toward that. And at one point, she had a house and a condo out there. She was always very successful. She's dated Eddie Van Halen a little bit before Valerie Bertinelli. She had a long-term boyfriend named Mika, who was Samoan and was a fire eater, and he also ran a limo service. I'm saying these names for you because it's a big small town, and you
Mika
might know
rings
some
a
of
bell, and of course Eddie Van Halen. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah. And for with Siegfried and Roy, she was dating one of the Tiger handlers for a long time, but it was
I
crazy.
was waiting for you I was just waiting for you to say she was dating one of the Tigers, and I was like, what? What?
She originally was brought out there. I guess it was to the Mirage. She was my sister first was dancing for Disney, and she was in the Diamond Horseshoe Review where she was a can, but she was the one. They sent her to Japan when they opened in Japan, and she was the one that was singing and dancing. She was the star. She was Debbie Reynolds for Debbie Reynolds Theater out there. She was her understudy. She knew Carrie Fisher and the family and Debbie Reynolds. She's got a long, cool history, but it's always like I said. We always end up. If you ever saw the old Madonna documentary where she just floats through she has this diva kind of thing going. My sister has a little of that, and I can't stand it because I'm her kid brother. She used to beat me up.
Can I ask anybody over the course of the pandemic, and maybe a year or two before that, anybody have a great UFO sighting where deep down you knew that this was definitely some sort of contact? You definitely saw something, and especially if you actually were able to get these stupid iPhones or Androids to actually capture any of it, which if it was at nighttime, I feel sorry for you because I had a nighttime incident, and yeah, good luck on an iPhone trying to say that it, hey, this looks great. Anybody have a sighting that they were able to either capture or not, but definitely one that gave you that feeling of astonishment?
Well, I can give you what. Go ahead, you guys first. Go ahead.
No, sorry, you go ahead.
Well, I've put the photos up a couple times, so it's repetitive to a lot of people, but it's one sighting thing. A month ago, my wife and I were out on our deck where we can see the sky, and I thought we were looking at Jupiter, and it was a Friday night. It was ahead of that hurricane coming through Florida, and the whole sky started lighting up, which is similar to what they described the Elon Musk satellites. But what I saw was the lights that were twinkling everywhere, and then I saw a bunch of them gather and then fly across the whole horizon fast, very super fast. So again, I'm trying to justify it saying, okay, well, it could be light beams. I'm seeing the rays go satellite to satellite, but it was happening really, really fast. Coincidentally, my wife was taking a picture of the weird looking horizon and Jupiter when it happened. After all this time in UFO Twitter and all these things, I didn't even think to pick my phone up, but my wife had already had her phone up taking pictures. So I told everybody on here, I said, wow, we just saw this and that. My wife saw it too. It wasn't just my eyes seeing it. She saw it a little different than I did. She wasn't tracking the movement, because to me, that's one of those observables that can't be just if that's something moving that's not just a light beam, there's something happening, right? Well, on her iPhone, 2 weeks later, I said, didn't you just start taking pictures? It was my phone I thought she had. I looked at it, she didn't have it. It was on her phone. And she took, not trying to, she took 3 pictures of it beginning. and the pictures are crazy. And I've sent them to Mick West. He can't explain them. He says, go back there, same time of night, try to get it in video. I said, is this an effect? He said, I don't know.
That's
He
insane.
can't do it.
I'm shocked that Mick West couldn't explain it. That's a joke.
But honestly, that's who I wanted. I wanted the guy who's going to always go, oh, that's just an iPhone doing what they do. Because it's not what it's. There's in one of them, it's the singular. What I thought was Jupiter. In the next one, it branches out and becomes 4 lights, and you can see the trail. It's like almost a snail trail of one of the 4 connecting to one of the other 4. This other picture, it looks like a G written in the sky, and then the light trail goes high, and you can see at one point there is a literal orb at the tip. It looks like it's really one item captured in 4 positions and the trails of it. That's what it looked like to my eyes,
Feel
So
free to privately message me that stuff if you don't mind. I'd like to take a look.
Sure, I'll put it up on the top here if you want. But I can do that. I'll put it up. I've put it up many times. There's no secrets with these things. It's just, to me, it's astounding she wasn't trying to take the picture, and that's where Screen was saying, I think it fights your intentions. She wasn't trying, so she gets the pictures,
Anybody else have a sighting over the course of the pandemic?
It wasn't my sighting, but a friend of mine from high school. It would have been March 2021, like the tail end of March, beginning of April. A girlfriend of mine put on our Facebook. She had video recorded it, and she put it up on Facebook. Well, actually, she couldn't put it on Facebook. That's what it was. She had done a post asking anybody if they had seen this orange orb in the sky, and that she had recorded it, but she didn't know how to get it onto the Facebook post. She didn't know how to get it onto the internet, and she had it on her cell phone. So I had inboxed her, and I worked with her, and I said, just text it to me, because Facebook wouldn't allow it, or she just couldn't figure out how to do it. So she did text it to me. And actually, she swears in it, Logan. So swearing is encouraged. And she's like, what the fuck is that, guys? But I do have a picture I can put up at this moment. I'd have to look a little further into my camera, because this is going back to early 2021. But I do have some footage. I don't know if it's going to be short enough for Twitter, and I'm not all that techie, but I can try my best to get it. It's not one that's unusual, I guess. Like, I've seen other people with the same type of thing. So it's like a sphere that kind of has like a heartbeat. Do you know the ones I mean? Like, it's this round circle. And she would have been by Lake Ontario. I know we were talking the other night. There's a lot of stuff around Lake Ontario. I grew up there, so I definitely remember lots and lots of people saying they seen things. I seen one, but definitely many years ago. I was a teenager, and it was not what she filmed. But I was blown away by it, and I was impressed and happy that she sent it to me. And I sent it back to her, and I posted it on Facebook for her.
That's great. That is great.
Okay, I just posted it down in the bubble.
Thanks for posting, everybody. Thank you very much. I have a couple things that I have yet to actually. It's funny when somebody says, I got to publish my UFO video. Publish. I
I have a couple things that are yet to be published, and one of them is I'm not so sure about it. But then again, that could just be some of that natural cognitive dissonance kicking in slightly, just going through all the, it's probably just one of those big heavy duty balloons. But I don't know, daytime. And then the nighttime incident was a little bit before the pandemic, I'd say a year before, up at Mount Charleston Lodge at night. And I was up there looking for the the blood moon. Took my DSLR out there with a tripod and stuck it on a truck bed and got it aimed perfectly. And anybody who takes photos with a decent camera knows how hard it is to get that perfect focus on the moon. Once you have it, you don't want to touch the camera. So I put that up there, and I was facing the other direction, waiting for the right moment to start snapping. And some other people out there. And my wife was like, "What is that?" And she's pointing upwards, and we were kind of towards the west and looking in the back of this restaurant there. And we're looking up about 45 degrees. So at that point, our eyesight is not hitting the mountain line level. At that point, it's definitely up in the sky area. And it looked like the North Star. It looked like the North Star. It was a very loud, if you can say loud light, it was a very loud dot of light with a lot of refraction on it. And it seemed to get closer. And then we're looking, and it's pitch black, really, out there. And at that point, I noticed that the thing pulses really brightly. Boom. Kind of goes back to its medium illuminated state. And then at that point, I said, "Oh, shit, I better get my cell phone out." And I remind you that my DSLR camera is focused precisely on the moon, sitting on a tripod on top of a truck bed. And we are standing on the ground behind this restaurant looking up at 45 degrees. So I did not grab the camera off the tripod. I just grabbed my cell phone and turned on the video camera and desperately tried pushing my finger onto the light, to get it to focus. If you don't do that, it'll keep getting confused. But it would not do it. There's no way it would do it. But I did capture the event, and I've done still frames of it. And I can tell you some other phenomena that seem to go along with this, but it pulsated about, I'd say, 3 times more. And then it just went out. And there was no sound. It was not a helicopter. It wasn't a plane. It wasn't somebody on the mountain with a flashlight, like some dumb, I'll be nice. But somebody was pulling their car through, looking up at it, and with his girlfriend. And, "Hey, man, no, it looks like it must be a guy with a flashlight." And I'm thinking, yep, just please move on and shut up and get out of my way and quit talking, because it wasn't. And but I've yet to put those out there because it's not that remarkable to look at in real time. But when these things happen, you just know, and it gives you a feeling of astonishment that you can't get anywhere else. You just know that you're seeing something that is remarkable, I think. But maybe I should just put it up there. But I want to have it assessed by somebody who has like a really good knowledge of how to grab frames and whatnot. Like, I don't know if anybody follows Secure Team 10 and Tyler, and he does fairly decent analysis of video. Although sometimes I think that he's misled by some stuff that may be fake. But I think he's also put some really interesting stuff out there too. So I don't know. I need the frames assessed. But I found there were a couple of really great frames when this thing pulsed at its peak. It was actually illuminating another object next to it. So I don't know if anybody here actually does pretty good video analysis. I don't really have the time to do it right now because I'm in the midst of doing some other creative endeavor. But anybody else wants to take a stab at it, you'll see what I'm talking about. Yeah. Nighttime, light in the sky, iPhone. It's not easy.
Yeah, I don't mess with Apple products, and I also think Taylor is a total loser, and I just want to emphasize she doesn't know anything about anything.
Are you just saying nasty things so that you can get her to say anything at all?
Yeah.
Come on, Taylor.
Well, a very common thing that happens in the spaces I hold at, like, overnight, is people just sleep in them. It's very common, even I fall asleep in them oftentimes. So, yeah, I'll wake up and there'll be 11 people maybe in here, just everyone's just sleeping. So, yeah, it's, people just like to listen to stuff when they fall asleep, you know what I mean? I used to do that with Loveline back in the day with Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla, just fall asleep, listen to them talk about whatever.
One of my favorite things to do over the pandemic was to watch Tom Green go live on Instagram, get drunk, turn into a mean drunk, talking to his followers that are on, and then passing out in his equipped travel van thingy in the midst of the desert all by himself on BLM land. That's fun. That's good shit. Speaking of falling asleep with your broadcast on, and he's done this a few times, and it was actually quite interesting to watch, just as a sociological experiment.
I just realized I was talking with my mic muted. I was saying, an hour ago, Jamie said, "Sweet dreams, everyone." She went to sleep. So yeah, she said good night. I didn't notice that. Okay. Did you forgot to mention this earlier? Yeah, I kept forgetting. There's like a new Bigfoot video. Did you see it?
Do tell.
It's at the top. I shared it. It's by John Hudson. There it is. It says, well, if you heard about the recent Eagle's Nest camera incident by John Hudson at the top there. It's like a 49-second video. Okay. Silly boy. My dog is like, pushing right up into my face. He has to like lay on my chest. He's an epic cuddler. Silly boy. Hey, what's up, Tin Hat? I haven't seen your you in a minute. You're probably like the greatest like warrior goddess I know. Are you getting ready for work right now, Tin Hat?
Yeah, I'm closing cases. Oh, sorry, somebody in the Marine Corps just texting me. No, I wanted to tell you that I found oops, sorry. That keeps coming through. I found information on Bigfoot So he's just one of the many species of Chimera. Um, but the natural instinct that they bred him with, or he, she, whatever subspecies, is usually to avoid public, as a meat eater, carnivore. It's just the chimeric projects that they have in the subterranean, in the dumbs, is just unbelievable. I got I got a friend that's been sending me some nasty shit, and he's just one of the many. All the things that they tell you about, like it's some mystical creature, they're all just chimera. They're all the chimeras. So it's. I don't understand why people don't believe in them, because I can assure you, the shit I've been seeing, I'm just like, they're putting whatever they want. I mean, Japan has a program that they're putting like frog DNA in with children. Of course, the kids don't live for but a couple days, but it's just the shit they're coming out with is unbelievable. It's yeah, it's just mind blowing. It's just like they're just putting shit together, like they're just making it up. It's ridiculous.
Doesn't surprise me.
It's these people never. I know in Afghanistan they got this fucking program. I mean, shit, I found that you can get kits in the United States. There's a guy in Tennessee trying to make glow in the dark pit bulls. I mean, so I just saw an article about how they're going to make trees glow in the dark so you don't need street lights. I'm just like, these people are fucking insane. They're just like making this shit up as they go, and they have no qualms about what the fuck they're doing. And they're just, oh, it's cool. It's cool. No, it's not. You fuck with shit. It's going to create all sorts of, I mean, God, look what they're doing with the viruses and shit. Making, deadly viruses and crap. None of these things are natural. They're all made in labs. But it just blows my mind what these people are doing. And no one stops and asks, should we? You just do it. I was absolutely floored when I found out in the United States, there are no fucking laws that prevent you from getting a CRISPR kit delivered to your home. You can do whatever you want. No laws, no boundaries, no nothing. It's just mind blowing. I'm sorry.
Tin Hat.
Yeah.
Did you watch the series on Netflix about that?
I don't really go on to Netflix anymore because Netflix is just full of demonic shit. But
Well, the guy that's trying to make a pit
yeah,
bull
I
glow in
saw
the
that
dark?
years ago. Yeah, there's another guy I know in California who's a friend of a friend, and that guy is just he's fucking trying to like merge a poisonous. I'm like, why would you want to merge like a poisonous frog with a fucking? I think it was like some insect. These people. No, it's like people jump off the roof and try to hit the pool and never stop to ask, should we? It's this. Their science has gotten so to the point where everyone can be an expert or a mini expert, and then they can get this shit without licensing. They can get all the technology they need. I mean, literally without any licensing. There's no control. There's nothing that, I mean, I know that they got 5 new species of ticks right now that help spread Lyme disease. It blows my mind. I just cannot believe how people, including the scientists, I know a couple food scientists. If you knew what I knew about food, you'd fucking never touch processed shit. They don't care if it hurts you. They just want to make a name for themselves. It's all about like becoming notary, and they want to be, oh, I did that, and not ever stopping and saying, should I? Because they don't have any accountability. No, hey, let me look past the problem and see if I'm about to create more of a problem.
They're trying to cure somebody's AIDS. These guys, none of them really have a PhD or anything, but yeah, with the kits that they're ordering off the internet. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's just the. I mean, I understand, because of the whole dire pandemic bullshit, but people do need to become educated. But people they never stop and ask, should we? I mean, and trust me, we're dabbling in the new part, but they've been doing this shit underneath us for a fucking long time. I mean, I got to clean out a computer now because I got hacked again. So I got about 12,000 documents and photos, videos. When I go back through some of the shit that I've been going through for 7 years, I'm just like, I can't fucking believe that I know this shit. Of course, you can't get it
Hey,
out.
Tin Hat.
Yeah.
Do you have like a Dropbox or like a
No,
Google
I'm
Drive?
completely blocked. Everything's locked out. I'm literally everywhere I go. I'm about to lose my 16th TikTok account. Anytime I post anything, I ended up losing one of these rooms because I mentioned something that I've been investigating for 2 years, and it locked the whole room up. So I have to be very careful with what I say, or else I'll bring the. I assure you, I'm surprised I'm still on TikTok. I was off for almost banned for 2 years. So it's you. I find that I can only get truth out in person, but I'm trying to come up with a system with a couple guys, ex-military, to come up with a flash drive system so we can copy, replicate, and then send to people directly. Because all this
It's
digital
very
shit.
easy to do.
Well, I know,
I
but
can
I work.
totally
I
tell you
work a
how to
lot.
do
I
it.
work a lot. I dabble in a lot of stuff, and I do put the kids first. So everything I devote my time to first is for trafficking, and trying to help victims. Like I just interviewed last weekend a woman and her daughter who's been missing 6 months. They've been in for 20 years. And of course, everyone treats them like they're crazy. But that's the kind of shit that pisses me off the most. I mean, it's
I have a lot of information about that as
yeah.
well.
Well, she's in a state in Kansas that they don't fucking. I just it blows my mind, And she just started crying. You're the first person who told me that you believe me. I was doing an interview for an admission for a hospital that I go in virtually, and I admit people throughout the country. And I just knew it. I came up a flag suicidal risk, so I'm a psych nurse too. So I accessed her psych, history, and I could easily tell that she was traumatized. I mean, literally. And I poke when I hear triggers. I will poke, and then she started dropping hints, but then she says, "Oh, well, you don't want to get involved with that." And I've just point blank asked her. I said, "Are you a victim of trafficking?" I said, "How long have you been a victim? How long have they been drugging you?" And she just looked at the camera and she's like, she goes, "I don't want to get you in trouble." I said, "Honey, I already dabble here. I can assure you that I'm perfectly fine. Could you please tell me some details?" And as she was telling me stuff, I'm just like, it's typical of people I talk to. It's just, they don't remember things like date rape drugs. And she's like, and then of course she tells the police. I said, "Honey, you're going to the wrong people." I said, you have to. And I found resources in her state, which I hope they help her. And of course, then I contacted the doctor, the social worker. And then I told him, I said, "Listen, you guys are dealing with a trafficking victim here. Not some crazy woman who's nuts, who needs a psych eval for suicide. She's upset because she can't find her daughter. They've both been trafficked for over 20 years." I said, "I've seen these cases before." I said, they keep these traumatized people in these situations. They look like they have normal lives. She's actually living in her car now because she doesn't want anybody to find her. I said, this is the kind of shit. That's where I throw my energy in. I mean, I know a lot about a lot of things, but I just, this world is just, I try to fight where I can. They're now ramping up with the stupid shots for the children. So I spend a lot of my time going to pharmacies and pediatric office to stop the parents from going in. Like, don't do it. Don't do it. Giving them all the data, trying to tell them what's in it. And I'm feeling a little exhausted because I'm spread so thin on everything. I'm just like, but I would love it if I could actually have a website that I'm not like, or anywhere that I'm not cut down, shut off. I've been for years being the back door, giving the digital stuff to people, book writers, presentators and stuff. But I don't want the notoriety. I just want the information out. And it's like, I just can't seem to get past any of these, the AI watches me. I kid you not. It's I don't even know how to get around it anymore. I'm on my fourth computer, up and running 4 computers, 76 projects going on at one time. And now they've hacked my brand new computer that I now need to take to my friend who find out what the hell. So I'm exhausted. I'm just tired. Tired. I'd rather stand on the street corner and just say, "Listen."
You just might have
I
to.
know. Well, I'm doing it now in my area. I kid you not. I'm most people, I get that look. And of course, my people who know me well, they always laugh at me because they're like, "Well, you bring the truth, that's for sure." I'm like, but it's the people who don't know. And I'm like, I'm getting ready to go fight a doctor tomorrow. I got to take on another physician. So I'm just like, I'm exhausted. I'm I'm tired of all the ignorance. I'm tired of all the, you know, the naysaying, the name calling, oh, you're, this. I'm like, listen, I assure you that I'm not doing this because I don't want money. I've never been paid to do anything. I do all of this because I just want to know the truth. I don't like people being hurt. I don't like injustice. I don't want kids hurt. That's what really bothers me. I don't like deceitful. I don't like to be conned. And I think the whole government right now has been conning the people, but that's a whole other argument. But but people will look at you like, oh no, they don't want to know the truth. I'm like, you need to know the truth. You're about to step into a landmine. It's going to cost you your life. I've attended 19 funerals this year. And I'm like, I don't even know what to say anymore. I had a lady yesterday. I'm going to get my 5th booster. I can't help you, lady. I don't even know what to say. I can't help you. You've already gone past the point of no return. I can't save you. So that's what breaks my heart. I just can't. Jeez. So I throw into the kids because if I can try to help, it's hard tracking. I got 5,826 pedophiles within a 5-mile radius of my zip code.
Where do you live?
I'm in Florida. Oh, they're everywhere, honey. They're everywhere.
That's the worst place to
Yeah.
be.
Well, no. Worst place is Arizona and Indiana. They house the
Why's that?
largest satanic orders. Yeah, it's. Whew, I just.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I'm trying to get out a story about Tony. I forget his last name, but he's one that called out Pence. But he had a list of all the Congress and the number of children that they've raped and killed. And of course, once he put it out there, they killed him 4 or 5 years ago. And I realized that one day they probably will kill me. I'm just a nobody in this little shuffling game. But I will tell you that on the last group of Fred's group, I mentioned something, and all of a sudden the whole group just tweaked, and everyone was like disconnected. And so I don't know. You never
What'd
know
you
what you
say?
can say and what you can't say anymore.
Did you what did you say that they were all weirded out by?
No, it's about a company that I've been personally investigating with a few older friends for the last 3 years, and they don't want it out. Everyone who supports Ukraine should really reconnect their position because they had the largest facilitator of anachromium production, besides the Army Medical Corps in the United States and the old retired bases. But it's I got to be careful because if I say too much, it'll drop this whole group. So it's
All
the
right,
horror
let's
of the
move
children.
on.
Let's just put it this way: it's the despicable things that the elites, including like Hillary Clinton, Obama, Biden, yeah, they're all in on it. They're all, and when you try to take down, even when if you try to take down any of these powerful people, it's like if you have a $1 trillion business and some schmuck comes along and tries to put a stamp on your business, how long do you think that person's going to have their truth out? So that's the problem. What's been happening, congressmen, anybody who stepped up against any of this stuff, because that's the new commodity is the children's blood. That's the $28,000 for an ounce. So it's the market. Yeah, drugs are a nice backup, but it's the children and the wow. You got to watch what was it? The Devil. God, what's his name? He did a documentary. I'd have to find it. My 15,000 things. It was like The Devil's Eyes. What? Let me see. What I think I just posted it on a fifth
Corey
platform.
Feldman. I'm surprised he's still alive.
Yeah, he speaks truth, but he's very careful. He doesn't get to the raw because when you start throwing out the raw truth, it brings too many eyebrows up, and that's what really shuts you down. When you start giving details like production lines, harvesting centers, addresses, GPS locations, you become too much of a threat. So I know every time I have done it, I'm already being threatened on 2 of my other platforms again. I'm on my final warning. And so I have to be careful what I put out. But I go in person. Like when I have somebody who's a naysayer, I got a nice little human rights video that I have put together through all the research that would just make your stomach churn. Human harvesting, flesh markets, where they sell meat to eat. And they do that shit in India and stuff. There's just some countries people think are cool and they suck. They absolutely suck. Where is it? It was just one that I forgot about him. I'd seen him. I think it was called The Devils. On one of my other false platforms, I posted it because I try to post it and then that platform gets taken down. So if quickly, what is it? I thought I had my YouTube. Yeah, fuck YouTube. YouTube's 100% AI. There ain't nothing you can do on YouTube. Now Rumble's just gotten taken. So they're about to start their crap even more. The problem is if you control the narrative, you control the box, you control the narrative, and that's unfortunately what the problem is. That most people, that's like, I get the lovely people who always say, "Oh well, I didn't hear about it on the news." Those people just piss me off. I'm like, are you?
Hey, if you don't mind, I want to go ahead and kind of move on if we
Yeah, go ahead.
can.
I'm gonna get back to
Uh,
work. I gotta close cases, so I got.
yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Oh, off the pillow. What you want to say?
I just wanted to say I posted that video in the bubble down below. I found it posted. It's only 51 seconds or something. Took me a while to figure out how to get it on. That was months and months ago. You guys can see my bedroom at the end. Sorry.
I thought
But
it was good.
Tin Hat, with all your research, just curious about any connection to Canada, because I've heard some stuff with regards to the blood and
Oh yeah, they've killed hundreds of thousands of children. Hundreds.
yeah, the
You
Picton
guys got
Farm.
dumbs up there where you have breeder camps. That's why I always tell people ages of 14 to 30. They like lately they've been hunting. So watch your cars, watch for you turn a couple service, the ties on the back of the back passenger door. So they have people, and don't post your pictures of your children online. They have an entire cyber team that literally can hunt your children from your stupid posts. I can't. I haven't put anything personally on the internet or my real name since 2011. They are literally hunting you and your children. I had a case 3 years ago. Mom dropped off kid before 2 o'clock was there. The 5-year-old was gone. Sold on the open market, and then there's all different. It's just disgusting. But I try not to sound so callous because I've been doing this. But if you're 14 to, well, they can take you at 11 now, but because they'll give you just hormone boosters to get you to produce children. But usually 11 to 30-year-old females, they don't care what you look like. They'll take you for breeder camps. Males are apt to be used for also sex slaves, but also used for organ transplants. They will harvest they have no problem. They have like a quota. So they have the underground camps where they use the breeders, which those are the people you never hear of. You'll never see a birth certificate on those children, and they're in the
Hold on a
hundreds of
second.
thousands. Go ahead.
I know this is important, but yeah, we gotta move on from this topic. This is too depressing and just crazy information for me to deal with right now.
Yeah. Okay. That's.
So just take a little pause, and I wanted to actually play this little audio clip if that's pretty sweet. So just enjoy for a couple minutes.
Portions of the government we both serve with pride have failed us. They have lied, withheld secrets, acted in their own selfish interests at the expense of their citizens. And don't believe anyone who tells you this all began in Roswell. I'm convinced now that whatever I've glimpsed or encountered and spent my life tracking has been with us since humankind came down out of the trees. It is not something out there, the president's words. They may well have once been our neighbors from some distant star, but I believe they were here before us. I believe that were we able to look deeply at the whole of human history, we would see that they have always been here. I believe they have observed, helped, haunted, tormented, and teased us since the beginning of time for reasons entirely their own. I believe that they are a multitude, and that their true nature is singular and energetic, not physical, evolved in some way light years beyond our ability to understand, and as a consequence, our limited linear sense of time means nothing. A few of us were chosen for some strange purpose to learn more about, or perhaps for other reasons. I believe their presence fills more than the skies or these woods. They lie at the root cause of every extra-normal or paranormal experience our species has recorded. Religious, spiritual, scientific, ghostly, inspirational, angelic, and demonic. From the burning bush to Fatima and Lourdes, to vampires and sky people, monsters and abductions in the night, and Roswell and Homestead and all those strange lights and crafts seen for millennia by so many of us in so many skies. I believe all of these phenomena that our puffed up egos and busy ant minds persist in trying to label, categorize, penetrate, and comprehend, all spring from this same uncanny source. This is the mother of all others. And were we ever able to set our eyes on its ultimate nature, we would find it as foreign, incomprehensible, and indifferent to us as ours would be to bacterial microbes swimming in a drop of water. These final truths you must never forget. We are utterly incapable of knowing their true intent, and their true intent may not be to wish us well. It may be that they're here to guide or even aid our evolution. It's equally possible we may matter no more to them than those random protozoa in our tap water tutus. In other words, by our meager moral definitions, they may be both good and evil. And those precious distinctions of ours mean nothing to them. There may be good and evil side at play here. We, our human race, game. Let me hasten to add, I hope I'm wrong, that this work, being chosen, has deranged me. But Garland, I fear that I am right, and in my right mind. The owls may indeed not be what they seem, but still serve an imperative function. They remind us to look into the darkness.
That's called The Secret History of Twin Peaks. It's from the audiobook version of Mark Frost's book, The Secret History of Twin Peaks, voiced by Robert Knepper, with some like added music. Yeah.
That was amazing. And I had a feeling it was a Twin Peak situation when it went into the owls. But that is a really, really great monologue. And I got to say, I'm a Twin Peaks David Lynch fan. And the last Twin Peaks series, I find it fascinating that he finally opened up the box and revealed that they are actually dealing with the phenomena.
Hold
And
on.
that's what that is. Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I was gonna say don't spoil it, but too late.
Oh, fuck.
I'll go on.
Oh, fuck. Never mind. Oh, shit. Sorry. I didn't know that I was on a spoiler alert. I figured if you're just putting that out there that most people would have seen Twin Peaks or whatnot anyway. My apologies.
Not even I've seen it.
Logan, sorry.
That's not good. It's
That gave me a chill. That was so beautiful. It's so true. I had a feeling, I just have a feeling David Lynch is absolutely connected and thinks about the same stuff that we're talking about right now. Absolutely.
What's up, Salvador? I totally agree.
Hey, what's up, man? Thanks for letting me speak. Good morning. But no, I just wanted to comment on that series because there's actually, I want to say there are 2 books out. So there's The Secrets of Twin Peaks, and then there's another book that you can purchase, an audio book, and it kind of goes into the background of the first. It seems like it focuses more on character development and everything. But it is so fucking good, and I love how they tie, everything about the phenomenon, people who are, who have been involved with this phenomenon, and how they kind of like, they draw these conclusions that seem super plausible, based on major events that have happened, so I'm trying not to spoil anything.
Oh,
But
please do. Please do.
no, I'm not going to. But
No, I already started the spoiler party, so I mean, have
no,
at
no, no.
it.
But I think I think that's the hook that'll get people to actually listen to the whole thing. Because to be honest, I'm not even doing it justice, man. It is so fucking good. I just recommend it. You know, they tie in a lot of different events, and key people like, you know, Roswell to, you know, I think his name is Aleister Crowley, and his whole crew, and some other major UFO events. And it's well written. It's put together very well. It doesn't take too long to listen to. I highly recommend it as well. That's all I wanted to say. And hi to y'all.
I'm just going to point out that Logan, Twin Peaks is 32 years old, man. You can't call the guys out on spoilers at this point.
You might have a point there. You might have a point there.
Yeah, sorry, Logan. I was just under the impression that people that would know what that is have already seen the. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry.
And I'm just jazzing you, Logan. But yeah, it's still 32 years old.
And it really touches on not just UFO phenomenon, but like, you know, human abilities and stuff like that. It gets into, and I say the phenomenon, but I'm talking about UFOs, extraterrestrials, right? But it also touches on human capability, human power, and man, just the way it's written, I can't speak highly of it enough. It's so fucking good. I recommend everyone fucking here, please listen to it, and for nothing else, for the entertainment value.
Hey, did you guys hear me talking a few seconds ago after John did?
Negative.
I didn't realize I was muted. My bad. But anyway, shit, don't play it back. What are like your favorite like scenes from Twin Peaks and like your favorite like lines and stuff?
I just like the moodiness of the whole thing. Like, it's just so moody. And yeah, it was great. I mean, it was fantastic.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it was really, especially if you listen to it on, you know, I'm traveling a lot, driving from here to there and doing shit. So I utilize audiobooks a lot, and the people that they hired to do the audio, I want to say it's from the perspective of a detective, and it's just a very like, you know, you get that fucking noir detective sort of flavor, man. It's freaking man, it's really good overall.
This guy just, I gotta share it because it's hilarious. I just noticed this comment from this guy. He said, how was that documentary you were involved in? You know, the one to help Richard Doty tell his side of the story. Any updates on that? I have no idea what he's talking about. But I find that hilarious. Did anyone think I was doing a documentary with Richard Doty or something like that?
So I think there was, I don't know if you were involved. I think maybe Eric was. Eric, I forget his last name, but I remember he was supposed to come out with some documentary or something like that, where he basically, like, it's like a tell-all almost, from the sounds of it. But I thought that came from Eric, and then I don't know how you were involved though.
It definitely wasn't, but I understand why he might think I was. I hosted a space with Richard Doty one time where he got to, well, everyone just got to ask him questions, and I defended him a little bit. And since then, he's blocked me on Twitter, so I haven't really, I haven't talked to him or anything. We're not like friends, so I really just find that comment funny.
Dude, it's because you're a purveyor in this space, man. I mean, if things are going on in UFO Twitter, you know what I mean. There's a handful of people that I look to for information. You're one of them. You know what I'm saying? So, that's probably why.
Yeah, I mean, I've probably like the only person you'll see like publicly defend Richard Doty a little bit. I think most people will hear will just say what a piece of shit he is and how he should rot in hell and comments of that nature. So
That's ironic that he actually blocked you after
right.
you were pretty. Yeah. How did he end up in the room in the first place? I actually came in after he's already in the room. How was it he got up in the room?
What space are you talking about exactly?
With Doty.
No, but I mean, which one?
I thought there was only the one where he came in. I mean, I'm only aware of one. There was only one that I heard, but was he in more than once?
Yeah. So you're talking about the one that I hosted where he pretty much just answered questions the whole time?
Well, if there's more than one, then I'm not sure, but I think that's the one.
How did he end up there? Well, let's see. I was in a space with, I can't remember who it was. Oh yeah, I know who it was. He was one of the, what's his name? He's one of the huge skeptics on Twitter. And Eric came into the space with Doty, and this particular skeptic was trying to have he doesn't do spaces at all, but he did this one space, and he was just trying to have his own kind of thing going on for to talk about this specific thing. And Eric and Doty came in, and he kind of got pissed and shut the whole thing down. And so I went ahead and opened up a space so Richard, Doty, and Eric could talk about whatever Doty wanted to talk about to answer questions and whatnot, So that's how that happened.
Was it Steve Cambion?
Oh, no. What's his name? He has an English accent.
You're not talking about Mick West, are you?
Nah, no way. I don't think he would ever hold a space. Although he has been in mine a few times.
Did you say Doty blocked you before, Logan?
Yeah.
Why did he block you?
That's the funny thing, is there was this guy in a thread on his Twitter saying just like horrible shit about him and like he should rot in hell and all this kinds of stuff. And I was just offering an alternative view to the gentleman, saying, think about these things too, maybe, and maybe it'll help grow your perspective a little bit about this man. And just defending Doty a little bit. And I don't know, Doty, for whatever reason, was offended by something I said in that thread and just blocked me from it. I don't know. I haven't talked to him about it. That was shortly after we did that space too, so it's been a long time now. I've been blocked. I keep asking Eric to ask Doty like, what the fuck, but I don't think Eric has, so.
pretty weak of Eric. I would have thought he'd be right in there, like right under the scrotum of Doty.
Yeah, I think he's afraid of potentially offending him or something.
Doty looks like he's like a real basic avatar, like baked in a grey incubator.
You know, Doty just recently, I tweeted out a picture of the Varginha alien. That was a leaked photo, apparently, allegedly, but it turns out it was just a well-crafted movie prop. But Doty has since come out saying that's actually the real photo of it, and at the end of the movie, just was tried to blend it in and make it look like it was part of their set or whatever, but it's actually real. And I think that's Eric told me this, by the way, relayed it to me from Doty. And I'm like, dude, you're talking to Doty, you're still not asking him, like, why the fuck did he block me after defending him? And I still defend the motherfucker. Anyway, I don't know why I do, but he claims the alien picture is real, so that seems like a really easy lie to catch him in, right? Why would he put himself out like that to be so easily attacked? It doesn't make sense.
Because all he wants to do is stir up shit and get people arguing and fighting. That's his objective.
What makes you say that?
Maybe he's an incel and that was the only vagina that he was getting.
Yeah, he's like mid-70s, and he can barely remember like some basic stuff that we would know about, like UFO cases. So I think he's just kind of in that time of his life where he's kind of going senile.
Oh, he's not senile. He was doing it on purpose. We've had quite a number of people showing up in the last 2 to 3 months in Twitter Spaces that are absolutely trying to derail the whole topic. And I think it's important that when those people pop up and they try and take up space, that they just get put back down in the audience pretty quick. So, we've had a few different variations over the last few months where first it was, all the experiencers are crazy, and then you're part of a cult, and then it was mental illness, and then there was one about a month ago, and then now it's you're all involved in demonology and stuff like that. And it's pretty obvious it's been coming in waves, and the intent is basically to get people upset arguing and get them tired of the topic and make them go away so no one talks about it.
Anyone specific you want to name?
I'd be willing to say there's even been a certain group of people that are pretending to be interested in the topic that are quasi-skeptics that have shown up, but they haven't been around as much recently, and they've also got an agenda. But yeah.
Did you say who it is?
Something about a night school?
No, those guys, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what they've been up to lately. Probably just didn't get a great reception, and we're like, fuck it.
I'd say that's accurate.
But yeah, as far as people trying to I hear like a lot of claims about people saying this person and that person are agents, or you'll hear this a lot about Jess, who is Go Kick Rocks. She's a super skeptic as of lately, and people just say she's like a paid agent or whatever, trying to derail the topic. And I think to a certain extent, she would even admit she is doing that. But I don't think it's
man. I
for
don't
nefarious
understand how
reasons.
someone can be so linear.
What do you mean?
Like every time she's presented with a vector that you would defer to like common, I don't know, ethic, where you would kind of just have like good morality, she kind of defers the other way.
I think that's a personal defect problem of hers, and not so much about nefarious intent. You know what I mean?
Well, we were promised the big Moran Lerner expose was weeks ago. That was due, and that never happened.
Oh, yeah.
And recently, Venny has been going after, I think it's I Want to Know UK guy, whatever, but it's been
John
making stuff up.
Davies.
So, yeah. So it's, to me, it's just it's debunking, and it's not helpful. So, yeah, I mean, for me, I would just boot these people out of the room. I mean, we just need high quality conversations, because if Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon are correct, and sort of there's a bit of a survey of the entire community being done by the quote unquote powers that be, just to see what the reaction is. We want to keep our house clean as possible. So just a thought.
I don't know if that's possible.
And that's not directed at you, Logan. I'm just talking in general.
Oh, no, it's cool.
We also had about 2.5 months ago, there were people coming in the room that were feigning mental illness as it relates to this topic. And as somebody who's worked in the mental health system, I'm used to sitting with people that are in psychiatric crisis. And some of the people that were showing up the room were reading off a script. Behaviorally, they were not upset or psychotic or anything like that, as they were trying to present themselves to be. And
Who?
So that's I can't remember names right now, but I actually messaged Tupa about it, because he got onto it as well and was like booting them out of the room. And we
You're
had
talking about Louisa?
Can't remember names. I'm sorry.
What about OpenEye?
Well, there's one that probably doesn't need much stage time, but yeah, it's not helpful.
I blocked him.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
I was trying to think of who else might be out there that's I don't block like really anybody unless it's just a very, very, very good reason to, that I've thought about for a while.
So now, if you're the host and you block somebody, does that prevent them from coming in the room, or does it just prevent them as coming up as a speaker?
What else?
Okay, interesting. And meow meow, Winston.
Meow meow. Is that a meow meow I heard?
Yep.
Is correct.
Who are these two guys?
John, you were mentioning something a while ago, like I think it was like maybe a week ago. Do you want to run through that real quick? Like about like kind of like you had almost premonition. Is that the right word?
Were you addressing that to me?
Yeah.
Premonition. Do you remember what the context was?
Just an up and coming event in the world.
Oh yeah. I've kind of had a double tap for that, and I think I know what it is. But I've messaged some people, so it's been put out there, and then we'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm not gonna get into it right now. I'm about 10 minutes away from appointments, so yeah, we'll have to save that one for another time.
What kind of appointment?
My annual furnace servicing. Joy to the world.
That sounds like such an excuse. Like, when you say, like, what happened to your homework? It's like, oh, I had to get my furnace serviced. It's kind of like that.
Well, the
Even
way it
worse.
works nowadays is they phone you, and if you don't answer the phone call, then they cancel your appointment, even though they give you a time frame for when they're supposed to be here.
Can I ask how you're going to get your furnace serviced?
Yeah, I guess they come in and do an inspection, check the blower and all the electronics, and see if they have to do anything with the gas. And I don't know what they do other than that.
You know, those are all euphemisms for sexual activities.
Well, there ain't much of that going around here, so.
Well, I also thought maybe that John was just being delicate with explaining maybe that he had to go and get some kind of a checkup, and that would also be a great way to say it. Which whenever I have to go and finally get one, I'm going to use that as my explanation for real. I'm not looking forward to it either. I'll tell you that.
I had the same thought too. It's okay to get your furnace checked out, when you're of that age.
I'm about 5 years away from having to get my furnace serviced.
Hopefully we can get a blower, just like John's gonna get.
Yeah, I mean, some kind of, get something out of it, somehow.
Yeah, no. Hey, has anybody been following that Brian Johnson on Twitter?
He blocked me.
Why do people block you, Logan?
Because they're mentally unstable assholes.
What is Brian Johnson's deal? I look at what he has to say. I seem to identify a little bit with his passion, but what's the story with him, and what's the contention? Because I'm not aware of that stuff.
Initially when he started doing his thing, he was sort of almost leading on like he was an insider, like insider. And then over time, it's become more apparent that he's just sort of a fanboy of the topic. But like, honestly, the last couple of weeks, it's like watching a controlled breakdown. And right now, it's just not helpful. He's got quite a lot of people reading his tweets. I'm noticing he's not getting a lot of interaction, but a lot of people are reading them. So I kind of hope he'd settle down. Yeah.
That's what I told him to do. He blocked me. I said, stop with all the bullshit, fake hype you're trying to generate. It's really not helping. It's a really old hat ufology that we don't really fucking need anymore. And then he blocked me.
Well, I wasn't aware that you made that statement, but you're right on the money with that. So, is today going to be the day or no? What do you guys think?
Oh, yeah.
Who knows, man? They're kicking the can down the road long enough. Could be any day,
It is interesting. I would love to hear the reason that it's been delayed. Yeah, I would really like to know why there's been the delay.
Anybody?
Well, I've already presented my diatribe about it.
Probably just scare the shit out of people, to be honest.
You want to explain what I explained earlier, Gravity?
Was this the were you mentioning that it might be a political implication where they're going to use this as a leverage mechanism? I can't remember if you said that or not.
No.
Pardon my lack of memory on exactly what you said about why they're holding the report back. We've had a few different conversations come through here about it, and a lot of points of view. My apologies.
No, that's cool. I was just basically saying that because of that New York Times article and the backlash it received, Congress went to the DOD and said, this better not be a fucking preview because this ain't gonna work. And gave them a more detailed outline of what they need to be providing. And DOD needed it a couple extra days to make sure they could provide that.
Yes,
So
now I remember.
that's the reason, I think.
That's right. Now I remember. Yeah, and then actually that makes the most logical sense, and that only indicates that the longer we're waiting, I guess. I mean, that the better it'll be. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, that makes sense, and that's also nice to know if that's the case, because that indicates that some progress is going on here. Some people are had enough of this crap, so good. And also, if they happen to show any footage, maybe they could get somebody who knows how to actually pause a fucking laptop computer. My God, how embarrassing. I wanted to jump out my own window. That idiot, God. And by the time he got it paused, it's almost like too much of a buildup for a shitty punchline. And you're like, oh, great. And this is why. It's like, you got to be fucking kidding me. You couldn't come up with a piece of footage better than that we've never seen before. There's got to be something. Honestly, there's got to be something better that they could have used instead of the floating BB, which is interesting. That was a pretty cool little moment there. But I got to say that has anybody ever seen the cruising cube on the airliner? You look down through the window to like the lower left, and it's cruising from left to right, and it's like this floating cube going across the view. That would have been better. I don't know, but I just hope that after the report comes out, the next congressional hearing. And my apologies, I just completely merged report with congressional hearing, but yeah, sorry, getting a little tired. This spaces thing seems to just shift time, and I think I'm actually tired now. But Logan, yeah, I think that the waiting is definitely, that's the logical thing. It's indicative of a reassessment, reassignment here. You better come up with something. Yeah. Who do you think might have actually? Because it just feels like there's a nefarious integer in the New York Times situation that kind of came in there and spilled some bullshit that was actually told to do so. I wonder what faction of whoever could possibly be responsible for feeding that agency such a bunch of crap from an undisclosed source or unidentified source. I mean, it's ridiculous to even know that.
It was definitely a deliberate narrative by the way that they were framing it as trash and then foreign devices. And then leaving out, obviously, which is the information that uh, the group is after, which is all are the unexplained cases which need to be resolved. But yeah, I think they put it out there. They had a huge amount of blowback, and it's quite possible that that could have made them think twice, and they may be trying to recalibrate. I mean, I don't expect much out of this report. I think is the one thing that might be right in the article that maybe they're going to explain away some of the previous cases, which they may or may not have done anyways. And I think it's just going to be basically a bean counter report, because I have my doubts that the office is going to jump, let's say, NASA. I think if we're ever going to get an official announcement, it's probably going to be done in collaboration with NASA and maybe Harvard. Something like that, because they've been lining everybody up through Harvard. I mean, they even brought on Michael Shermer, of all people, to be part of that, and he's part of the Skeptic Society, and he really doesn't belong with that group whatsoever. So they seem to be trying to get various influencers involved so that when the time comes, they can sort of bridge the topic and put it out there. I mean, it seems to me that it's the same thing that they're doing with Eric Weinstein right now. They're sort of bridging him into this, and because he's a public, science commentator, not health, but science commentator. And yeah, I mean, I think they got to get their ducks in order. But it also depends on how far they want to go with the storyline, right? I mean, if they're just going to admit that there's something else here, I think we're a ways away from that. But they want to lead the public slowly into this realization, but yeah, I'm not expecting anything significant out of this report. I mean, they maybe will just get the dial move forward slightly, but that'll be about it.
Logan, do you think that we're going to have to wait, election time, or do you feel that actually this thing's going to drop within, like, it could drop today, but within 5 days, something like that?
What? The report?
Yes.
Yeah, it could drop today.
I really hope, everybody fucking hopes. I really hope that there is at least something in there that indicates at least this is worthy of continuing to investigate. Here's why. Something. I find it's just, it's so fucking frustrating that these people are playing this fucking cat and mouse game bullshit. It with this whole Chinese drone, Russian drone. Well, look, if they know that what they're fucking seeing, and they say it all the time, we know that it's not in the inventory of any military organization worldwide. Well, if you know that, then what the fuck is it then? And stop telling us about the stuff that you know is trash. Who gives a fuck? Start talking about the things that are anomalous, that you cannot explain. Bring in some people who might actually be able to give you some information that's actually valuable. Start bringing some things together. It's not necessarily going to collapse the economy in the world, and it's not going to blow everything to smithereens just to maybe say there is something, and we don't know yet. But as it stands, nothing bad has happened here. So we're going to let you know. Something, anything. I don't think that it's a really big deal to at least admit some little tidbit, because, yeah, it's actually worse if you say, well, it's Chinese drones, and well, those drones can go 10,000 miles an hour or more, and they could possibly carry a payload, we're fucked. I mean, that's worse than just saying, we're not alone, and these might be their way of getting around, or at least observing us. We'll check back, but don't freak out too much. You know, nothing's happened to us yet, and something could have very well easily happened to us by now. I don't know. Unless they're playing the long game, they're going to hit a kill switch in about a year or two, and we're all screwed. Either, that's kind of the takeaway I get from it. Tell us something, or else don't say anything, because they're obviously trying to condition us somehow. They don't seem to. They always do what they want to do anyway. So either someone's forcing their hand, or this thing is proliferating to the point where they're needing to put out a spread out game plan to condition the lowest common denominator that can't handle the truth. It's one or the other.
Yeah, I mean, I think they may be overestimating negative public reaction. To me, really the first sign of disclosure was when they had that talk, Our Future in Space, at the National Cathedral in Washington. It was about a year ago, and that's with Avril Haines and Bill Nelson and Avi Loeb, the head of the diocese there. And I mean, they had all these different people there discussing the idea of, extraterrestrial life. I mean, they laid it all out without specifics. I mean, you don't get a group of people like that together randomly for no reason to broach a topic like this in a church of all places, right? Like, that was an outreach to essentially the religious community. So, I mean, this business that they just tried to float last week about, well, maybe it's Chinese, drones or something like that. Yeah, sure. Maybe a couple of ships have had, pass-bys with the drones. We already know that. That's not a big deal. But we're talking about, like you said, the stuff that's actually anomalous, the stuff that's, transmedium, that's coming out of the water, the stuff that's going 50,000 miles per hour, and all the rest of it. I mean, it's that's the stuff that we care about. So them trying to do this clawback and say, well, we were mistaken, it's been this other thing the whole time. I mean, they're just going to make themselves look like idiots. And it is a little surprising that they would try and do something like that. But yeah, I think that drop was intentional. They were looking for a reaction. They got a bad reaction that I'm hoping, as Logan has put out, that maybe they're going to have to recalibrate and then come up with something better. Because, I mean, the average person in the public is going to look at that and just say, well, that's stupid. Come on. What, our military hasn't figured this out for 30 plus years? Come on.
Oh man, I just saw a kind of horrible thing came up. A study from Sweden. So I'll go ahead and share it at the top. But it found a study in Sweden found that the COVID vaccine was able to alter the genetic information of the human genome.
Of course it is. That's what the mRNA is all about, right?
That's alarming.
It reverse transcribes and installs DNA into the human genome. So hold on, I shared it at the top. That's pretty scary.
That's what I've been reading, and I know, trying to tell other people, that my sister-in-law, one of them, had told me that the mRNA actually changes their DNA.
Yep.
Well, Logan, I've had it twice, so I've definitely been assimilated.
You are now owned by GMOs.
I'm still a non-believer. But where I'm at, I'm more secluded than you guys, too.
Was Laura having trouble with her connection? She kept coming up and leaving and coming back and leaving.
What'd you say?
Oh, just wondering if Laura was having trouble with her connection because she kept coming in and then leaving, then coming back and leaving.
Probably. Yeah. Yeah, Winston left. Yeah, a lot of people have left. I think it's that time of day, it's 7 a.m. for me. So it's now about to get, it's not so much after dark. I gotta change the name of the space. What should I change the name of the space to? Any ideas?
Since I've kept myself up past the point of no return, that part of my brain is off now. I'm no help.
Sunrise surprise, but
That'll do. Sunrise. So okay.
Hey Logan, I really apologize for the spoiler. I didn't have my brains on all the way because it's like cruising through the evening so far up, and yeah, sorry about that.
You cannot feel bad about a spoiler for a TV show that's 32 years old, man. It's like
Yeah.
the spoiler for who won the Civil War. Like, come on.
Yeah, I don't care about that at all, really.
Okay, well,
In fact, I wish you would spoil more.
it really blew my mind, and I got to say that return of Twin Peaks had some of the most amazing visual rides ever. Like, if you are asking about some of the favorite things, I mean, I can go back to the original, the first two seasons or whatever in the movie, but that just visually, it took you to some pretty cool places. One of my favorite scenes was actually the bomb test scene because the way it was shot, everything, the way it looked, and also what it indicated. As soon as that test happened in black and white, I knew exactly where David was going. I'm like, wait a minute. Okay, there's a significance here because a lot of people think that, well, not think, I mean, it's obvious that once we started doing nuclear testing, boy, it sure woke up whoever else is out there that might be interested in us, didn't it? And I thought, well, this is obviously pointing to that because why else would they have a scene like this in it? And then there, lo and behold, the rest of the conceptualizations opened up as it starts to go through, and I'm like, oh, haha, yes, and just the whole connection that David Lynch seemingly has with an other world. And by the way, I really would love to hear him talk about this because he needs to. He needs to be interviewed about this. He needs to get into a space here and talk about his interest in this subject because he's obviously connected and interested. And not just with the, he does transcendental meditation. He understands concepts of the pardon me, the unified field of creativity and consciousness. He grasps it, and once seeing that return of Twin Peaks and where they opened up some of the parameters, I really would love to hear what he knows about this subject, what he believes about it. Yeah.
Oh, my mic was hot. Okay, cool. I was gonna say that. I meant to say that earlier. Fuck, now I just blanked what I was even talking about.
How long have you been up, Logan?
Not that long. Only like a day and a half.
Gosh, you just need to throw some water in your face then.
Yeah, I think I've been sitting down for too long. No, that's what I wanted to say. I wanted to say when I was on Dr. Drew's thing earlier that we should get him into a space, because he was saying that he never has talked about like quantum entanglement and all these kinds of like science ideas and stuff. And he said it was fun. So I meant to ask him if he would be interested in coming in the space and just chopping it up, shooting ideas out or whatever, You might have some fun. What are you up to, Lacey?
Well, I had just listened to you and Dr. Drew talking a few minutes ago, and I really, really dug your question and his reply, which kind of blowed me away considering who he is. Right? I mean, it was such a technical, well thought out reply, as if he knew the question would be coming up, and I know he did not.
No, but he didn't even answer the question. What are you talking about?
Well, he told maybe his thoughts about a whole lot of it. He revealed a whole lot of what's in his brain. So
Yeah.
today, right, will be easier to get in his brain? Are we still doing that today?
Yep. Well, I mean, it depends if what his particular episode is about today. I really wanted to do it like on a Ask Me Anything kind of show.
Gotcha. Yeah, I passed out last night in astral space, and I was so tired I moved yesterday, or finished moving almost, so I nodded out.
Yeah, moving is like the most tiring thing to do. It's so stressful.
It is, and with my back, I can't do very much, but just walking back and forth yesterday killed me. because my back affects my legs real bad. So I didn't realize I had so much either. I had to take part of it to my son's and put in his garage.
I'm always surprised by I think most people are surprised by that. How much stuff they collect.
And my brother, before I was going to move, my brother took me to buy some totes to pack my stuff in. And he has me get the biggest totes there. They've got wheels on them. You could put a body in these. And then he goes to move them yesterday, and he's like, do you really have a body in here? Because they were so heavy.
I bet you did.
Well, you know, tell all the secrets.
We all have our skeletons in the closet.
Yes. No, they're actually in my laundry room. At the moment, I don't have a washer and dryer, and thank goodness, because I have nowhere else to store these big puppies. It was one of those days.
Can you do me a favor? I'm not sure if my mic is on my headset or it's on my phone. So I'm gonna move my phone away from me. Can you still hear my voice at the same level? Is it the same level now? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me okay? Hello?
Yep, can hear you fine. Nothing's
Yeah.
changed.
So the volume hasn't changed since I moved my phone away?
Nope.
Okay, so yeah, it's on my headset. Cool. Thank you. Oh man, it feels so good to stretch my legs. But I watch Secure Team 10 as well. Gravity. Did anyone recommend any other channels?
Of Sound Mind and Body puts up some cool videos.
I am subscribed to that one.
I used to watch Secure Team, and it seemed like they went off for a while. Something happened.
They're back in full force, Lacey.
Oh, are they? Okay.
Yeah.
Was that the guy that his wife had him arrested?
Yeah, there's a little bit of shenanigans there, and he probably lost some viewership, and some of that stuff might have actually been real, and he's just trying to like not talk about it anymore and just get back to showing us footage of UFOs and all that stuff. But he's definitely got a side that he's leaning on, which is that like apparently Lou is full of shit and all this, he's not, I don't necessarily take him as like the brightest bulb, but I think that he's useful in a certain respect of getting some footage out there that definitely looks like it's great. He does a lot of amazing studies on the moon and anomalies going in and out and over it. Yeah.
I really liked him too. And then, yeah, when all that went down and people were posting all kinds of stuff. Of course, I was on Facebook then, I think, so that's where it come through at, and actually on his channel and stuff. But, you know, I kind of waited around for him because that's the kind of girl I am.
Well, you know, if you want, you can also go and find his awesome, bender of a night, nearly trashing the vehicle, drunk driving dash cam incident, which is you only need to really watch it once. I feel bad for the guy who knows what the hell is going on or what went on.
For real, that was bad. I mean, it was bad that it was put out there.
Agreed.
I mean, we've all had them. Thank goodness most of mine were way before, you know, going live and bullshit like that.
Yeah, all I can say is I'm glad I'm perfect, right?
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
I do recall one of my nieces videoing me out in our barn. And I was really wasted. And I had some oven mitts on my feet. And a fire extinguisher.
That's a great setup.
Yeah, it was one of those nights.
X-Witch warns that witchcraft is expanding. Says Hollywood is releasing spells over the viewers.
Do they think?
Yep, that's been going on forever.
Yeah. There used to be another group of guys that I liked to watch, but his voice killed me. Maybe his name was Grant, or I don't know. Now I'm gonna have to look.
About what?
It was like some UFO guys that reported pretty much daily on the different things, and they were from out in California, I believe. And they had some cool video. But one of the guys' voices just really, I don't know what it was.
It was just annoying or something.
It was really annoying.
Were they the UFO bros?
No, I like those guys so much. Have y'all ever watched that? Shit, what's her name? Logan.
I need more information.
Okay, she's like a pop star.
Avril Lavigne.
Another one. Avril's, is she pop or grunge? Anyways,
Britney Spears.
no, dark hair. She had a UFO show on a while back.
Yeah, Demi Lovato jumping
Thank
on the
you.
UFO bandwagon.
Demi Lovato?
Yeah, Lovato. It's like, okay.
Yes. She had the UFO bros on.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It was a really awesome show. Did any of you guys watch it?
I didn't watch all of it. It wasn't for me.
It was kind of like the more that you watched, the better it got.
That's rare these days.
Yeah, it was like the more that I watched, her and her two friends, her sister and her guy friend, they all kind of loosened up more. And it made the show better. You know, they weren't like just reading from a script or something. And then they went out to somewhere and was remote viewing some stuff, which was cool. And they done really well.
I
They
kind of
started
looked at
adding
that
different
show as,
things.
sorry, Lacey, I kind of looked at that show as sort of like just kind of influencer junk food bandwagon jumping. Like, if anything, maybe it'll just get some people who don't know anything about this whatsoever, who are not interested or haven't thought about it. Maybe they'll think about this subject, but that, you know, she's not anyone who I would absolutely trust as being like an expert remote viewer. I wouldn't stick her in a room with
No.
Paul Putoff or anything. That's for sure.
Oh, no. It was just kind of, I don't know, I guess because probably that it was on mainstream, you know, TV, and she's like a mainstream star. She did get, like, I forget how many millions of people to do like a meditation at one time, which was kind of cool. And I guess because it was just coming out more mainstream, you know, maybe she's trying to get the word out. Not that I believed everything she done, but some of the people that she went and interviewed, some of them were pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's true. That kind of stuff is always good for the cause.
Yeah, like for Kevin Day, she went and interviewed him, and Catalina Island, they stayed there and did some scoping around, and I enjoyed that. Not that I enjoyed them, but going to all the places she went.
I wonder if the guy that you can't stand listening to talk is Grant Cameron.
That's what I thought.
No, I
Wait,
like him.
no, I
I
didn't
like
think
the
that. Wait, why did I think that? But she did say something that reminded me of him. I don't know what it was.
He has a certain sound, certain pace. I find him actually entertaining and interesting to listen to. I got his book. It's a really cool book, actually, about songwriters and musicians and their experiences with this subject.
I think it's called Third Phase of the Moon.
What about it?
They kind of have some cool stuff.
There was just
Videos.
a movie made about them recently, about them being hoaxers.
Really?
Yeah, it was by
Of course.
I'll share it. I haven't seen it, but I need to see it.
I knew I didn't like his voice for some reason.
What's your take on them, Logan?
They're whatever. I mean, maybe now and again you might get a decent
Something,
UFO
yeah.
video that was shared with them. That's about it.
Yeah, I kind of I quickly lost interest in what they're doing or what he's trying to accomplish, which honestly, I don't know, people like that. If I'd say that it kind of pisses me off, it would be an understatement, because I think it's absolutely destructive to what we're trying to do here.
And you're right, it is now, because everything is It seems so important now. And back then, when I was listening to some of these guys, that's about all there was. Was YouTube, and you just pick out something and go with it, and hope for the best and watch and decipher.
Secure Team was one of the first things I started watching.
Yeah.
And I overall, I think there's a lot of good material in that body of work. Yeah.
I love your voice, Gravity.
Well, thank you.
You have a good on-air voice.
Well, that's nice to know. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, you should be doing those videos.
I'll have to get hopped up on coffee and run around my house a couple times and get into passionate talk show, no impedance and verbiage, and throw out some of those great F-bombs that Logan seems to enjoy listening to me
Yes.
barf out of my mouth every so often. Yeah.
Please do.
I fucking well will.
I'm
There
trying
you
to get
go.
hopped up on coffee right now.
Oh, Zim's here, and so's Michael. And Laura's back.
Logan, I'm gonna have to sign off, man. I can't believe I'm still up, but it's a pleasure just hanging out here and talking with them. I promise I'll share my dream next time I sign in, if it's the appropriate space for that type of thing. I completely forgot, and now I'm too tired to really get into it. And I want some of the other people to hear that thing. It's not pleasant, but it was actually quite magical in a horrible way. But yeah. So I'm gonna head out. Hey, everybody, see you later, Lacey.
Yes, good.
Everyone.
Bye, Gravity.
Thanks for
Yeah.
hanging around, brother. I appreciate it.
Hey, man, thank you, and thanks for the audio clip. And then, by the way, when everything is done, when this space is done, is access to the anything that's posted within this thread accessible at that point, or does it all go away?
Everything that we've said and posted is staying forever.
Beautiful.
Sometimes I've went to them and you can't pull up what's posted in the comments. Don't know why.
It's because you can't pull up what was posted in the space at the top, but you can in the thread, right?
Maybe that's the way it is. I can't remember. You know me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the stuff in the thread should be fine, but the top you can't.
Let me go look.
Oh, it's
Good
Super
morning,
Robert here.
everybody.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hope everyone's having a good Friday. It's my favorite day. I was looking through the thread when I logged on and saw that Daniel had posted about Fire in the Sky, Travis Walton.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if any of you have ever been on that route where his experience was in Arizona.
Nope.
Well, and my travels to Phoenix, there's like 3 different routes I can take to get there. and one of them takes you right by where his experience happened. So you're cruising through the forest. I just got goosebumps just talking about it. It's a beautiful place, but that mysticism grabs you when you get right near that area. And in the three experiences that I've had, the craft were so close that it's a wonder to me. I don't know about the other people, but it's a wonder to me that something didn't happen to me. I wasn't ever taken. I don't have any lost time experience, but it was almost like you could reach out and almost touch. They were that close. And I always wonder about the men that were with Travis that were affected by their whole experience. And I wanted to bring that to light because it is part of the thread, and Daniel has some of the most interesting information. And another thing about that area where Travis is, that's also known as a hot spot for Bigfoot too. But I thank you. I appreciate your time. I'm going to drop back. I'm going to lunch or breakfast with one of my best baseball buddies. It's a thing we try to do every month, and this time it's today. But I'll be listening. I'll take my earbuds with me, that way I don't freak out the rest of the Aztecians, some of which know about the Aztec crash, some of which are clueless about it. But the last thing I want to say before I run out of breath, I find it interesting that all the debunkers come forward when we're trying to push for openness from our government. And it's really a sad day. It's carried on since at least Roswell. Different things in our nation that have happened, the Kennedy assassination, both brothers, Martin Luther King, all these things that have happened that we don't really know the honest truth. We've been given bits and pieces, but they won't tell us the truth. And I still believe that they're going to throw more debunkers at us, and they're going to throw positive proof that something extraterrestrial exists and is a part of our world that we know here on our planet Earth. Thank you, Logan.
Okay, good day. Hey, Chupacabra, what's up? Hey, no one needs to raise their hands. Just feel free to speak.
Aw, snap. Good morning, everybody. I'm up making coffee, getting my kid ready for school, and I saw that video you posted, Logan, of Dr. Peter McCullough, I think that's his name, talking about the mRNA, DNA adjustments of the vaccines. And so
Oh, right, yeah.
I never talk about this stuff because it's kind of like, I don't know, people don't really get it. And it can be used against people when you discuss things that are supposed to be off topic or taboo. And for a moment, the vaccine situation was definitely like, if you talk negatively about it, you're now going to be labeled an extremist and a dangerous person. But there's a couple things about this stuff that people, again, they're not piecing together. And I think it's because of the way the news kind of works and how we don't really get a chance to connect dots before we are forced to move on to the next topic. But what Peter McCullough was talking about in that video is accurate. You could read any science book on this stuff and find out, which is weird that no one talked about it. But these vaccines are designed to insert DNA into your DNA. And before I heard about this, there was only one other place I ever heard that this kind of thing was possible, being sought out, and being looked into as a practice. And Jeffrey Epstein, no one knows this, but you can go right now and Google this. Jeffrey Epstein, this is New York Times. This is not tabloid stuff. Everyone knows that he was keeping a very tight circle around him of scientists and movers and stuff like that. And so no one really knew why, but he was blackmailing them. So he would get them into vulnerable circumstances, situations, and then incriminating situations, and then blackmail them into giving him what he wanted. And what he was working on, and this is well known, well documented, established information, what he was working on was an airborne virus that would insert his DNA into the people who got it, into their reproductive organs. So it's kind of supervillain shit. It sounds like on the surface what he was trying to do was make sure that everyone who had a baby had his baby. And I think to a certain extent that's correct, but it's not like full-on genetics. And again, this sounds crazy, but look this up. That's what he was doing. He was creating an airborne virus that when you got it, you wouldn't know it, but it would be rewriting your DNA in your reproductive organs. Okay, so we have a situation here with these UFOs and whatnot, with this idea of the basal ganglia, the cauda putamen, these genetic people who might be predisposed to seeing these things or having high intuition or high intelligence. Okay. And now we have an instance where right after Epstein was arrested, he was murdered, and then no one knows what he was doing. That list that he has is gone. No one knows anything about it. We just kind of breezed over it. It's the biggest event in terms of news and conspiracies of our generation, and it's just nothing. Because right after that happened, we had this wave of COVID and this for our first like pandemic. And then it was just like no one thought about that anymore. But then when the mRNA vaccines kept getting rolled out, and then the way in which they were being pushed on everybody, it was pretty obvious what was going on. And so people should really be looking into this stuff. I'm glad you posted that, Logan. More people should be posting it and talking about it, because as much as we all want to forget that happened and that we were all a little stressed out during that time, when the chips fall where they're going to fall, you will see that this was planned out in a way that it goes beyond a reactionary process. That if there is a conspiracy that we should be looking into now as a group of people or as citizens, it is this. And the fact that we were told that if we looked into it, questioned it, did anything like that at all, that we would be like, that we're still worried. Like as a public figure, even a light one, I'm still worried about talking about this stuff because I don't want to be, Alex Jones or anything like that. But it's a very serious thing when you include the DNA issue, the mRNA issue, and then when you include the new findings of this basal ganglia and the way that people could be biologically predisposed to high intuition, to conversing with another dimension, essentially, and the idea that could be influenced or discouraged through not only social practices and social norms, but also through the injection of a so-called vaccine. So why no one looked into this, I don't know, but it's wild. And I know personally people who have lost limbs to this, to getting the vaccine. I know personally women who have lost babies to this. My daughter was adversely affected, along with all the other girls in her class, adversely affected in this. And it's a very interesting thing that people should be looking into. People lost lives and stuff. I know personally people who couldn't see their grandparents when they died because of this stuff. So yeah, it should be looked into. Like, I'm not saying we should burn anything down or anything like that, but it is a point where now talking about it, I think, is as important as talking about history and about, aliens almost, right? Like, there's a lot of things here that should be discussed, not in this room, but now today for people in this country and all over the world, because we're living in the wake of something, that people are going to call, it's going to go down in history as a really bad moment, and not because so many people died of a virus, but because of the way we reacted to it. And when the timing gets laid out, when you really piece together the timeline, the fact that Jeffrey Epstein has anything to do with this at all should frighten everybody. But he does, and no one cares, and no one notices, and no one talks about it. So something to keep in mind, guys. And look that up if you guys don't believe me. Look up what Jeffrey Epstein was doing. Look up his DNA virus. This is New York Times. This is Washington Post. This is Forbes. This is everyone who has anything to do with real journalism wrote about this, but it got snuffed out. So check it out and ask yourself why, after he did that, after it came out, why was he murdered, and why did COVID come out right away? And where did COVID come from? These are
Where is that client list?
Right?
I think that conversation right there, Tupa, is what makes Taylor's accusations about you tied to Intel go right away because no one will talk to me.
She's still saying that.
Saw the same things you did, and I saw it spawn differently too, where he's like, he wanted to have 20 mothers of his children and creating a genetic, you know, an immune family. I've seen all that, but the connections that dude had, and it isn't just him blackmailing. I believe it was an organization blackmailing. That's who he really was. And then all the gross stuff you can pick and choose and hang them by it, you know. But I'm with you. I'm not talking much more about it.
It feels like to me it's been years ago, but I know it hasn't. It was only back in the summer that I had been posting things about it because both of my sister-in-laws, who are doctors, told me not to take that and explained about the mRNA. And I know I came on here and we'd talked about it once, and I was going to try and get one of my sister-in-laws into the spaces here to answer questions, but I fell through with that. It never happened. I've always been scared of it, and I guess it's because they put that fear in me. And the government was pushing too damn hard for it just to be a regular vaccine to keep you from catching the cold. Just think how hard they've pushed.
That's a really good point. I mean, that's what turned me off of it, was that there was this strange, like, it wasn't like health based. It was
No.
be one of us based.
Yes,
And
it was.
a lot of us into this field of ufology and whatever, we're already on the outskirts. So we're not going to be turned on by that type of marketing. We're just going to be like, well, I've done a lot of good stuff by not listening to that. So why would I listen to that now? Like, and on top of that, at the time, it was being pushed by people who were telling us that the government was like liars and like were very dangerous. And then they wanted, at the same time they were telling us that, we had to listen to them when we were too afraid. So there was this weird combination of like increasing fear and decreasing information, and that was like, and then increasing the public. What's the word? Like being ostracized for not partaking or participating in the fear. You know, like it was like
they would announce that, wouldn't they? I mean, you know, if you're not one of us.
Well, they went so far, and this is fine. If you're pro-vaccine, I'm pro-vaccine. I just didn't like this one. I didn't like the way that this was being treated.
Right.
So I'm in no way saying like people shouldn't listen to the government or big pharma. It's not about that.
If it's a real vaccine, I'm all for it. But this is not even a vaccine.
Well, it was just a fear thing. It was just to quell your fear for the moment. But there was no promises that it would really last long or that it would do what they were saying it would do. And so many people were caught up in the fear that they were using it to intimidate people. They were openly discriminating against people who didn't have it. I'm in Portland. I'm in the Northwest. I purposefully didn't go out into Portland because of how I knew there would be. If someone was going to ask me for a vaccine card, there would have been a huge issue. So I just didn't put myself in the situation to be asked for one because it would have been a really big problem. And like we accepted it as a fear thing, that we should be treating each other this way. Now there's articles being written like, oh, we should forgive each other for how we treated each other during the pandemic. Like, I didn't treat anyone poorly I didn't discriminate against anyone, but it was the fear that everyone got caught in that allowed them to essentially turn all of their negative feelings and identify one specific group of people who are responsible for their negative feelings, which is the most dangerous thing you can do to a group of people, is give them an excuse to hate somebody else. And that's what we were seeing. They were using hatred and fear and the fear of the other as a way for parents to turn against their children, teachers to be afraid of their students. There was a point where we knew the virus couldn't be attached to children, but my daughter couldn't have lunch with her classmates. They were sitting on the floor outside. I mean, there were things that teachers did to students because they were afraid of getting sick that they'll never be able to forgive themselves for. the way that they made them, cry and have to put on a mask and be basically, as adults, we forget how guilty being a child feels. The guilt comes in really hard and it comes in waves, and you don't know what you're responsible. If your parents are fighting, you think it's your fault. You know what I mean? If this or that happens, you think it's your fault. So when this virus happened and kids were being treated though they were a danger, that they were contagious, kids were afraid that they were killing their grandparents. Kids, and how many children's grandparents actually die, during this time. Like, we don't understand what we did to this generation of people. I have several nieces and nephews. I have my own children. I was checking with them often about this, and they were being lost. My nephew now is lost. Like, his heart was broken. He was about to go to get into high school and had live his life, and he ended up. And this is, I can't blame everything on this stuff, but now he's like legitimately in a gang doing drive-bys and shit because he had nothing to do during this time. And the only thing, and he lost trust in the system that he was in. Because when you look around as a child and every adult is acting frantic, afraid, adhering to rules that don't make sense, that aren't science-based, a child that's not a baby is going to see that. And just like a dog, right? A dog knows who the leader of the family is based on what's going on in the dynamic. And a child is the same way. They will naturally find out what the weak and what the strength is in this unit. And everyone's parents just gave up. And these children had to be dictated to by the system, by the news, by their school, and their parents lost power. And at a certain age, 13, 14, if that happens to you, and now you realize that the system is your parent, I mean, there's no telling what kind of different things can happen. So the next 20 years are going to be very difficult just because of this tiny little window of blindness. So we should be very careful about how far we let our fear take us, because people are watching. Our children are watching. And there's just a really weird thing that happened where people allowed their fear of death, which is we all died. No one's making it out of this alive. But your fear of death allows you to mistreat people. And that's exactly that's all it took. So we should check in with ourselves and remember, like, hey, like, all it takes to eat each other is like a little shove. That's what the Joker said, right? In the Dark Knight or whatever, right? Like, Heath Ledger, like, everyone will eat each other. They just need a push. Everyone just needs a little shove, and you'll see how dark things can really get. And so if you remember that, if you keep that in your mind, it won't happen to you.
All it takes is one bad day. That's what it said.
Yes. Like that movie Falling Down with Michael Douglas.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
Dude, he just a couple bad events, and you'll see how this falls apart very quickly.
I'm just trying to get home.
Oh man, that's such a good movie though. But for real,
good morning, everybody. Can I share my COVID injury?
Everyone, share whatever you want.
So my girlfriend that I've been dating for 5 years, that I know, obviously intimately, she received the vaccine. She was one of the first. Her doctor that she works for basically told the employees that if they get sick and they get sent home, he won't cover their sick pay unless they got the vaccine. And then her family also told her that if she didn't get the vaccine, that she couldn't see her nephew. So with tears in my eyes, I begged her not to get it. And she told me I was overreacting. So in the last year, she has been bleeding pretty much off and on for 6 months, 6 to 8 months now. And she has myocarditis. And I can tell you that she has 2 other close friends that have the same issues. And the only thing that they have in common is that they're friends and they're vaccinated. So I can tell you that the news is stopping all of these injuries from being brought forward. And I don't know what the world is going to be like, but when the dam breaks and the news lets out that Big Pharma is these vaccines are hurting people, they knew about it and they knew about it beforehand. I don't know, but you're going to have a world full of mad motherfuckers. And I don't know who they're going to point the finger at, but I suggest making sure you're out of the way, and because it's going to get wild, in my opinion. So I have a lot of anger towards the people that motivated her to get it. I have anger towards the people who encouraged her to get it, who gave it to her, the world that fell prey to this. And COVID is basically a cold, convincing everybody to get vaccination for COVID. And what's in those vaccines is what everybody should be afraid of. So that's it.
That's where I disagree, and I'll tell you why. Keep watching China. Why would they be reacting that way? Look what they're doing. You
Depopulation.
think the party doesn't, well, look what they're doing.
Depopulation.
Again,
it's what every country's doing.
I believe you, but so knowing that, that's where I'm coming from.
But you think it's just China doing it. It's the whole world doing it, depopulating.
Doing what? Would you say it was China doing? Quarantining people?
Depopulating.
Oh, yeah,
Taking
sure.
the population out.
Every country does that.
I'll say this real
Not
quick.
not America though, right?
Well, definitely America,
How?
but like
Definitely.
watching China, I was what got a lot of people in trouble when COVID first started. We got to be very weary about the media we ingest. I promise you this: we've never seen accurate footage of China that wasn't designed and executed by the propaganda machine of China, and also in the ways of how China and America work. So the early stages of COVID, I remember it vividly. Like I remember step by step. I logged it. The fear that seeped into America seeped in through Chinese propaganda, that they were locking people in their houses, that they were doing all this stuff, and it was all essentially like proven to be staged newscasts to enhance the fear. And so I was in personally within UFO groups and chat rooms all over, and I was watching how these news articles and videos were being spread around, and how if you weren't afraid in these groups, then you were considered dumb, and that if you weren't actively sharing fear and promoting fear and living in fear, then you were viewed as ignorant and not informed because of all the facts that were coming from China. And I'm just saying, like, look where the chips fell. Look where everything fell. Look where we are at now, and tell me if that was an accurate reporting or not. So there's a lot of things that we just shouldn't. Oh, I'm being beckoned. All right, guys, take care.
Also, it's important to keep in mind with this whole COVID thing that went down, people from both major political parties had hands in this. Like that's the thing that people need to remember and focus on with this too. You know what I mean? Like, there was all of this stuff happening, and everybody sold you out so Big Pharma could make record profits with no liability for these things. Like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, keep that in mind.
100%.
The hindsight.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah,
Because
they was all riding that money train.
politics is just for us. It's not for the politicians. So they've created politics to divide us and for us to play into. Politics is just for us people who don't know any better. So yes, you are 100% right. The people that on the left got paid off and the people on the right got paid off, and they're partying together. And they're not.
I mean, it's kind of a positive if you think about it at the end of the day, because now you realize none of these people are your friends. None of them care about you. Zero. Zero of these politicians care about you. Zero of these people in these pharmaceutical companies care about you whatsoever.
I would agree with you if the damages weren't so real and so intimate, because it's to the people we love. So the people I love got vaccinated and are having health issues.
So since we're
That's pretty
sharing
common.
COVID war stories here, I have a pretty interesting one. So Christmas of 2020, our family gathered. You know, everybody was saying, "Don't get together for Christmas. Don't do that." Of course, my family, being the rebels that they are, did not listen to that. What ended up happening was my dad ended up getting COVID, and he spent 21 days on a ventilator. It almost killed him, but he survived. He came back. He's actually healthier now than he was before COVID, which is a miracle. The biggest struggle, I think, through the pandemic was human beings, right? And that we have this desire to be around each other. We just want to be connected. And the hardest part through the entire pandemic was that we were not able to be connected with our loved ones, with our family. We had all these ideas that we had to be separated, and usually in a time of adversity, we come together, right? Like that is the absolute power of us, of our species, is when we get together, great things happen, good things happen. It was just a shame. And I did want to mention one thing to Tupa. Love you, brother. You kind of hit me right in my heartstrings this morning, talking about the effects of the pandemic on children specifically. And you sharing your story about your nephew is absolutely tragic, man. My heart is broken for him. He will be in my prayers tonight, tomorrow, and the next few nights, man, because that is terrible. I wish him all the best. I hope he can adjust his sails, right his ship, and keep his boat afloat, my friend.
Thanks, man. Thank you. My phone was way far away. I had to run to it. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, the side effects here they go beyond biological or health, whatever. They're like into the mental health and stress and cultural changes that we have to deal with. And it was just a shame that no one was listening to those warnings as they were coming out, because everyone was so concerned about dying or not dying. And it's like, dude, you can die, but there's still a world here waiting for everyone else. You know what I mean? Like, your own death isn't the end of the world. It's the end of your thing. And we're going to leave this world to all the other people who didn't die. And what will we leave them? You know, I'd rather leave them something than, a pile of nothing that we tried everything to save, even turning on each other. It's like, at some point, if what you want to save is a culture that is willing to do that, then is it worth saving to that degree? You know what I mean? Like, we should really remember the honor and philosophy that we've learned over the last thousands, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years, and what that means. And I feel like in moments of fear of death, we really tend to just become very selfish little monsters. And transcending that, like that idea of these ceremonial deaths. If you die before you die, you won't die when you die. You will have eternal life if you can master that fear early on through some type of ceremonial death. That's how these guys in the past were achieving greatness and involved in these secret societies was through these ceremonial things, and death is a huge part of it. And so the fear of it, you realize that's what motivates a lot of this negative stuff. A lot of our negative actions, a lot of our negative things, it's like, you don't want to die. You don't want to die broke. You don't want to die fast. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like that. And it forces us to do these things every day. And that's cool. I mean, it's what keeps society going. Everyone has their goals and their own ideas. But what happens is, if we don't take stock of that and we consider it a natural process, then when something like this happens, where both parties or any political party or a world government or a new world order, whatever you want to call it, wants to come in and utilize those tendencies, those unconscious behaviors to their own strengths in order to manipulate us to do something that they want us to do for their own good, not our own good. You know, it's our lack of understanding of these basic principles that allowed us to be ignorant to those things. So it's just
100%,
good,
bro.
right? It's good to talk
100%.
about. It's good to talk about.
If we don't, bro, you took the words right out of my mouth. We have, this has to be documented so that we are never duped into thinking that man knows what's best for us. Nature is what's provided for us to nourish our bodies and to keep us healthy. Man comes along and says, here, hold my beer. I'm going to reorganize all this, isolate this, concentrate this, and then redeliver it. And here you go. And the pharmaceutical industry, this isn't the first time they've pulled this sham. So we have to honestly recognize the tools they used against us, document it, hold them accountable in history, and hold the people accountable that did this. Document it, write about it, talk about it, so that our future kids will never be duped again by Big Pharma.
No, it's a good point. I mean, and I want to be very clear. I am not anti-vaccine and I am not anti-pharmaceutical drugs. I think that we've done some amazing things. We continue to do amazing things through the medical field, through studies and research, sometimes inconvenient research, but it is what it is. There's a strength and a benefit to these programs. But what we saw was a blatant taking advantage of this trust of the system that's designed to help in order to make somebody else some money. And to think that you were ever discriminated against or someone was bullied or motivated to get an injection they didn't need because they were told that, you know, they wanted to be a good person. You know, let's not forget that like, it was like people wanted to do right. That's the thing that they used against us all, was that our want and need to be good people and to save and help and be one of the good ones, you know? And so that's kind of the most brutal part about it to me, is that like
they used our own love for people against us.
Yes. And in some cases they were able to transform people's love for each other into hatred of the other, which, man, oh man, like that was really disheartening to see. And that's why my heart was breaking for kids. It's because they were watching adults turn against each other based on something an invisible enemy. And
I was watching my kids go to school with masks on their face. They didn't know who the teacher was. They didn't know how to read faces, didn't know how to acknowledge each other. All these masks were doing was creating subordination, was creating rule followers. Honestly.
Oh yeah.
It covers evil and creates drones.
Yep. It punished people openly, publicly, shamed them, accused them of being killers for not following. And that is something
it made us all think that there's something wrong with us.
Yes. I agree with that. I had this, like, me and my daughter's mom, we're best friends. You know what I mean? Like, we're not together, but we're very, very close. We've been co-parents now 20 times longer than we were ever together. So there's no animosity there. You know, we're there for our kid. We celebrate holidays together. We trick-or-treat together. Like, it's the shit. But we have different opinions on certain stuff. And so, of course, when this came up, I was like very, very sketched out by it. And she was just terrified, and she was down to be terrified because she was caught up in the whole how they politicized everything too. So she thought it was part of her duty as a Democrat or whatever, or as a good person, to take this. That if you didn't, then you were a Trump voter, was essentially what she thought. That's not her doing. That wasn't her logic. That was literally laid out to her by the media. So she just carried into it. So she went ahead against my will and secretly got my daughter the vaccine, assuming that it would save her and that I was wrong. And then shortly after, my daughter started to have side effects, and all of her classmates began to have side effects. And she denied it. I tried to bring it up. I could tell that she was terrified of her being wrong on this. And now that months and months have passed since then, she's admitted to me that almost all of my daughter's female classmates who were also given the vaccine in the second dose had the same exact side effect, and that she thinks something's wrong. All right. I was just online the other day. I was in a space and I found out my daughter's mom has a cousin who's a well-known author, and I was on a space hosting it and found out that this author had passed away from a cardiac arrest. And so I had to end the space and contact, because I didn't know, because it was fresh news. I didn't even know if she knew. But yeah, she did. And you can hear it in her voice, the realization, her cousin was healthy. And she's like, I don't know, cardiac arrest. I mean, it could be anything, and I'm like, I know, but there's a problem.
Exactly. And what a perfect weapon. You can't blame it on the vaccine. It's obviously a heart attack. So this whole thing is such a scam, and it's going to consolidate our population. And man,
I'll say this: this is a terrifying time to be around.
It is.
But like the best thing we have and the best thing we can do is be calm, be measured, and then make sure this doesn't happen again.
Bro, 100%.
Talk about it. There should be documentaries about psychological warfare based on this stuff. If this ever comes out that it's exactly what we thought it was, we're going to have, hopefully our children and everyone reads about this moment in their history books about maybe this is the last time Big Pharma gets it. Maybe this is their end. That like we're like, hey, this is not what happened here. Is documented. It's historic, and it's time to change it. I don't want a revolution. I'm not asking for anyone to respond in any type of way. I just want this to not happen again the way it did, and that requires open conversation and dialogue. I wouldn't even go as far as to say forgiveness, but it just requires conversation and like talking about anger and the way we've been hurt by this stuff. I think is really good, but really making sure we end all talks about it. That's what I do. Is when I end to talk about it, I figure out something about the future. Like, how is this going to affect things in the better? Because I don't like leaving conversations worked up and hot and mad. I don't want to go throw a brick through, Pfizer's window. And I just want to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Right.
And so it has to be talked about. It has to be talked
because
about.
Because where else? Okay, so you're not going to turn on the TV and get this news. You're only talking about people with personal experiences right now through Twitter, because we're blocked. My Facebook and Instagram got removed a long time ago, and so did my LinkedIn. So a interesting story is that I process CBDA, and if you look up an OSU study that just came out last year, it says that CBDA blocks COVID, SARS-CoV-2. And I encourage anybody listening to just type in Google at OSU CBDA blocks COVID. And I've had the FDA coming after me for 2 years before this article come out. And I happen to be one of the very few people in the country that process and make it like this. So, in my opinion, I was targeted by the FDA as well. Because of the unique processing method that I have and the unique products that I make out of it. So what they're doing is they're blocking anything that can stop transmission and encouraging this, in my opinion. That the CBDA, the cannabinoid found in hemp, can feed cattle. Our animals are dying of the bird flu, the pig flu, the zombie flu. We're poisoning our food streams with toxic corn. So we're getting away, like, we might be waking up to the dangers of this that's happening, but there's a lot more dangers that they've set out for us that we need to be aware of. And the toxicology of our food is a huge one because it's centralized. They're vaccinating cattle, and you're eating that meat, and you're eating that vaccine. Whether it's a chicken, a pig, or any kind of commercial food. I mean, you're still eating big pharma. So this, I'm not calling for a violent revolution. I'm calling for a civil one that we use our money as ammunition to fight the world that has been used their money against us. And when I mean us, I mean human beings from all over the world that rely on healthy, organic, natural foods, clean air, clean water. Like, we need to be upset and talking about this stuff, because I can tell you from my viewpoint in the industry I'm in, 90% of the shelves are full of toxins. And I mean food shelves.
Yeah,
And
Matthew, I see your hand up.
Hey guys, how's everyone doing today? Hope everyone is doing well, sharing the love. I just wanted to talk about more of the macro level of things. Like, okay, when these events come along, we only see them in hindsight. We only see them afterwards, and what conspired and what happened, right? So, what would be next? Like, what would be the next big thing? I mean, I'm seeing the things with the financial markets and what's going on, but what's the bigger workings at play here? I mean, we look at people in power. What I feel that they do is they try to write the course of history, and they fixate themselves on a predetermined outcome and do everything within their power in order for that to happen, at the cost of human life, suffering, and so on and so on. And you also look at the problems that they create. So they create problems, and that they can create solutions for in order to make money, because they hold such financial power, or such power over the people. And essentially, power to the people. Like,
100%, bro. 100%.
That's been a huge thing. It's turned the power back to the people. And like, when it comes to voting, when it comes to all this stuff, it's the people hold the power. And I just want to know, like, what's next? Like, what's next for us?
A corporate revolution. The people that have been putting their foot on your neck, bro, the invisible person that has been putting their foot on all of our necks, are corporations who have no loyalty except for to the bottom line. Greed has taken over people's ethics. And when you have an identity to hold somebody liable and accountable to, that's powerful. But when you hold a board accountable, people disappear and you never see them again. And you get away with murder. So in my opinion, we need to wipe the Wall Street. The problem with Wall Street is corporations. It's not individual investors. So the next step is we take our world back as individuals. Their next step is to take our individual away from us. So the war is between corporations and individuals. And corporations are what created this vaccine. They're the ones who created this mess. They're the ones who are creating the problems, the reactions, and the solutions. And we need to get out of that paradigm.
Mm-hmm. So essentially, it's taking the individuality out of people and who they really are.
You can see that's their goal in everything they do. Is they're removing the individual and the identity and the integrity of the individual itself out of the equation, and saying greater good is for everybody to get vaccinated. You need to be vaccinated for the greater good. They flipped reality on everybody. Where I
My
just see
best
back.
friend fell into that, where they were saying, you got to do it for the kids and all this stuff. She wanted to see her grandkids, and the only way to see them was to get the vaccine, she thought. And I heard a strange noise. She was actually living at the same house that I was living. I heard a strange noise one night. Woke me up about 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was her. She had fell out of the bed, and it looked like she was going through an epileptic seizure. Had to call an ambulance and everything, and that was her first trip to a hospital. She ended up, they diagnosed her with Guillain-Barré due to taking a vaccine, and that was the only vaccine she'd had. Otherwise, healthy lady. And now she lives with it the rest of her life.
And that's super sad. There's not much more to say about that.
Yeah, it's just fucked up, the pressure, the fear that they instilled in everyone, and the way they tried to steer everyone.
What you said happened to her, Lacey. It reminds me of those videos that you see people posting, where the people
Really?
fall out or turn around, like they're looking at something and then they fall out. Yeah.
I haven't seen those, and she done it several times. Several different times there at the house, and it would just freak me out. I mean, her husband, he would start, yelling for me. He knew I had some, medical training, and he would always yell for me, and it scared me so bad to see her in that shape. She couldn't talk. It was horrible. And it did kind of remind me of those weird videos that was coming out of China at one time, of people just walking along and falling out and jerking. I don't know.
Well, you look at China. China hasn't recovered from this thing at all. They're still lockdowns.
They're doubling down.
Yeah, right. And it was kind of a test of the world governments on who could pull out from this. And China's still they, wherever it came from, if it was traded by them, it backfired on them, right? There's testing booths at every corner in cities. You're testing constantly. It's still a massive thing in this world, and I just don't understand why. It still causes so much anguish on people.
They set up a special place here in my town for the testing. It's kind of run near the hospital. And it's like a ghost town. There's never any cars there. And that's just That's just weird that it's so different in places.
Hey, good. She's still here. Coley shared some like really cool stuff in the thread. You guys should check out. I posted it up top, but I think at this point, there's just way too much shit up top. I probably should start deleting some stuff because it's just a dumpster fire up there at this point, I think. But yeah. But Coley, if you want to come up and say anything, but if not, it's cool too. Just being a listener. I don't want to single anybody out. I don't like to do that. But Attitude, what's up?
Hey, good day, everybody. I heard we are talking about actually the PCR testing. Is that correct? I just jumped in.
No. No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because
But we are kind of talking like related COVID stuff. If you know,
yeah.
I guess if you wanted to comment about something,
Oh.
Coley, you go next after him.
Yeah, I just try to add up the reason why China has been keeping the test because I would echo actually China, everything conducted in China is a test. China is test bed for the future lockdowns in the G7 countries. All right, so like Canada, they already come up with the Trudeau already tested once the Emergency Act. In Japan over here, the change in the constitution law, change constitution. One of the major thing they are pushing up actually is for Emergency Act as well. So for future lockdowns, for future pandemic, for future natural disaster, they're gonna start. They're gonna initiate this sort of martial law, okay, in the states. So. Actually, there's nothing much going on in China. The testing is not a real test. It's a practice. It's a training for the society to get used to this totalitarian society of fascist management way. Okay, we got to understand this. The pandemic is a hoax, right? Virus, yes, exists, but it's nothing bigger than the sort of a cold, okay. So with ivermectin, you can cure everything. Okay, in Japan over here, the reason why the people here the vaccine rate is so low because a few brave Japanese doctors. A couple of years ago, they started yelled at the television. Okay, there's some brave TV stations over here. Unlike America and other like EU, this like it's totally controlled by the Western propaganda. It's like you can't say anything like that sort of right. And in here, there's some brave doctors. They don't give a shit. They will still speak out. They promote a lot of actually ivermectin actually invented by American and the Japanese doctors. It's made in Japan. So a lot of people bought a lot of stuff actually taking the ivermectin 2 years ago, 1.5 year, 2 years ago. And yeah, everything's very fine. So, but they are still pushing the Emergency Act, emergency law, because they want to, through the lockdowns, they will crush the middle-sized and small-sized economy. All right, that's the key because they have to prepare the Great Reset environment. If you run a business well, you don't give them a foothold to roll out this new world order through this Great Reset. So there's a whole preparation for the testing. This test is nothing. Every people stand in line to do the bullshit, everything. There's nothing going on that should be PCR, right? They have a quote. Every time you got to have certain number, certain rate of the percentage of the plus or minus, right? That's all the pure allocation. That's the pure Hawks stuff. So the purpose is to training the people get used to this martial law status. Watch out. Thanks.
Hey, Coley, what's up?
Hey girl, how are you? I appreciate you guys inviting me to speak. I've been listening to the COVID stuff. Just tell you that everything that this has become, we found out, like, I'd say in March, the first part of March, before they did any of the lockdowns or anything. So I kind of stayed ahead of the game. I got my son an exemption from any more vaccines. Like somebody else was saying, I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm anti whatever this is until there's enough research and data. And I work part-time. I work as a mental health therapist, but I have to put my license into exempt status because they started coming after me and other people in the community who were speaking out right away against this. So we started to organize. We have a group. There's about 1,000 people in our database who are local. The problem is getting them out there. We've done so many protests, and none of us have worn masks. Like I can't even tell you how many places that I've had to sit there. But at the end of the day, even the emergency room, I got it so they don't have to wear masks going in. It's all a big illusion when you push it to that point. My son was going into 7th grade, and I refused to give him. I told the school, there's no exemptions, there's no masks, there's no tests in my house. And my son is coming to school. And the principal was like, nope, he's not. He had it all like locked down, and it was like huge deal. You think a one kid. So I end up calling the district and talking to the guy who was involved, or the top guy. I said, you can't leave. My son is allowed in school. You cannot tell him he's not over the age of 16. You can't prevent him from going in that school. So we can do this one or two ways. I'll call the police because you're actually breaking the law. And then we can go from there. And I called the city attorney. I called the county attorney. I said, so this is becoming harassment. I said, and can I call the police? And they said, yeah. So I gave the school 10 minutes. I said, you got 10 minutes. Either one of us is gonna, it's going down. Like, you cannot prevent him from going into that school. So when push came to shove, my son got right in, and he was not on any exemption list. They tried everything until like the last minute. They've done it at the ER. I've been thrown out of a courthouse room for a traffic ticket because of the but I refuse, absolutely refuse. And all I got to say is that everybody's right. Like, to whatever degree that the government was going, they are trying to depopulate us. I started to say before, and I kind of got off track, but I worked at YMCA. I teach swim lessons and lifeguard part-time. And I've always loved it, loved the pool. We saw one lady died in our pool backwards. She was face up. She had a snorkel, so people thought that she was just doing a backflip. No, she died. There's something with the heat and the vaccines. My dad was the only one who got it out of all of our family, and he has blood clots in his legs. So you can say or do as you think, but I think that this is absolutely horrific. And to tie it together with ET, when I had one of my experiences, they said, I asked why they had to restrain us. Like, in my head, a lot of you talk, or they'll give you like pictures or hear things. And they said because of contamination, that there's some contamination that we have. And then if you look at what they're doing with all the global warming stuff and all of that stuff, I believe that they're really making an environment that is conducive to what we call the HETs, which are the humanoid extraterrestrials that live among us. And I believe, like, right from the start, and I was a part of a group, we did steganography and cryptology and did all sorts of things with brevity coding and stuff like that. So we saw it coming. Some of us did. Like, I had a exemption put on my son right at the beginning. I said, no masks. And his doctor, this is before the CDC got in there and twisted their arm, but I still refused to give them up to the school. I refused to play with the game. The other day they called and they said, because he had reacted to something the dentist had given him. I think it was like fluoride treatment. He had swallowed part of it. Well, they're like, you have to take him to a doctor before you can bring him back. I said, no, I don't. She said, yeah, you do. They had me 3 people. I'm like, you can't tell me my son's in 8th grade that he cannot come into that school. That is, like I said, here we go again. I said, if I have to call the police, I'll just call the police. But that's where I'm at. So they don't mess around anymore like they used to, because they know that I'm not going to back down, and they know at the end of the day there's nothing legal that binding that they can do. So I guess I would encourage everyone and anyone, because this really is, it really ties directly in to this UFO stuff, and I wish I could explain more in detail, but I push back right now. If we don't push back now, the world we will be leaving our children is unacceptable. And
I
so
may have to
I
ask
thank
you
you
some
again.
things later on, because I know my grandkids are going to have to come to a point where the schools are going to want to give them vaccines. My son and daughter-in-law do not want them to have them. And you're in a different state though, right? You're in like California?
I'm in Iowa.
Iowa. Well, that's better. Iowa might have the same restrictions as Tennessee. I don't know.
Well, see, Iowa, it sounded all great, and I'm assuming like from other states, because we were told by our governor they did not and could not with the masks. Well, they at a local level, we had to fight this from a local level, and what we found was entirely scary. We came across where our county and our city were together. They had an isolation shelter. They had a list, and they would not tell the public where it was located. And it took us a couple months, but we found the location of it, because they said, okay, we can't tell you in Iowa, everybody has to stay home, maybe like they did in California, but we can put groups of people by a voluntary board of health. We can put groups of people in these isolation shelters. And basically all they are is nobody's really directly even in the vicinity. They're outside watching you by camera. And if it detects motion, like, this is crazy. So we found it, we posted it, we went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth with the city so many times. So I think that gotten to a point, but it starts local. Like our local schools were the ones that tried to put it on. So he sat out like in the very, very beginning of all of this. And then, but the following year he was in that school, and I said, Brody, that's my son, sorry. If you're going to go in, you have to be prepared. So we prepared for like ever of how he's going to handle it. So they're not going to want you to go in that school. Well, they were trying to make it. I got calls, oh my God, galore that first year. Here in the lunchroom, the lady was going and reviewing the video footage. She said, I heard somebody talking after, because they turn the lights out for like a minute before they go back to the classrooms. And she said, I was reviewing the video and told my son he couldn't eat lunch in the lunchroom because he may or may not have been chewing and talking with food in his mouth. I'm like, are you for real? They were trying to take him down to the detention room. They threw him out of school for 10 days with no reason. Like, and they just said, we can do this. I'm like, I'm just building a case. Like, that's what has to be done, because eventually there is going to be law and order. But if you don't push these people like to that point and find out, you don't realize you can get in without masks. You can do this without masks. You can do this like without the jab. You can do it all. But you have to really just stand your ground. And like I said, I filed a religious exemption for my son for vaccines from this point on. I'm like, he's had them up until normal, and now they're trying to push like 3 more plus that. I'm like, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do any of this until there's some long-term research that proves this to be beneficial. But our governor would be like, no, there's no masks, we're all open. That was not true. That was definitely not true.
Yeah, even if it's like not about the vaccine or school, I encourage everybody to make sure they know their rights, in the areas that they live in. Even if you're just getting pulled over, those are good to know.
Also, I just want to throw in one last thing. We discovered that our city and many, many, many other cities across, and I encourage you to look and see. The city I'm from is not very big, about 70,000 people. And we had our sister city in China that was Jinping or whatever. That's the area he controlled prior to moving up to the CCP. He's got so many ties here in Iowa and locally here that we were the first smart city in America. And our sister cities, all of our nice little surveillance cameras, our sister city in China can see in. So if you start looking at it and how much influence, and China helped set up our response to the pandemic. And Iowa sent them like PPE equipment in the very beginning in February. And I mean, what a disaster. But they can see right in. I'm like, anybody who says that, they don't. Check your local city and see if you have a sister city, because you are at risk. And it's not, I mean, this is going to the point where they've already set this up. So for them to go flip back around and be like, oh, yeah, let's go get that isolation shelter back up and running. And we're going to take this group of people because they say that they're against, wherever, like they can do that. And that's so wrong. But I encourage you just to look and to look back, because a lot of people weren't looking in the beginning. And if you go back to the beginning, like of March of 2020, start checking out even before then. Start checking out what your local governments were talking about. Start checking out, and then you can see a much fuller picture. And it's very, very scary.
Wow, a sister city in China. Isn't that interesting?
I'll grab some links for you and post them in here. Is that okay to do that?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you again. I appreciate so much you guys giving me time to speak.
Hell yeah. I mean, you can speak in here anytime you want. Hell yeah.
Yes, it's all interesting. I mean, I'm blown away.
You're blown away?
Yeah, I got blowed.
Oh man, there is apparently some I don't know what the fuck's going on. There's like some people that think that like I'm associated with or I'm like producing some documentary in defense of like Richard Doty, and people are like, yeah, we've been waiting on that. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I don't have any idea what they're talking about. The first time
Like
hearing
they're
about
waiting on you to make one?
it. Yeah. I don't know what the hell. Doty has had me blocked for like a long time now. Like I don't know what association people think I have with him. I've defended the guy in sort of like publicly like a few times now, but yeah, we're not like friends like that or anything. So and I don't really necessarily excuse his actions or anything like that. I'm not his. I don't give a shit about him. Fucking asshole. So just make that clear if anyone's listening. Oh, my dog just blowed himself too. I was wondering what that noise was. Oh, I watched that documentary. It's called In Plain Sight: The Intelligence Community and UFOs, I think is the title. And I was expecting a lot more. And it was pretty for anyone in UFO Twitter that's like seriously like up to date like on this topic, that considers themselves like I don't know, pretty involved. Like you're not gonna hear anything new. But I don't know. For the general public, maybe it'll be like super interesting. I don't know. I thought it was kind of boring and lame.
Who was the speaker?
And Richard Doty was in it.
Oh.
So was what's his name? John Ramirez, that guy from the CIA, the Asian guy. And so was that guy from MUFON. I forget his name. And I don't know. No one big, particularly. What's up, Zim?
I just want to say I've been listening a lot. I've been shopping in Walmart. So I think we all agree everybody has their own truth when it comes to the phenomenon and what they think is really going on. I think it's the same way with this disease and this vaccine and politics. And I think everybody should have the right to their own point of view, but it's very controversial. And any one of us who thinks we really have it all figured out, we're probably 10% wrong. You know, just like with the phenomenon. That's
if not more.
Or 90% wrong, because it's a personal truth versus a universal truth, right? I mean, my experience was my closest texting friend was a big Q person, one of those kind, and fed me things constantly of that stuff, and I'd debate and play, and I said, wow, I learned a lot of things that are true, and I watched that crowd be turned into, for speculating, really, it's all was speculation, be turned into something that no one can even see. You can't even type. You start typing that conspiracy theory thing up, and you're going to have all sorts of Twitter problems and other problems. I understand why, but like Tupa was saying earlier, when all of a sudden it's okay to hate a group, that's a scary thing, you know. And when it came to this thing, I have a part of my family was a spokesperson for the intelligence agencies, and I was telling them things they didn't know that are true. They pan out to be true. So, is what it is. I guarantee you don't have thousands and thousands of evil people trying to do something evil to the population because it is their brothers, their sisters, their husbands, them. They're in the same population you're in, man. So that's all I know about it. But I got to get back down to listener, bud.
Cool. I agree.
Are you guys still gonna go to Dr. Drew's space and drop the UFO bombs and questions on his space this afternoon, Mr. Logan?
Fucking better believe it, Kyle. Oh, wait, actually, I need to double check the. Oh, it reminds me. I need to get the list of questions prepared better. I should do that right now. But yeah, I mean the plan is to do that, unless otherwise, you know, aborted.
Too bad I'm at work, because if I was at work, I'd be a 12-pack deep, and I'd get on there my first question. Or if he give me the mic, I'd be like, UFO real, the end is near.
You'd say UFOs are real?
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You know what's funny? Like on the show, they kind of. Yeah. I'm assuming you probably heard the clip, but they were acting like isn't he sweet? He believes in like the thing. Good for him. Like what?
Oh,
You know
I'm
that?
going to go along with your fantasy, Logan, and I'll go do a
Yeah.
hypothetical. It's like, what? It's not a fantasy, bro. The Pentagon said UFOs are real, man.
Yeah. It's this these fuckers. Like you know, like how they talk to me was kind of like a little bit like kind of how like my mom talks to me when I bring it up with her. Like, oh, that's sweet. What a funny view you have.
Oh, this dude now. Dude smoked child. What's going on? I shared
Don't say my real name,
one of these. What? Which one of those is your real name?
Don't say my real name, man.
Dude
I won't
smoked
say dude
child.
anymore.
All I heard you say was dude smoked child. Like why do you have any idea what that meant?
Apparently that's his name.
Dude smoked child. Wow.
I was gonna say, so I shared this picture of one of the Earth batteries I made, right? It's probably like a year old. I was just like looking at it. It's like it's just been sitting outside. So it's been like slowly, like it'll get rained in, and then the sun will hit it and it'll dry out and stuff. But it's been sitting there for a year, and it's either like producing hydrogen or like still giving off enough charge to cause everything on the top to start corroding. And I haven't put a meter on it because it's like all nasty. But when I made it, even that brick in the center, like you can see like 3 strips of foil on the sides of the container. One was graphene, one was copper foil, and one was aluminum foil. And then I put that brick in the middle, right? And even the brick even carries a slight charge. That's why I was talking to y'all about those batteries that they're making using the terracotta that one day. That's what made me start thinking about the terracotta soldiers in different ways. But I still haven't been able to find that one video that I found where they were like explaining it in the lab. It really sucks.
I'll be back around noon.
Dang it. Fuck, I thought I might be muted. Ah, he left. Shit. Gets me every time. Anyway. 9 a.m. Fuck, time flies. So I created a what do I call it? Like a Dropbox, like like an online storage location to store documents that are interesting. Like DIRDs and like FOIA documents, whatever. Stuff like that. That's research papers that are interesting to look at regarding everything we're all into. And I think it's like a terabyte in size. So 1,000 documents is only worth like 2% of that maybe. So like there's a lot of room to spare. So I mean, anyone have any ideas or want to join that online storage and throw some documents up in that bitch? Yeah, that'd be great.
How you do it? Yes.
I'll
Send me. Yeah.
I'll share the link. Yeah, that'd be great. I'll tweet about it. Maybe it'll get more attention. But I don't know if I've like fully decided the service I'm using is the one I want to use, because I'm not sure it's like the best one. It's the first time I've used it, but it's called like TeraBox. Oh, what drew me to it was that it's free, and they'll give you like a terabyte for free to hold online. Like that's like a fuckload of data to store for free. So that's why I chose it. But I don't know. I don't know much about it, like how good it is. I don't know, man. Like an extra day to dig into it, see if it's good and shit.
Yeah, I joined it. I need to add some stuff to it.
Right. What do you think about it?
I haven't used it enough. Like I pretty much just added your folder or whatever, and that was it.
Yeah, I think I was using what's it called? Mega Link or something like that. Like that Mega app, and that seems like a much better app. Cause I had to use it earlier. They sent me like an email saying, "This is your last day to clear out your data before we delete your account or whatever," because I was like 75 gigs over my limit, and so I had to like log in finally and be like, all right, I guess I'll fucking delete this shit or whatever. But I realized like, this is a much better experience than the TeraBox app. You can actually like have like a chat built into like Mega. You can like do all kinds of cool shit. So I don't know, but I don't know. I think Terrabox might be new, so maybe they'll just get better.
I never used that one either, so I'm not any help. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't really use them. I just throw shit in there and kind of just for archiving like old, shit from like the early 2000s usually, or whatever like Google backs up automatically. I don't even know.
Let's see when you have time to find these things.
What do you like, the documents?
Yeah, the documents or the places to store them, because you're a busy guy.
I'm I'm involved in like the tech space quite a bit, and I have like a lot of different like feeds in like different areas that are constantly like live feeds about like different stuff going on. So I kind of like stay updated with like a lot of different stuff going on. But with documents, usually I don't. I'm usually never the one that finds it. It's usually like Matt or someone else that shares a document. Or I mean, sometimes I come across stuff that like I personally like sought out that I find interesting. But most of the time, it's stuff that like other people share that I just download.
Yeah, we need to get a guy to throw some stuff in there.
Oh, that's right. He was actually the one that inspired me to make one, I think.
Yeah, I'm linked up with his Dropbox. I haven't gone through it yet, or his Google Drive. I mean,
Yeah, I gotta figure out what I did with that link. What'd you say?
I barely have any time to do anything. Like, I'm like slowly remodeling my house. I'm the only one that lives here, and it's just me and the dog now. And since I lost my other ones, and there's just always shit to do, you know.
Like what? Like what?
When you have a house, it's just different. Like just taking care of it, you know what I'm saying? Like just that
Not
alone.
really. I've never, had a property that big to myself, really. I've always just had like small rooms in like a rented place, Never had any kind of responsibilities like that, so I don't really know what goes into it.
Yeah, dude, like I mean if you get like a brand new house, it's not that bad, you know what I mean? But the house I live in's old now. Like I basically just getting all the shit out of it so I can slowly start remodeling it. And like I've got a big ass container in my driveway right now. So but even if I wasn't doing that, just like cutting grass, trimming trees, all that shit, it adds up.
Yeah, it certainly does. That's what I had to get away from. I don't have to do any of that here.
Yeah, I've I'd actually like think about getting an apartment just to not have to do that. But
But you would still have to go back and take care of your house.
no, I'll rent it out or something.
That's a good
That don't
idea.
mean that they would take care of it like you would.
No, that's true. I'm
I've been
actually
there
thinking
and done
about
that.
turning it into like a duplex.
Yeah, I've been there and done that. A rental
'Cause I've got an
property is
add-on in the back.
pain. Ugh. I had 2 or 3 rental properties and sold them because it's just too much work on me
Yeah,
after my back surgeries and stuff.
yeah, it's a lot. especially if you had 2 or 3. And then if they're not paid for, you got to worry about still making the payment if the renters don't, you know.
Mine was paid for, but I mean, a couple of years ago, on the 4th of July, I had to go to a house and replace a hot water heater on the 4th of July. You know, you can't find anybody to work anymore. Plus, nobody on a holiday. Shoot. You just have to do it yourself.
The Pfizer vaccine becomes DNA in liver cells. Interesting. I just read the most horrifying thing that was, they tried to patent DNA. What the fuck? How can somebody try to patent DNA? The Supreme Court ruled you couldn't do it, but
What would make them think they could? Isn't DNA, special to each person, not to a company or anything?
I'm starting to think it's not. Logan, have you been up the whole time, or did you get any sleep at all?
no, I didn't go to sleep.
What are you on, like day 3?
Oh no, I slept like yesterday for like I don't know, a few hours, I think.
Oh, okay, cool.
So this thing I'm looking at is like pretty kind of horrible. It says, hold on, let me just save this. It says, where did you go? Okay, so in 2013, in a court case, Pathology versus Myriad Genetics, Inc., in the United States, the Supreme Court ruled that you cannot patent human DNA as it was a product of nature. But at the end of the ruling, the Supreme Court did rule that if you were to change a human's genome by mRNA vaccines, then the genome can be patented. This means that everyone who has had the vaccine is now technically patented, and something that is patented is owned and will come under the definition of transhuman. Those people that are legally identified as transhuman, cool. Those people that are legally identified as transhuman do not have access to human rights or any rights provided by the state. This is because they are not. By the way, I'm reading from just a note someone left. This is not any kind of like official statement or anything. Just it could be, take it or leave it, whatever. Blah blah
I
blah.
saw an official statement that sounded like that.
That's it?
No way.
Why?
This is saying like they don't. If you're transhuman, you don't have access to human rights because you are not classified as 100% organic human. Therefore, anyone that has this vaccine can no longer have access to human rights.
This is
There have been a few legal papers discussing this recently,
this is
and
written
he
by
gives a
some
link.
conspiracy idiot. This is totally bullshit. There's no law which talking about transhumans. All the conspiracy idiots does.
No, yeah, it sounds totally insane.
It does
But
sound totally insane, and yet I
But
did
still
see.
people
I'm
believe
gonna go
but
look
still
for
people
the
believe this bullshit. So come on, a lot of people think that mRNA vaccine are gene therapy and change your DNA. This is also bullshit. It doesn't. But
No, it's not bullshit. My
it is
sister-in-law is
bullshit.
a doctor.
mRNA.
I'm not gonna argue.
yeah, have a good day, sir. Hey, what's up, Jules? What are you up to? I didn't see you come in.
Nothing much, Logan. What are you doing?
I was just reading this, like, you're just getting a little, angry.
Oh, I just have another opinion than the conspiracy idiots. So come on, relax.
Yeah, there's no need to label people idiots
Why?
and conspiracy nut jobs. That's your opinion, man.
Yes, Jules. I did get a new picture actually.
I didn't recognize you for a minute.
On mine, it still looks like the old one though.
What's that Earth battery you've put up? What does it do?
Oh, that was just something I was messing around with. I took some dirt and light rocks and dark rocks and salt and put it in that container, and then I put aluminum foil on one side, copper foil on one side, and graphene foil on the other side, and like each of those are like separate legs for the battery. And then that one in the picture, I was messing around, and I wanted to see if I could get some charge off the brick, because I saw these people were using like urine to make batteries, basically with terracotta. Like they were recycling urine to make batteries using terracotta and graphene, and so I wanted to see if I could get a charge off that too. And all four of them you can get a charge off of, and they vary just depending on which two you use. But when they're like doing their best, they fluctuate based on like how wet or dry they are, or like if they've been in the sun. And so they fluctuate from like 0.9 volts to 1.7 volts. So, and they all vary a little bit since they're different materials. But if you wire up a couple in series, you can actually get them to power LED.
Is the container galvanized steel?
No, that's a like a bleach jug with the top cut off.
I thought it was like
PVC or something.
Like a galvanized steel bucket or something.
Nope.
Because if you've got a galvanized steel bucket and you put something acidic in it, and then put a piece of steel or something in it, the different metals react and create a charge. That's what. Do you remember years ago they had a model of car called the Jaguar XJS? They actually had big problems with rust on them, and it was years ago I restored one as a hobby, and it was the wheel arch liners were made of pressed aluminum, and then it was riveted to the steel, and in the winter when they got salt on the roads for the snow and stuff, the salt would splat up and create a charge that would make the car rust. But it was like the whole car was just like one big battery. It's like you can if you've got something acidic, you can sort of make quite a powerful battery. You know, like the Baghdad battery, that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's actually that's where I got the idea, right? I read somewhere that this it was like a either like some king or like a duke in France or something like that in the 1700s. He actually had like a bunch of like early batteries they filled up the whole basement basically, and I forget what all they used to power from it, but basically they were using copper and aluminum and or tin, I guess, copper and tin.
There's a really early battery. I don't know whether it's in one of the British museums, or whether it's in one of the American ones. And it's a very, very old one. It's at least 100 years old, and it powers a tiny little bell. And it's been ringing this little bell all the time for like over 100 years, and it's in a glass case, so it can't be touched. But it's been given off a charge for I think it must be over 100 years. I think it is. I'll have to find it and see if I can send you the link. It's quite interesting.
It's at a fire station?
I can't remember. No, I think that's the light, isn't it, that's been burning for a long time at the fire station. Is it a fire station in New York? But I know that
you're right.
There's a bell. It's like a little old. It's a very, very ancient early battery that was made. It powers this tiny little bell, and it rings this little bell constantly, and it has done for a long time. I'll have a look online and see if I can send it you.
All right, cool. But yeah, no, so like when I was messing around with that stuff, and I read that thing about that dude's castle, it just got me thinking, like, most yards, right? If you have a yard, you could just like dig a pit, basically, do sheets of copper and aluminum and alternate, just put some sand in between them and fill the rest up, and then cover it back, cover the top back, and it wouldn't even be taking up any room, and you could be getting energy from that just by doing nothing. You'd have to hook up some conversions, but it can be done.
Sounds interesting. I've just looked. The bell that's been continuously ringing has been ringing since 1840, just with the power of a very early battery, and it's at Oxford University in the UK.
That's cool. See, and that's why nobody talks about that stuff. Like, there's nothing new under the sun. That's why I'm like a firm believer that like we have all the stuff. They've been doing it. Just like with Schauberger, if you can learn from nature, like that's the best teacher. Nature's already like the most efficient. And actually, if nature can't do it, then it can't be done. So.
Sorry, I'm just quoting a research paper. It just took me a while to find the line I needed, but about the reverse transcribing of RNA into DNA or whatever. I'm just some guy was like, what you posted isn't like true or whatever. Like, okay, let me go find the line where they specifically say it or whatever. So it's all good. I'm surprised there haven't been more of that. Dr. Drew was actually talking about it earlier, just about how anyone that says anything about the vaccine that's and not in complete support of it gets labeled a anti-vaxxer and is a pariah. No matter who it is, it's unbelievable. And Dr. Drew was talking about that earlier.
And he's right. I mean,
Yeah.
every time I've said anything, even on here, nobody really wanted to hear it. And so I'd just be quiet because, it's my opinion and that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
But it really worries me, about my grandkids, what they're going to be made to do. Or you know what I'm saying, the future.
It's nice that at least we have a mainstream doctor that's saying stuff like this, that's not being censored at least.
There's a lot of mainstream doctors that have spoke out against it. I'm trying to post some of the stuff that I've read before.
What's funny is that even Mark Zuckerberg was filmed saying that like they shouldn't be promoting the vaccine because they don't know the kinds of harm that will come from long-term consequences of it. And like a month later, he's doing like a video promotions for it. So it's like just these fuckers.
Yeah, that's kind of strange. Wonder what turned him around.
He must be completely owned at this point.
Yeah, gotta be.
Mm-hmm. There we go, got it. Dun, dun, dun. Hey, I've got to get away from this.
Sorry, I was just trying to keep a naughty terrier under control, jumping up at the window at one of my neighbours. Do you know what? You were talking about the vaccine. I think I've decided not to have the next one. I've had 3. And my partner was due to have one today and cancelled it. And do you know what? I'm not advocating that people don't have the vaccine, but I am a nurse and I can speak from experience. One thing I've noticed is an alarming rate of cancers, lymph cancers, since the pandemic, whether it's connected to the vaccine or whether it's connected to COVID-19, I don't know. But there's a lot of other side effects that people are experiencing, and I just find it really strange.
I just had a look at that what's it called, the vaccine thing I posted earlier or just retweeted. What was it, a little over 2 hours ago now? And it doesn't have even a single like people like avoid COVID like the plague, I swear. Anything to do with it.
Yes, they do.
I can't believe it.
You're on the wrong website. You need to go to ATS. They talk about it there. They fight about it.
People are
actually
so
posted.
afraid to be associated with possibly saying anything wrong about it that they won't even like a post in fear of it, of being,
Because, like that guy earlier, you heard the way he just
Yeah, I mean, you
began
just gotta
to
shut
jump
those
on
fuckers
me.
up.
Yeah.
People need to grow a spine.
Yeah, he just began jumping on me. I'm like, what the hell? Where'd you come from?
I had a
Yeah.
post on Facebook blocked by Facebook, and I was given a warning over it.
Yes, I have had too.
Yeah,
I was banned twice.
It's about the
from
time I
Facebook.
left.
Yeah, they've just like I posted something about one thing, right? I have noticed, and I work as a nurse, like I've said 1,000 times. So, and other nurses have commented on this. The amount of lymph cancers, whether it is a coincidence or not, I don't know. It could be that there wasn't enough detection being done during the COVID pandemic because of lockdowns and stuff, and now these lymph cancers are being detected. Now people are going back to their doctors and stuff, but I have noticed a massive amount, and my mother's just had chemotherapy from lymph cancer. She's got to have radiotherapy as well. And several other people that I know that are in their 60s and 70s, including a member of staff that I work with, has discovered that they've got lymph cancer. They've all had COVID, but they've all also had up to 3 vaccinations with the boosters. And I'm just sort of like, I've had my text message from the health authority to say that I can book to go for my 4th vaccine, and I can also have a flu jab as well. And I just don't want to go. I'm just like, just don't want to go and have it done. And I find the side effects from the vaccine just like knock me out as well. You feel like you've had, I've still got a lump in my arm where I had the last one.
It should be your choice.
It is now. It's they're not forcing people here to have them. But I just don't think I want to go and have another one. It's a bit strange.
Why would you get it?
Why would I get it?
Yeah.
Get what? The vaccine or COVID?
It said like you said you had to get like another jab, right? Like why get another one?
Right. If you're working for the National Health Service here, they actually made a ruling that you had to have it. You had to have the 1st and 2nd as a minimum. I've had 3. I've had the 1st, 2nd, and the 3rd booster earlier on this year. But they actually made a government ruling, and basically they said to nurses and doctors, if you refuse to have it, then you can't come to work, and we're not paying you if we tell you that you've got to have time off because you've not had the vaccine. So it was either have the vaccine and be able to go to work, or don't have the vaccine and don't earn any money. And that's what they did to health service staff. So there was no choice in it because I can't afford to go without earning my salary every month.
And that's why they did it that way. I mean, that's forcing people.
That's like that.
Completely took away freedom of choice for people that work in the health service. But
yes,
I don't know whether it's caused me any problems or not. I mean, I think I had COVID before it was even announced. I went away on holiday in the September, beginning of October, before the pandemic, and within about 24 hours of staying in a hotel, went down with something really ill that made me really ill, and I had to come home. I had to drive like 350 miles home, and I'm sure that was COVID. I had all the symptoms. I had a chest infection that I couldn't get rid of until, so it went on right the way through October, November, and almost up until Christmas. And my GP ended up putting me on antibiotics and steroids. But by that point, sort of by Christmas, it was all coming out, and then there were the first cases here. But there'd been a lot of cases before it came out on the news and everything that were very mysterious. I remember a patient of mine dying from pneumonia, it was classified as, and it was a young person, 36 years old, never smoked, never been a drinker, quite physically fit. They went to the gym a few times a week and just died from pneumonia, and there was no explanation for it. I mean, fit, healthy people shouldn't have been dying from pneumonia. But I think it was sort of in the populace a good few months before it was even announced or detected. And I think there's a lot more to COVID than meets the eye. And, it's and lots of medical professionals will turn around and say similar things. It's a very strange virus.
It is very strange how it affects one person with the sniffles, and then the next person has COVID lungs and has to be on a ventilator.
The thing I've noticed working with it that's really made me think about things is the way it hits elderly people and people with underlying conditions. And to me, it almost looks like it's been designed to bump people off that are sort of like in their 60s, 70s, and 80s.
People hogging resources.
Yeah. And lots of people that I work with have said similar things. It's very
Makes sense.
strange. It's like it affects people with disabilities. It affects people that are elderly. And then you get sort of people in the teens, 20s, 30s, early to mid 40s getting it, and it does nothing. They have a few days off work with what looks like a bad cold. And then, like,
Now, I had several friends that were in their 30s that actually got the COVID lung and died. And it shocked me, I couldn't understand how, they didn't have like underlying conditions or pre-existing. Blowed my mind away too.
it's very odd. It's almost as if it's. I mean, if you get like a regular dose of the flu, it doesn't matter what age you are, you'll probably get very similar symptoms. If you're a child and you get a dose of the flu, you get the shivers, you get the aches, you get a sore throat, you get a headache, you go to bed, you drink plenty. Within 3 or 4 days, you start to recover. It's pretty much the same if you're a teenager, if you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, all the way up to sort of like 80, 90. A dose of the flu is a dose of the flu. Yet, COVID appears to affect people up to a certain age, if they've got no underlying conditions, completely differently. It's like younger people will get flu-like symptoms. Some people get nothing and they're walking around as carriers. Then you'll get people that have underlying conditions and older people. I mean, I had it earlier on this year and it's left me with I had to have cardioversion in April because it left me with an arrhythmia. And that's something that's worrying. It seems to be affecting lots of people's... It does seem to do something to blood pressure and heart rhythms as well. I mean, I'm not super fit and healthy or anything, but I'm not unhealthy. And it was a bit strange to suddenly, I've had COVID and now I've got an irregular heartbeat that's had to be corrected.
Yeah, my son is 32 and he's had it. I don't know. But the first time he got it, it got him down really bad, and now he has long-term COVID. Something like that. It's like the effects have damaged him in some ways, according to his doctor.
Sorry about my dog then.
No, you're fine.
It's the same neighbour walking past the other way now. It's really weird. There's a neighbour that we've had a bit of a fallout with, and over parking in the street, and they're very difficult. And whenever I had a row with them a few weeks ago, they came knocking on my door, and I was just like, "Get lost! I'll park my car where I want to. If you don't like it outside your house, it's tough shite." But I pay my road tax and everything. I can park my car where the hell I want. And if I can't get it on my driveway, I'll park it in the street. But it's really weird because the dog doesn't like them either. And whenever they walk past, the dog goes mad. He's almost ready to jump through the living room window. It's amazing how
Now that's funny. Yeah,
dogs are a judge of character.
No. Yes, animals know.
Yeah, they're a good judge of character, aren't they?
They are. Need to get rid of that neighbor.
I can't. It's a bit. It's like we've had one or two. I mean, I'm pretty bullish when it comes to someone pissing me off. I will flipping go for them, and I've got quite a vicious tongue when I get going. But this neighbour turned round to me and made a comment about me being gay a few weeks ago, and I was just like, right, that's done it. Phoned the police, and the police went round to speak to them. And it was all over parking in the street. They don't like anybody parking outside their house. And I mean, I'm not blocking their driveway or anything. I'm just parking to the side of their driveway. They've got plenty of room to get in and out. And but the thing is, it's a bit sensitive, and I wouldn't want to cause any offence to anyone in the room. But I feel I can't fire anything back at them because they're mixed race. And it's sort of like it's okay for them to fire something at me because I'm gay, but
Then why is it okay?
Oh, she turned around and she called me a bumberclang or something.
Well, then why don't
I don't know what the
let
hell
it
it
right
is.
back
It's some
out?
kind of. She said it, and I just went, yeah, and you're an arsehole, and I'll say that in English, not Jamaican, so fuck off. Get off my driveway. I'm just like, I said to her, I said, you've got 2 seconds to get off my driveway or I get my mop and stick the handle up your ass and help you on your way.
Don't feel bad. I've lived here in this neighborhood 2 weeks, and most people didn't even know I was here, which is cool. Yesterday I was moving furniture. My brother and his neighbor came to help, actually, to do it. And so when we were leaving to begin with, my brother's like, well, is it okay if when we come back, if I back up into the grass near your porch? I said, well, right there's the maintenance guys. Let me ask them. And they said it was okay. So we come back with a load, get it unloaded, and we start to leave. Somebody pulls in my little drive area, rolls down a window. They said, you can't park there. I said, yes, I can. I've got the same attitude as you, Jules. They had me ready to fight them. I wanted to get out of the truck. The 2 guys wouldn't let me. They're like, you can't park there. I said, yes, I can. I asked, and it's, oh, well, who'd you ask? Well, who the fuck are you asking me?
You trying to fight and your back ain't even healed all the way yet?
It's all right.
I hate falling out with people though, but sometimes it's just like you just
Yes.
have to stand your ground with people, don't you? And just make it, you know, I'm
You
just
do.
this.
Well, sometimes people gotta learn, and sometimes you gotta teach them a lesson.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
Screen. And what you got to do, you got to smack the shit out of them, don't you?
But I mean, it's like neighbour fallouts really difficult, can't they? Because it's not like you're never going to see them again. You know, it
I
just.
don't even know where these ladies live. I never even seen the car. And I'm like, are y'all neighborhood patrol? I mean,
Some of my neighbours in Florida,
Neighborhood what?
yeah.
My old neighbours in Florida keep in touch with me, and they've called St. Cloud now, and they live in a gated community. Well, gated communities here in Britain are completely unheard of. And they've got these rules and regulations that they have to stick to. And one of the neighbours has recently dug her front yard up, and she's turned it into like a Mexican-styled front yard. And the housing association, or whatever it is, the residents association, have turned around and said they don't like her cactuses and things in the front. And she said, well, I'm not changing them. When she was out at work one day, they went and took all her cactuses out to force her into changing the design of her front garden. And I was just like, do you know what? If someone did that in Britain to a neighbour's
I would have
garden,
called the cops on them.
you'd get your
fuck yeah.
You'd get your head tramped. You know, someone would stamp on your head here if you
I would
touched them.
stomp the shit out of
Yeah.
somebody.
But I'm just like, wait, when I lived in Miami, there was a local bylaw. We weren't allowed to peg washing out on a washing line because they thought it looked untidy. You always had to put your washing in the tumble dryer. And my mum, being the Brit that she is, used to string up a washing line from the Florida room to the garage and peg the washing out on the line just to annoy everybody. It was just like you'd see my mum's knickers there blowing in the breeze. And my dad's sexy wife.
I would have been the same way.
And she'd just peg her underwear out on it and leave it flopping there for a few hours to dry.
Heck yeah. You know, they've got some of those rules here where I've moved. Like, you know, you just, there's so many things you can't do. But they come and do the yard and everything except drag my trash to the road. And they probably would do that if I asked them.
Is it a condo that you've moved into then?
It's just an apartment. It's a duplex where I'm at, so.
A lot of my friends, I grew up in Miami, and I went there when I was very little with my parents. My dad worked for Rolls-Royce USA, and so spent all of my childhood in Florida. And everybody's moved from Miami now. Everybody's going further north. And when I asked them, I'm like, why is everyone leaving the old neighborhood? Why are you all moving north? And it's basically because there's such a big Cuban influence in Miami now that they feel like they're pushed out and they've got to go north, which is really shocking. But it can be a little
Has
bit.
it always kind of been like that, though?
Well, I don't remember. I remember Cubans when I was younger and we lived there, but I don't remember it being massively Cuban influenced. I think there's been a lot more immigration, and I don't know.
Well, there probably has, yes.
I mean, I don't know. It's a bit like sometimes you can feel a little bit outnumbered, can't you? I mean, we've got.
Oh, sure.
I mean, I'd never want to say anything racist, and I wouldn't want to offend anybody. But here in the UK, we've got massive, massive Asian communities and whole cities. I mean, basically, we've got like Bradford, which is a lovely place to go to. And I have no problem with the culture, but you don't. If you drive through Bradford, they almost look at you as if you shouldn't be there. It's like, what are you doing here? You know what I mean? And
What
it
is
can
Bradford?
Bradford. It's okay. So in the 1940s, after India and Pakistan were created, and we ceded India as an independent nation, people that were living in India and Pakistan were British citizens, and they were offered the chance to come and settle here if they wanted to. And it was also, coincidentally, at the point after the war when a lot of rebuilding had to be done. So we needed men. A lot of men during the war had been killed. A lot of property had been damaged. A lot of men came over from parts of the empire that were and settled here, and became builders, labourers, electricians, rebuilding the country after the war. So we ended up we went from this very culturally closed country that had had influences from all around the world. I mean, we'd had several hundred years of empire, so it wasn't that we were without influences, but it was at a distance to it being here. And now a lot of people settled in areas that needed rebuilding. So there's Bradford, Manchester, places where there'd been manufacturing the Germans had bombed, London. So there's traditionally where people have settled, there's these massive communities. And Bradford, people call it Bradistan. It's a massive, massive city. It's a very nice city. It's very well kept. The people appear to be very friendly. But because it is so massive, an Asian community, if you're white and you go into it, you can almost feel like you shouldn't be there.
Oh, wow. I didn't know all that about the war and stuff. I should brush up on my history.
It's like we've got massive Chinese communities here as well, because Hong Kong was part of Britain, part of the empire, and then it got handed back to China in the 90s. It was rented from China, and the rental agreement came to an end, so it was handed back. And people that lived there had British overseas territory passports, so they were entitled to come and live here. We've got big Chinese communities. It's like Grand Cayman. That's British. I've got friends in Cayman, and they can come and settle here if they want to. So it's like when the empire ended, we went from this very white, middle upper class society that had had influences from around the world for a couple of hundred years, but it had always been influences. It's like it was always at a distance, and then there was a massive influx after the war, and all of a sudden these white British people that had gone to church and preached as Christians and whatever, it was very much white Christian background, had to deal with people from places like the Caribbean, India, Pakistan, China, coming here because they'd got citizenship.
I'm still wondering why you left Miami.
I'll tell you why I left Miami, because I'd got elderly grandparents that were becoming frail, and my mother was an only child, so her parents had only got my mum to look after them. And it was at the point in the 90s where there was a bit of a recession. Rolls-Royce USA shed a lot of its staff, and when my dad came, he asked about rejoining Rolls-Royce UK, and they were getting rid of staff as well because of a recession. They were making people redundant. My dad would have had to have come back to the UK and renewed his green card. And the mortgage for the house partly was through Rolls-Royce USA. They assisted people that wanted to go out and settle with helping them buy property, buy their houses. Because obviously, if you've never lived in America, you've not got an American credit rating or anything, it would be difficult for you back then to get a mortgage. They sponsored people and helped people buy property and whatever, but the mortgages were through them. So when Rolls-Royce USA started to shed staff, they called all the mortgages in. My parents managed to remortgage with an American company, and we kept the house for a long time after we came back, but we only ever... But Dad would have had to have come back and renewed his green card, and there was no guarantee that because he'd not already got a job in the USA that he would be allowed to go back to work. Much as I love America, Americans are a bit funny about foreigners taking their jobs, so there was just no guarantee that if he came back to the UK and renewed his green card that he would be able to go back out to the USA and find a job working for an American company. So it was too much of a risk, and Mum and Dad came back. The house was left with a letting company, and they kept the house right up until a few years ago. We used to go back, for holidays and everything, and we'd stay as long as we could on a visitor's visa whenever we went over.
Right. Wow.
But
You gave me a lot to think about today.
It's been hard though, because I was 4 when I went out to the USA. I've got really very few memories of living in Britain before America, with only being 4 when we went out. I went to American schools. I went to an elementary. I went to a high school. And my loyalty lay with America. I've always considered myself as American, and that being my home. But I'm not. I'm British. I was just brought up there.
But being British is like American, isn't it?
I think a lot of people feel that way, that they're like American because they were maybe raised with a lot of like American kind of culture, like on TV and stuff like that.
That and a lot of us kind of come from over there. If you trace your roots, I know a lot of my roots go that direction.
But it doesn't give you the right to live there. It was just difficult for my parents when it was a big decision to come back here, and it was very, very difficult to settle here after living over there. It's in a lot of ways, America and Britain are very similar, but in a lot of ways we're very different. And the lifestyle that we had living in Miami was nothing like the lifestyle we have here. I mean, it was just, Christmas Day on the beach. Dad had a speedboat. Mum had a Pontiac. Dad had a Chevy truck. We were part of a big church. We went to Central Presbyterian in Miami, and it was a very close community. And it was a nice neighborhood that we lived in, and everybody was very close. And then coming back to dark, damp, cold Britain, we had a pool in the backyard. It was just a different life completely. It was a far more
I would think so, going from sunny Miami
to cold Britain. I mean, it's like I've just stood at my back door and had a cigarette. We're going to get it's going to freeze tonight. It's flipping cold.
Oh, Lord.
It is. It's horrible. And it's like, there's my friends in Miami. It's like one of my school friends, he's posting on Facebook. He's like, it's like it's cold. It's cold in Miami. I'm like, you've got no idea what cold is, Craig, honestly. Try spending a winter here. You don't just scrape the ice off your car and you walk down the sidewalk and you're slipping all over the place, and it's just miserable. I hate it.
I was going to get my trash can out of the road, and there was one of those damn COVID masks laying in my yard, and I don't wear them, so it's not mine.
My dog picked one up the other night when I walked him and started running around with it, and I was just like, oh, for God's sake. You know. He's like sat there like a typical terrier, wagging his tail, chewing this COVID mask that's been round someone's mucky mouth, breathing their germs in, and then he comes in afterwards and he wants to jump up and lick me. I'm like, ugh.
We got the COVID king himself, D-Day.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to walk into this conversation.
That got the better of me.
What is the context here? What are we talking about? Are we talking about dogs and masks, or what's going on?
We were talking about what were we talking about, Jules? I don't remember.
Dogs picking up discarded COVID masks.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a good thing. It's unfortunate people can't use a garbage can. I know they're complicated devices, but between a paper mask and a garbage can, it just seems like so many people seem to get confused in this world today.
And the cloth mask. How often you think those people wash those masks?
So I bought, I mean, I don't know about anybody in this room having the experience I've had over the last couple of years concerning COVID-19, but I did buy one of those like cloth, I think it was called a Vogue mask, about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago. And I used it when I was going to physical therapy. I never washed it. They said you could clean it off with a wet thing or whatever. Don't wash it in water. I used it for a little while, and then I just went back to using the disposable ones.
Yeah, when I had to wear one, I just wore a bandana.
Yeah, that's probably part of why there's so much fuzz in the data about the effectiveness of masking. Is most people, I don't think the problem was ever inherently the masks. I think it was user error. No offense to anybody out there, but there was just really bad messaging about what was working, what wasn't working, and a lot of confirmation bias due to increasing cases, things like that, and a lot of political interference. And so science kind of got lost, and it is what it is. So nobody around here has to wear a mask anymore. So
we don't hear, but they've
become before you got COVID.
What's that, Lacey?
Did you have the vaccine before you got COVID?
Oh no. So I actually live in the Pacific Northwest, and the first official case in the United States was the hospital that's up the street from me. And the Life Care Center that was at the center in the beginning, the media firestorm over COVID, there was a bunch of older folks that were getting sick in Kirkland, Washington, where I ran a cocktail bar. And my girlfriend is a registered nurse, an RN. She's a boss. But she works at the hospital connected to that Life Care Center. So I didn't stand a fucking chance. I was not vaccinated. I was a 220-pound, very healthy bodybuilder who hiked in the Pacific Northwest and supported everybody around me. And I got on March 10th, a couple days before I was supposed to go and do a walkthrough of the property I was opening my restaurant in, to check out the ventilation and the plumbing with my builders. I I got a little bit of a fever, very, very light, barely at all. And I thought, COVID was going around. Just a few nights ago, I was making fun of it all, drinking Coronas, taking Instagram shots of myself, not taking it seriously. And I stopped in where my girlfriend worked, and I took she checked my temperature and a slight fever. So I said, well, I guess I'm going home today. And a couple of days went by, and my throat was getting worse. So I drove over to the clinic that's right by my house, and they said, you can't be here. And they gave me a mask, and they sent me up the street to another place. And so I got there, and I waited because, everybody was in spacesuits back then, and nobody was allowed to go in anywhere. I waited for about 6 hours in a parking lot for them to see me in this clinic to check to see if I had COVID. During that time, I contacted my other doctors at the University of Washington as a backup plan in case I couldn't get in. So I did finally get in, and I was exhausted. I was like, why can I not walk from my truck to the clinic? This is weird. And I got into the clinic, and it was like 1 or 2 people allowed at a time. And I ended up seeing a doctor. And at the time, I was still part-time bartending while working on getting my business open. So I got in, she looked me over, she didn't do a test or anything. And she said, yeah, it's not COVID. You don't have that. You haven't been to Japan or China or whatever. And I was like, no. And she's like, it's absolutely not COVID. So she sent me home with a doctor's note to go back to work in a bar. So I was like, well, I can't go back anyways. I'm not going to do that. I was running that bar at the time as an operational manager and a bartender. So I got home, and I was feeling pretty good. Like, oh, I guess I don't have COVID. The doctor told me I didn't. And I get a phone call, taking a hot bath. My phone starts ringing, and it's the University of Washington. Remember, I said I had a backup plan. Well, they called me up, and they said, hey, so what's up? You think you might have COVID? And I said, well, no, I just went to a doctor, and they told me no. And she goes, well, it sounds like you have the symptoms. So let's do a little Q&A with you. So they did it, and she said, and I told her that my partner was a cancer nurse. And back then, everybody cared about people, right? They were trying to protect everyone. So they said, well, since you live with a cancer nurse, we're gonna go ahead and test you. So the next day, I went in for a test, and it came back positive a couple days later. But by that point, I was starting to feel better. I was about 7 days in. I think it was the 17th of March, St. Patty's Day or something like that. I was sitting on my couch talking with my brother and just feeling a little bit run down, but I stood up and I collapsed, and that was a very, very scary moment for me. I came to, and I realized that I had no oxygen in me. I don't know how to explain that feeling, but I managed to fall into my bedroom, get across the hallway, and I called 911 because I couldn't move or function or do anything. And when I did that, I mean, it was scary. My heart was pounding. I couldn't think. The firemen showed up with the aid car minutes later. They kept me on the line to make sure I'd stay conscious. And I said, you guys going to come up and get me? They said, no, we can't come up because you're COVID positive. I was like, fuck, okay. They were like, you got to come downstairs. And I was still pretty much undressed at that point, just trying to eat my breakfast, and got up off the couch and collapsed. So I fell down the stairs, 3 flights of stairs, and they got me at the bottom of the stairs. They checked my oxygen. It was at 84%. And they put me into the back of the aid car, and they took me to the hospital for my first check-in at the hospital. That was day 7 or whatever. Anyhow, I was not vaccinated, no. And I went to the hospital. I sat in the COVID ward for about 24 hours with this old guy who's about 90-something years old. He was not in good shape. He was blind. But we talked all night long while he gurgled. And I just sat there thinking, this is going to be it for me. I didn't know what was going on. We were all scared in the beginning. And during that time, I found out that his daughter-in-law was in the ICU with COVID. And the next morning, they said, we're going to let you go because you're young. You're a young, healthy guy. You're strong. You're fine. It's already day 8. You're going to be fine. And so on my way out, I heard the gentleman I'd been talking to all night, the 90-something-year-old. He was on the phone crying because his wife was now symptomatic, and she was getting brought into the hospital. So his entire family was hospitalized. A little traumatic, their moment, but They sent me home. I was still weaker than I'd ever imagined a human could feel. And I got home, and I was thinking I was going to be fine. And the next day, I woke up and I was sicker than I've ever been in my entire life. The kind of sickness I couldn't lift my hand. I couldn't do anything. My girlfriend's a nurse. She couldn't go to work because, of course, she'd been exposed to me. And I laid in bed for another 2.5, almost 3 weeks with 3 different ER visits. Very, very traumatic experience. I lost about 40 pounds laying in bed. My girlfriend bought a bedpan for me. I couldn't get up to walk after a few more days, so I was peeing in a cup. And one of the hospital visits, I actually went in. They said that I had had a heart attack, but there was no room in the hospital. So since I was young and strong and healthy, they thought I was going to be fine. They sent me on my way, and they said, and I was wheeled in a wheelchair. I was wheeled in on this one. And they said, you're going to be fine. And the doctor says you can walk out of here, because my tests were showing that my blood, everything was looking okay-ish. So they said, walk out. I said, no, man, I can't walk. You don't understand. They said, walk out. And this is after they ran something that said I'd had a heart attack. I said, I can't walk out of here. Oh, yes, you can. The doctor said you can. So I said, all right, because I'm a fucking beast, man. I mean, I'm not going to get into what forged me as a human being in my life, but I push. And I got up and I walked about 6 feet and I collapsed into a table, and the nurse screamed for a chair. So they grabbed a chair, and then she's like, we got to get you out of here. Basically, they were saying there's no room. So they pushed me out. They wheeled me out in the lobby. The nurse is crying, telling me that she's hoping the best for me. They sit me in front of a TV, which at the time they were just showing a bunch of dead people on TV. And I could barely hold my head up. It was like hanging on my shoulder. It was so bad. And they said, do you have somebody come and pick you up? I said, yeah, my girlfriend. So she came and picked me up, and it continued. And then on the 1st of April, early in the morning, after I thought I was getting a little bit better, I woke up at about 1 o'clock in the morning with a heart rate of about 130. And my oxygen was a little bit lower. I think it was, for whatever reason, it probably wasn't my lungs at that point. It was just this vascular disease that COVID causes. And so she rolled me over onto my stomach into a prone position. We called the hospital because the entire time I was in bed at home, we were monitoring my stuff and sending my data into the hospital. So that was a very traumatic experience, to constantly worry about your biostats. Am I dying? Am I dying? So the hospital said, yeah, we're going to admit him. So there I was. I'd been just wasting away. It was horrible. Now finally they're going to admit me. And they came up, about 3 firemen came up, and they had to pick me out of bed. I had no balance, no ability to stand or do anything. And they carried me down the stairs, these 3 men who I was once bigger than. And they took me into the hospital. They checked my heart. They did a COVID swab on me. And now my COVID swab was negative, but I was this sick. So I sat for 11 days at the hospital. I won't waste too much more time with the story here. Sat for 11 more days at the hospital, and I had to relearn how to walk. It was not fun. And when I say relearn how to walk, all I had to do was be able to walk on a walker for 6 feet, and that took 11 days to learn how to do that. And then I got home, and I just didn't get better. I was like I'd been in the ring with Mike Tyson for 100 years, getting hit in the head. And I was having heart problems. I was having signs of heart failure based on, what my girlfriend could tell as a RN. And I couldn't get in to see any doctors because everything was closed. So I just kind of thought, maybe I'm dying. Who knows? This is this weird plague virus nobody knows anything about. And then I happened onto some support groups early on, and I met up with communities of people who were struggling and dealing with the same thing I was dealing with, and discovered that this was a phenomenon and that it was not being talked about by the government. And so, got into some advocacy stuff, helped to build a social network, a community of people using like Zoom. We did a 24-hour Zoom for, we're still going. I'm looking at it right now. Over 2.5 years, nonstop, 24/7 Zoom for people with this condition, who just like a never-ending Twitter space, if you imagine. And then over the course of 2020, I got to a point where I was like, I can kind of walk for 10 minutes, And then I went in to the hospital because my cardiologist was getting concerned because they were like, we don't know what this thing is doing. And they did a cardiac MRI, but at the hospital I got sick and I didn't catch COVID, but the sickness gave me pneumonia again, which was interesting because I'd never had pneumonia before COVID. And they found that my immune system was starting to look like an AIDS patient's immune system. So I kind of recovered a little bit from that over the winter of 2020 and then into 2021. And then Lacey, I got the vaccine. And
Hey, hold on a second. They have like traces of HIV in the vaccine, don't they?
No, absolutely not. And I can get into vaccines if you guys really want, because I've worked with working groups, research communities on this. Non-biased. These are people with really a serious interest in the safety of this, especially in compromised
what I'm talking about? I don't remember where I heard something like involved about like the vaccine or COVID.
I know what you're referring to. Yes, I've heard of that.
I've heard it too.
Is it
What
that
was
they've
it?
been treating it the same as they treat HIV infections with like triple therapy?
No. And I can elaborate a little bit on that. So
Go ahead.
I just wanted to get into the vaccine portion since Lacey was curious about that. And it's a fair question. There's a lot of bad information and incomplete information on both sides of the fence with the vaccine. And so I understand what people don't know a lot about it. But the thing is I got the vaccine, and I'll tell you what, Lacey, I was really unable to do anything until about a few weeks after I got my second dose. And then I started to improve. And other people in my communities, the ones I talked about, had started to improve as well. Not everybody, but enough that it caused a little bit of a buzz. And you started to see it even in medical communities. They were saying, oh, vaccine will cure long COVID. And then this whole thing got thrown around social media and it blew up. And it's not true. It's just not true. But it was a clue that there was something immunologically different going on in our bodies because of the infection. So
this is exactly what we were saying a little while ago. It's a shame you didn't jump into the room about 3/4 of an hour ago.
Yeah. So anyway, that was my experience, right? And then over the course of 2021, I started physical therapy, a couple of other things, and I started to watch other people get better. I started to improve a little bit to the point where I was able to go on a couple of mile walks per day, and I was starting to sleep again, and some of my neuropathy was getting better, and some of the things I won't even talk about, they're just so bad. I mean, I pissed my pants like 4 times in public, you guys. This is no joke, okay? Anyway, by the end of 2021, you guys, I was feeling like I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be one of these people that heals. And then I got Omicron again, or I got Omicron, COVID again. And I spent the next 10 months in 2022 recovering to get back to my baseline, which I still haven't got. And this time I got my bivalent booster, which a lot of my friends who were very pro-vax refused to get boosted anymore because of the impact the vaccine has had on them. This booster shot kicked my arse, man. It destroyed me. So I'm at about 3 weeks, and I'm still barely functioning, and I'm still getting confused doing things and having a really hard time. I wouldn't call it vax damage, the way that it's sort of propelled through social media. But I would say that if you have this condition from COVID, this hyperinflammatory, autoinflammatory condition, that anything that triggers the immune system to kind of go crazy, especially if it's antigen specific, like the COVID vaccines, our bodies are primed. There's certain inflammatory pathways that are primed, especially neurologic, like glial cells and those sort of things. And so when the body lights up, it starts sending out all these inflammatory chemicals, and they activate things that shouldn't be activated to protect, the neurologic systems in the body. And so they don't work right. So that's kind of where I'm at. I probably won't be ever getting another vaccine for this again. I might try the Novavax, but it's probably going to have the same effect on me. And the curious part of this is that there are people that I know that had a hard time with the vaccine that upon their next booster or whatever, it was fine. Didn't do anything to them. So it almost seems like a person needs to get over the hump of this inflammatory condition, and then they sort of enter the realm of what the average normal immune system is like, and then they can tolerate it in a way that's more similar to what the data shows as far as safety and efficacy. And I will say there's a lot of issues with the safety and efficacy because those companies have not been totally clear and honest about some of these things. And we haven't been able to have conversations about the vaccine because of the political sort of inflammation in the conversation. It's made it difficult to have open, honest conversations about science and about truth. And that's really where we're at. People have been bamboozled, they've been duped into believing things, and it's really difficult to remove people from their belief systems. And there are political entities on both sides that have something to gain. And so they're going to hang on to narratives that help them consolidate their base. And so that's really what we're dealing with. But yeah, man, I mean, it's interesting you guys are talking about this, and I'm glad you let me speak.
Yeah, I knew that it had affected you horribly. I had saw a study where they tested the vaccine boosters, and then they had them numbered like 1 through 6 or 7. I can't remember. Something like that, anyways. And they had different things in them when they were tested.
Dave, can I ask you a question? I'm a nurse. We were talking about this a little while ago before you joined the room. And one thing I've noticed is in the UK, there's been a massive increase in heart problems and in lymphomas, lymph cancers. Have you noticed anything similar to that in the USA?
Well, I know that if you take a look at excess deaths and mortality, you're going to see an increase. And I know that COVID-19 increases greatly your cardiovascular risk. And I mean, I'm not going to give a presentation here on all of that. There's also been, like I said, a lot of bad information spread about the vaccines because of the distrust that the public has for pharmaceutical companies, and then also for any entity that doesn't come clean about what's going on. But trust me, there is a very large, well-funded, well-organized political movement to sort of push things in a direction that go against the vaccination program. That said, the vaccines do cause issues, right? And so what we're seeing is an increase in these problems. But depending on what side you want or what your belief system is, you're going to blame either vaccines or you're going to blame COVID. But I can tell you for sure that the end result is the result of the body's response to an antigen. Okay, this is an immune response that's going on. And some say, well, it's the spike, right? And that makes total sense because that's the immunogenic part. That's the part that gets the immune response from the body. And there's something about that causes issues and it activates certain inflammatory pathways. But you're infinitely more affected, it feels like infinitely, a lot more infected by orders of magnitude by the viral infection itself because of like the non-structural proteins that are part of the virus that help to confuse your immune system on how to fight it.
It's a lot more susceptible.
The other thing I've noticed a lot of it is perfectly fit and healthy people being affected by it. Have you got underlying health conditions that have not been picked up on, or were you just one of these people that? I mean, I had it. I'll tell you what. I'm a nurse. I manage a nursing home for elderly and disabled people, and we went from 48 residents to 19 in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Because one resident had an outpatient's appointment at a clinic, came back and they'd caught COVID and passed it through everybody.
That's tragic.
But we lost 2 members of staff as well. To it. Now, one thing I've noticed is massive amounts of cardiovascular problems. And I've had COVID earlier on this year and then have recently had to have cardioversion and go on tablets permanently
Yeah.
to regulate my heartbeat. My
Yep.
partner had a heart attack in July,
Yep.
and had similar symptoms to you with what you were saying a little while ago.
No, you are echoing what we are seeing everywhere.
Yeah.
And
Dr. Dave.
it's very concerning because, you know, we have an urgency to return to normal. And I know in the UK, you guys led the charge in the UK. I mean,
well,
you said
we were
let it
talking
rip.
about the vaccination, the choice of having the vaccination. My first two, I had no choice over because the government said that healthcare workers had to have the vaccine and the second booster, or we weren't allowed to go to work. So it was a choice of I had to either quit my job or I had the vaccine, proved to my employer that I'd had it, and carried on. And who can afford to lose their salary every month? No one.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But we had bizarre situations right the way through COVID. And one thing that I think I actually had it before it was detected in the UK. I went on holiday and went down south 350 miles away from home, and stayed in a hotel, and within 24 hours was feeling ill, really, really poorly, and had to come back. And that lasted all the way from October 2019 right the way up to Christmas, as it was starting to be detected in the UK, sort of towards the beginning of 2020. Then I had it again earlier on this year, and that's when it left me with this heart problem. And my partner's had it, and it also affected my partner. But
so with the heart, I don't know about your access to autonomic testing in the UK, but one of the things that we're seeing, and it's profound with COVID-19 infection, is an autonomic disturbance, and they're not sure. I mean, this is all related to like what I've dealt with, and so what it causes is like a POTS or a POTS-like syndrome, where you have an issue. What it does is they don't know. See, that there's a lot of different ways to get to the endpoint of the syndrome, but it could be that there are autoantibodies being produced as a result to exposure of the antigen. So your body recognizes the antigen. Different cells, make contact with it. I don't want to get all complicated, but essentially there's signals sent to other immune cells that start producing antibodies, okay? And they remember how to make these antibodies. And these antibodies have a shape, and they're like a puzzle piece.
Yeah.
Right. So you imagine the virus is covered in keys. These antibodies are like locks that lock onto those keys. They prevent those keys from locking into the locks that are on your cell and getting in and replicating. Right.
And this is what causes that massive inflammatory response, isn't it? Because
sure. I mean, there's a lot.
The immune system is just going mental over it all and doesn't, it can detect an infection.
Yeah.
But it's ramping up every immune cell in the body.
Yeah, well, so I don't want to lose track of what I was saying, but I can get into how like non-structural proteins like ORF8 and ORF7 impact the signaling process between the innate and the adaptive immune system, and why in the beginning you could have the virus for 2 weeks before you'd start to show symptoms. There's a whole lot of complexity there, but my whole thing is that going back to those locks, those antibodies that are supposed to protect you. The body gets flooded, starts making a whole bunch of different shapes. Okay. And some of those shapes are very effective at stopping the virus, but some of those shapes also, they lock onto other things in the body that are similarly shaped. And those things in the body are like signaling chemicals that the body uses. And one of the thoughts is that there's these adrenoreceptors. They're basically G protein coupled receptors that are, your body uses neurotransmitters between the cells to send signals so that the cells will perform functions. And the antibodies your body makes in response to COVID-19 can sometimes bind to those or outcompete them in those cell receptors, thereby stopping the signaling pathway. Imagine those chemicals are like messenger pigeons. And in all of your cells, you have little messenger pigeon holes that the pigeons have to go back and tell the cells what to do. Well, if those cells need a signal to say, hey, we're the cells that line your blood vessels, and we decide when they contract and when they expand. And you stop that, suddenly your blood vessels don't work properly anymore. You can't control your blood pressure. And what a lot of people are experiencing is this Pott's Lake syndrome. So what happens is, imagine your body has all this blood in it, and you're laying down or sitting down, and you stand up. A normal person, what happens is gravity starts to pull all that blood down. Okay.
Postural drop.
Yes, and a normal person, that almost instantly the blood vessels start to constrict, and they drive the pressure back up. And they need to get that pressure up so that it can get to the heart so that it can circulate properly, rather than sitting down in your feet and your legs or your lower abdomen. So with COVID, this post-COVID syndrome, what you see is a problem with the signaling or something going on with the blood vessels. And they can't seem to get the signal right or to squeeze properly to get the blood back up to the heart. So then what the heart does is, it's an amazing pump, but your whole body goes, we need more blood, especially your brain. The heart goes, okay, I don't have enough blood to pump, so I need to change the way I'm pumping a little bit, and I need to pump faster. That'll compensate.
And that's where the blood pressure rises are coming in with people.
You can, yes. So what happens is you have the initial drop in blood pressure, and then you have what's called an adrenergic response, where your body doesn't know the difference between running from a tiger, or losing all of the blood. The stress response is the same. So when your brain goes, holy shit, we need more oxygen, and your body, all the cells in your body are saying, we need more oxygen, your heart changes how it pumps. In order to do that, the brain has to go through a series of events, and signaling pathways to get to the adrenal cortex, and all these things happen, and your body just basically dumps a ton of adrenaline or epinephrine or whatever that is. And so as a result, you get stuck in like this very high anxiety fight or flight mode. And that actually, those chemicals can impact executive functioning. You're biologically wired this way. So you start seeing things like brain fog. You start seeing and this is combinations of things. That's just one thing that happens. You also have, inflammation in the brain. It's really complex and scary to think about, but I just don't think that people, they've hidden this very well, and from the population. And now in the US, and I don't know what the UK looks like with this, but we're near our election time, and the Democrats, in order to, hang on to their power, they've had to kind of sell themselves as the victors over COVID-19. And it's a success story. And by saying, hey, we've got a real problem here, they're admitting defeat. They're admitting that they're failed, and they give their opponents, something to stand on and speak about. And so this is a very dangerous time, because we've dropped all of our mitigations. People are getting COVID left and right. And yes, it doesn't have the teeth it used to, and there is a level of population immunity, but this condition is still affecting people at almost the same rate.
You've confirmed a lot of what I was starting to notice here, through talking to colleagues about things, and what I've experienced through work. There's like these definite, at first with things like the cardiovascular problems and the lymph problems that people seem to be having, people were saying, oh, it's because we've had 2 years where people haven't been able to go for regular doctor's appointments, and it's been ignored. And now that people are going back for doctor's appointments and attending clinic appointments and things, that it's being picked up on. But I don't think that's the case. I've noticed massive, and my mother has just had lymphoma and had to have chemotherapy and radiotherapy for it. Massive amounts of lymphomas and heart conditions and irregular heartbeats and cardioversions being done, and yet they're not looking. It's all being put down to pre-existing conditions. There's no looking at whether people have had COVID and whether it can be a result of that.
This is why when you get on my Twitter, my COVID Twitter, you see these screams, and it almost sounds crazy. Okay. And I have problems with some of the messaging that's going on, because I'm like, gosh, you guys are alienating the world by saying these things, because it doesn't match up with people's worldviews and what their lived experience is. But it's real. It's really, really happening.
Dr. Dave,
I'm concerned.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, man.
I was wondering now, before you got sick with COVID the first time, Had you received or gotten a PCR test to test you for COVID before that?
And they did barely even had PCRs back then. It was March 10th of 2020. So that
No,
was
did
my
you
first
take a
infection.
COVID test? Did you take a COVID test like before you ever got sick?
Oh
Like,
no. You had to be privileged to get a COVID test back then. I only got lucky. I kind of explained, maybe you weren't listening, but or here yet. But I only got tested because my partner is an oncology nurse. So they wanted to protect the population of patients. So most of the people from we call it the first wave, most of the people that I know out of the many, many, many thousands I've met and hundreds I've gotten to know personally, they were never able to get a positive test. And that hurt them in trying to find treatment once there was, clinics available, which, by the way, just to tell people in this room, no matter what you hear, no matter what they tell you, there is no treatment for long COVID. There is zero treatment. Trust me. My doctor is one of the leading researchers at the University of Washington for the long COVID clinic. She's also my primary care doc. I'm really lucky. I have one of the top autonomic specialists on the West Coast. And I can tell you right now, they have no idea. This is literally a sitting and waiting thing to see what it looks like on a population scale.
the reason I ask is because I've read multiple studies that have shown that there's a very small percentage of people that are Rh negative that have gotten COVID versus Rh positive blood types that have gotten COVID. And I have, since COVID started back in the beginning of 2020, I've never gotten a test for COVID. I've never gotten sick. I haven't even gotten so much as a cold. I haven't taken any vaccines, and I smoke a pack of cigarettes a day, and I just had my physical, and I'm in perfect health. And the reason I say this is because I am an O negative. So I'm wondering if you've read any studies on blood type.
So early on, I was fortunate enough to be part of a lot of discussions with virologists and immunologists, other researchers, and most of them were patients themselves. So there was a high drive to try and figure this all out. And I recall a lot of discussions early on about blood type. And what we found was there was a loose connection early on. And it doesn't seem like there's been much to really match up with real world data. For example, I'm O negative. Right. So
you are. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, even though there might be studies or whatever, the stuff that we looked at beyond the studies, when we start looking at actual population, like real world stuff, it doesn't seem like there's much of a correlation. But there was, I think, early on a correlation between serious outcomes and acute stage COVID with your RH. I think there was something there, but it was really just, I think the statistical significance of it was pretty low.
That's really interesting though, because I'm O negative also, but yet I haven't had anything. But Rh negatives and O negatives specifically are highly prone to autoimmune disorders, as you know.
Yep.
So that's interesting. I mean, your cases are the story was like, very, very emotional. I mean, that's intense, my friend.
Oh, dude, let me tell. I mean, I could get into how much I've lost, but it's just know that the people on Twitter that are talking about this, I mean, it's just like the people in the UFO community, man. And I gravitate towards you guys because I feel like, this is a great community. It's something I love. And you guys know, you're like, we don't get accepted. The stories can't be told to everybody. They don't hear that. They don't want to hear it or whatever. And that's what people are going through with this condition. It's really challenging. So just know when you hear it out there, man, just know that these people are fucked up, and it's really fucked up. I can't even begin to tell you what I've seen and what I know. And it's weird to sit from this place, like my new life in bed, my new life in my house, and watch the whole world continue on and squabble about things and argue. And it's been so just eye-opening, and it's changed the lens that I used to view, the world completely. But
it is really fucked up. And the other thing that I have done I have never used 5G, and I'm not getting into conspiracies or anything. I'm saying I have not switched over or used any 5G type of cellular connections during this whole time. I've never used it. So I would just be interested to know if you have. See, I'm trying to connect
Well,
that.
I can tell you this. I don't think I was using 5G back in 2020 when I got sick. But I think my phone is, if it's an iPhone 13 or whatever, I'm pretty sure I've got 5G at this point. But to put that into some framework, I mean, I have improved significantly. Like the fact that I can have a conversation with you like this. I mean, I couldn't talk for 6 months. I was it was pretty bad. But yeah, I don't know about the 5G stuff. I do understand sort of like the radiation aspect of things and sort of where that sits on the scale as far as intensity or frequency. I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't know anything about that. I do know people are concerned though, because it's a microwave level. It's the lowest, but it's a microwave level radiation. So.
Well, yeah, it's a very real. I mean, there's been multiple countries that have banned it because 5G, unlike 4G connectivity, 4G towers, as you've seen, 4G, they're behind trees and fake trees and all this stuff, and you'll see like a big tower, every mile or every 2 miles in population dense areas. But with 5G, it's millimeter wave, which means they place these little transponders in 5G systems. They have to put them very close to each other in proximity. So, the average city block in a high population density could have 2 to 3 of these units.
Yeah, and I can see how that would seem odd, right? Because you'd think your exposure level's higher. But I can tell you this. I'm not pro or against 5G, and anybody is entitled to think about what, any way they want and have concerns about their health. It's all them. But I will tell you that as far as, the EMF is concerned, the reason why they have to place those is because it is that shorter wavelength, and shorter wavelengths, especially at low energy levels like the 4G, they are going to scatter very quickly. Just the same ways that the sky is blue. I mean, the sky is blue because blue wavelengths are shorter and they tend to scatter amongst the particles in the atmosphere. And so that's what you're seeing when you look at the sky. Just to really put it really simply, for 5G is the same thing. If you tried to do a longer range 5G, it wouldn't work because you would get too much fuzz and static in the signal. So they need to be placed around more in order for the signal to move around and hit its points. But the thing is, the energy level of the is the concern, right? So if you cranked up, what is it, watts? If you cranked it up, you would probably be running into problems, right? Yeah, but it's a non-ionizing radiation, so I don't know what that impact would have. It's not gonna necessarily affect your DNA or anything. At least coming from a physics standpoint, it shouldn't. We don't have any evidence that it would, and we have microwave ovens. We cook our food. It doesn't destroy or change it that way. So I don't know, what people's concerns are with it, other than it could be somehow damaging them. I suppose if the energy level was higher, we'd have a problem. But almost anything, if you crank the energy level high enough, you could cause an issue. So even a longer wavelength radio wave, if you juiced that shit as high as you could, I mean, you could really mess somebody up with it. And I'm not discounting what you're saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, it might not even be. It might not even be a matter of cranking it up. I mean, because like the human body, right? We have a frequency running through our body. I mean, it's right. So if we look at us as a radio, for example, and I mean, if you have like most phones, iPhones in the Apple Store and Google Play, you can download, for example, like a Bluetooth and a Wi-Fi signal tool where you can view all the connections in the neighborhood. And you'll be very surprised on what you see, because there's a lot of Bluetooth Bluetooth devices everywhere for the Internet of Things that you would not normally see. And then you've got all these different, Wi-Fi hubs all over the place. Sometimes, there'll be like 10 in your vicinity right where you are. So even not cranked up at a high amount of energy, I would think so sometimes even hotspots get slow because they'll be running on the same channel as a hotspot of your neighbor, right?
Yeah.
And so if we think of the human being as a transmitter and a receiver of some sort, I think there's a lot of undiscovered, information scientifically about how the body responds to
Well,
frequency.
when we're talking about radiation, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about, radiation in the form of electromagnetic frequency. And so it's, if you think about it in terms of like light, okay? And light is the entire spectrum, we can say, right? These photons or whatever. But when you talk about radiation too, there's different things, like there's actual neutrons and whatever that are going. But if we talk about just light, okay, think about light. Let's break down the visible light spectrum into, red, orange, yellow, whatever. Each one of those, try and imagine that there's each one of those colors in the spectrum is its own, frequency of a wavelength of light. Now, when you think about light as a whole, just think about like light that comes off of a light bulb. You might see this frequency, this combination of frequencies or range of frequencies coming off it, and you get this tone, okay? And it's not going to hurt you, okay? You're looking at a light bulb. But if you crank the power up on that light bulb so high that it's putting out so much energy, it'll burn your skin. It'll burn your eyes just by looking at it, right? But that doesn't have anything to do with the wavelength that was there, because at lower energies, the wavelength didn't do anything to you. But when you crank it up, now it becomes a problem. And that's how I would think of something like 5G, which I forget what it is at the 1 nanometer. I forget what the difference between radio, microwave, and ultraviolet is, but it's a non-ionizing, but it will, I can see why countries would be apprehensive, right? And not just from the biological impact, especially if they're being very, very cautious, but also just because of interference with other devices and other instruments. Anyway, I know a lot more about COVID-19 than I do 5G. So, but I do think
I know a lot about 5G and not much about COVID then. So it's perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a big difference, I think, between, we used to have nothing but incandescent light bulbs. And then there was this push for the switch to LED bulbs. And there's been a lot of these bulbs emit a much higher amount of blue light. And for a while, people were talking about blue light and the benefits and stuff. And now there's all these studies coming out where the blue lights, when they pulse them in a couple, pulses of blue light, the mice just drop dead. And most of the light, street lights in the U.S. They're very close, about 90% done, to transferring all these street lights over to blue light. I don't know if any of you have noticed, like at night, all the street lights, they have a different color to them. They're very kind of like a bright bluish light coming out of them. So, it might just be a case on, it could be a case on, there's some evil entity behind it, or it could be a case of just stupid science and not looking into things. But I really think that the COVID and electromagnetic frequencies and EMFs, and then also, all of the new, Internet of Things, light modules and things, I think it all has something to do with it. It's interesting if you look at like a map of the Ookla 5G map of the United States, and you look at where all these big 5G tower assemblies have been put in different populations. If you overlay that with a COVID map, it's almost identical.
Yeah, it depends. If you look at if you look at population centers, you're going to see a denser population, and you're going to see a higher infection rate. Denser populations. It's really hard to extrapolate the right kind of data to correlate those two. I mean, you can look at it and go, oh, visually this, it's intuitive or whatever, but I think it would be challenging to see that, just because of the way people move around and the fact that you have fuzz kind of preventing you from getting a clear picture, due to the fact that, of course, you're going to see higher rates of infection in places that have higher densities of people and closer proximity. That's just, you take the 5G out, you're still going to see that. So it's really
Well, the
difficult.
interesting thing, though, is, about a year ago, before we were only halfway through 5G deployments, the major population centers that had not gotten the 5G cell signals installed yet, they had a lower COVID rate than the other big cities. And after the 5G installations were done, the COVID cases actually rose to become very close to on level with the 5G. So that's the correlation.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I just didn't pay attention to 5G. I was, for most of the last couple of years, I've been more focused on trying to learn, walk more and stuff. I just haven't. I kind of listened to that stuff and was just like, okay, I don't.
Oh no, I'm very. I think what you've been through is quite amazing. I mean, you clearly have a very strong body and a strong mind.
I used to, brother. I used to.
Yeah, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I come from a cyber background, and I only do this voice so nobody knows who I really am. But
hey, I think it's important for people, you know what I mean, to look at this kind of stuff, because what you said earlier, and you said, I don't know, is it an evil entity, or it could just be dumb science? I think in all likelihood it's dumb science, and I think that people looking into these sorts of things, it's important for people to do, right? I mean, we can't just let corporations that make a bunch of money off of whatever, run and determine the course of our society and our lives all the time. We need human beings, just like with what I've got with long COVID. If it weren't for patient groups and advocacy groups, nobody would know about this. It would just be knocking people out. They'd have no idea. And there wouldn't be clinics. There wouldn't be anything set up. It's all been because of people who are saying, hey, wait a second, something's not right here, and we need to do something about this. So there's a lot of value in people that look into this. So I don't poo-poo on people that are looking into something and they're questioning validity or questioning safety. I think it's important because we need to have all angles of humanity looking at the things we do that impact us. If we just come from a place where somebody's going to profit, then we're always going to be allowing those people to profit at any expense, and that's just not okay.
Yeah,
and I'd be more
Dave,
concerned with the EM coming from the phone.
Yeah, right off the phone. Yeah, I think that's probably, I always would say to people, don't listen to your phone unless you're using a Bluetooth or speaker. Don't put that shit against your
my
head.
friend, just put it on speakerphone, man. Don't put that Bluetooth in your ear. I know this because I come from the engineering background of this stuff. It's the phone. So Samsung came out, had a patent about 4 years ago. And so when you take, for example, take a regular cell phone, Android or iPhone, and if you notice, they switched over to these glass backs and glass fronts. Our phones have basically become pieces of glass. If you've ever tried to change your battery, you'll see how much of a terrible thing it is, because it'll just shatter into all these pieces. And Samsung came out with a patent about 4 years ago. So the way that they do the AMOLED screen is you've got a clear piece of glass on the front of the phone, and then underneath that piece of glass there's a very thin layer. You can look this up online. There's a very thin layer of graphene that is it's very thin. It's like microscopically thin, really thin layer of graphene. And then what happens is that the graphene basically is able to create the electronic spectrum across the device. Like, for example,